I have been neck deep in my Kirsten Larson era for the past 8 weeks, and I would like to share my findings. If the name Kirsten Larson means nothing to you, I am so excited for you. I am so excited to take you from zero straight into the deepest possible dive. But I'm guessing a lot of you are familiar with this girly, and I hope that this video will be entertaining and informative either way. We really live in a golden age of the multi-hour YouTube deep dive, and that is my jam, and that's what we're gonna do here. I am going to recap and discuss every stitch of the world of Kirsten Larson, American Girl. If you're really starting from zero and just wondering what an American Girl is, let me throw it to past Katie for a definition. American Girls, well, some would say that they are dolls, and then those dolls have an extended universe of media. For people like me, who as kids engage with American Girl primarily through the books, I think of American Girls as story characters that have an extended universe that includes dolls, as well as movies and music and costumes and a bunch of other stuff. Arguably, American Girls are first and foremost catalog stars who sometimes manifest in the real world as real items if you are lucky enough to have been born into a particular tax bracket. Looking at the totality of the American Girl thing, I would say American Girls are themselves works of historical fiction. They're not in fiction, they are the fiction. They are fictitious yet fully realized beings, which girls, real-life human girls in the real world, can have a vivid, tangible relationship with through her written stories, physical doll and many doll items, and extended world of movies, music, crafts, parties, and imaginative play. She is a discrete being who occupies her own complete world, and she exists as part of the pantheon of the American girls who experience different upbringings at different points in history. That video goes much more in depth into the whole history of the brand, but for the purposes of this video, all you need to know is the very beginning, because Kirsten is one of the first American Girls. Our story starts in the 1980s with this lady, Pleasant Rowland. Yes, her first name is Pleasant, and she says she saw a gap in the market for dolls. She would be trying to buy dolls for girls who were 7, 8, 9, and there were a lot of baby dolls on the market for girls to play at being caretakers, and then there were also a lot of Barbies and fashion dolls that gave girls someone to look up to and imagine being much older, but Pleasant Rowland says she didn't see any dolls that reflected the age and feelings and development of the girls playing with them. The story goes that she was inspired by a trip to Colonial Williamsburg and drew on her experience as a teacher and her career in textbook and educational publishing to create The American Girls, which would be the marquee product for her new company, Pleasant Company. Yes, the name of the company is Pleasant Company. The idea was for girls to engage with American history through these fictional girls their own age. They would relate to the parts of the girls' experiences and feelings that were universal, and then that relatability would be a bridge into understanding the ways in which their lives were very different. They would get to know these American girls through a book series, and then could take her home in the form of a beautiful 18-inch doll, complete with a wardrobe of outfits and accessories and furniture that connected to her story. It's a great idea, and it became a pretty big deal, and by the mid-2000s, American Girl dolls were second only to Barbie in doll sales in the United States. But we are not talking about the 2000s today, we are talking about 1986, when Pleasant Company launched the American Girls collection with just 3 girls: Molly McIntyre, Samantha Parkington, and Kirsten Larson. I have embarked on an epic quest to do a deep dive into each and every American Girl, one at a time in release order. Some of these deep dives I think will actually be pretty short. For some of these girls, once you read the books and talk about the doll outfits, there's just not that much to say. But for some of them, particularly the older girls, there is a tremendous amount to cover. These girls have been around for a long time, and they've collected a lot of baggage. And Pleasant Company actually made a lot of stuff for them. Like, in addition to the books and the dolls, there were a lot of other ways to interact with the girls' world. And these stories are almost 40 years old now. There's just a lot of distance between where I'm standing now in 2023 and when these books were first published in '86. And it makes it just a deliciously rich text. And if you've read these books, you know there's just a lot to unpack. So that's why this video is the monstrosity that it is, if you were wondering. So I'm going through in release order, and these 3 girls were released at the same time, so I'm gonna start with Kirsten because she is first in history. Molly's from the 40s, she's a World War II girly, and Samantha is from 1904 New York. So Kirsten comes first because her story starts in 1854, which is actually just a pretty cool place to start. If you look at all the American Girls as discrete little windows into different points in American history, Kirsten isn't first in any sense, but she's a really cool place to start. If you have absolutely no familiarity with American history, here's where we are. If you go to a bookstore or a library that has a big American history section, and you go to about the middle of the aisle, there will be a big chunk that is the American Civil War. A lot of massive, like, door-stopper books for dads and stuff. And then you shuffle just to the left of that. And if you see anything about Jefferson, you've gone too far. But just next to that massive Civil War section is going to be a small section about the decade or so before. And that's where the interesting stuff is. If you want to understand why America is the way it is, and you want to hear some just plain interesting, cool stories, and you want to read the really, like, interesting, contentious, juicy history work, start there. Find something in the 1850s anywhere in the country. Look, I'm not a working historian or a professor, okay, so keep that in mind in this video when I tell you things. But I do have a bachelor's degree in history. Barely. But I still have it. So I know kind of the lay of the land, and I understand how to read a history text. And I firmly believe that the 1850s, or in some context you'll call it the antebellum period, is underplayed, is underhyped in Americans' conception of history. Kirsten's story is going to touch on things, it's going to touch on what a historian would call the important stuff. In starting with Kirsten, we are starting with some really core stories of American history. We're talking about waves of European immigration, we're talking about westward expansion, we're talking about the interactions between these westward moving European people and the indigenous people in North America. Kirsten's stories are really interested in the development of a distinct American national identity and how that develops and how it's acquired and what it's negotiated to constitute. It's all about these individual choices by individual people on such a small scale, but that combine together to have powerful impacts on nature and on nations. It's the important stuff. It's the cool stuff. But at the exact same time, they aren't about any of that, right? They're about a girl named Kirsten who's just trying to get through the day and does not know or care about the grand forces of history. She cares about making friends and about her doll and Christmas and small woodland critters. She's not trying to be American history. She's just trying to be a girl. And these are the things she does and the things that happen to her, which is what history is. So here's the plan for this video. I am going to recap each of the 6 Kirsten books individually. The books are short, but they move very fast, and actually a lot happens in them, so that will take a little while. And then to go along with each book, I will talk about the corresponding items in the doll collection. This video is a Godzilla and is not meant to be consumed in one sitting, so between each book I will take a little interlude, a little interstitial, and I will use that time to explore other elements of Kirsten's collection and do some deep dives on things that are particularly interesting. I want this video to feel like we're at a slumber party together, and we're in our PJs, and we've got our dolls and some popcorn, and we're gonna talk American Girl. I think it will feel like a slumber party, but when you get there, you realize that I'm the only other person there, and you actually don't remember how you got here, and the doors are locked, and you are just trapped in here with me for the next 8 to 10 hours while I recite the entire plot of a book series at you. There will be crafts, there will be themed snacks. You can expect some period-appropriate, royalty-free mandolin music from the YouTube audio library. I actually found one song in there that is not on theme at all, but it is about Minnesota, so I'm gonna use it somewhere. I do want to mention, though, that these books touch on some really sensitive and serious topics, and I'm in a silly, goofy mood, and I'm gonna be pretty flippant about it. So I'm gonna put a content note in the description that lets you know when particular sensitive topics will come up if you want to know, because, stuff gets real out here on the frontier. All right. Got all that? Good, let's talk about the books. An American Girl experiences 6 canon events, and if she does not undergo all 6 of these canon events the year that she turns 10, she risks not being able to embrace her destiny as a true American girl. The nature of these canon events is reflected in the naming conventions of the books. The year the girl turns 10, which is in the 5th year of a decade, the girl is gonna go through some stuff, and America is gonna go through some stuff. At the time we meet her, she will experience something so upsetting that it rocks her to her core and causes her to suddenly gain consciousness at 9 years old and have to confront who she is in her family and community. Then she must learn a lesson. Her schooling will reach new importance in her life, and you'll think that that's where she'll learn the lesson. But actually, she will learn it from a new and challenging peer relationship with a girl her own age. Shortly thereafter, it's the holidays, and the girl must be surprised, or do the surprising, probably both. She has a magical holiday moment in an iconic, spectacularly festive outfit. Then it is spring, which is the season that American girls are born. It's her birthday, she's got to think about who she really is and understand her value. After spring is summer, which is a time of great peril, and the American girl will be called upon to save the day. Saving the day is hard work, so we take some time off and pick up with the final canon event the following winter, when things in the girl's life are about to shake up once again. To complete this 6-part journey, the American girl must accept this change in her life and accept change as a part of life. And then she is an American girl. All of these girls, and I'm talking about the original Pleasant Company American Girls, supposedly they all experience all of these canon events, but I'll be honest, not all of them nail every single one. Sometimes they don't do great, they only kind of complete that canon event. So while we talk about Kirsten's books, we'll keep an eye on how well she is executing on all of these important plot points. Now, the character of Kirsten and the basic concept for her stories were created by Pleasant Rowland along with Valerie Tripp, but the books themselves were written by Janet Shaw. To prepare for this project, I have been very much enjoying collecting all the box sets on eBay. I read most of these as a girl, and this is how I remember them looking. This was the design for all of the original covers with that parchment color and the kind of inset box, although some of the art itself was tweaked a little bit early on. Not important. This is what most of the American Girl books looked like for me that I borrowed from the library or that I owned, but some of them looked like this. By the time I was reading them, the covers had been revamped somewhat, and so the newer printings had this design. It's the same layout, and the girl is in the same pose, but she's got an expanded background behind her. These started being printed in about the year 2000, so when I was reading the books, a lot of both of these were around. And for all of those first 6 girls, I have the box sets of the paperbacks in one of those 2 designs, except for Kirsten. For whatever reason, the day I was looking online for a box set of Kirsten books, I couldn't find any for a reasonable price with those older covers. Of course, there's plenty now, but I was very impatient. So I bought this set, which is the latest, the most recent edition, and they are a very different vibe. So for Kirsten, this is what the covers looked like from 2004 until about 2010 when they archived the books. Yes, spoilers, Kirsten has been shelved. Her doll collection was retired in 2009, and then they still had the books for a little while, but they stopped printing them in about 2010. And this is what they looked like at that point. The bright yellow color and the new art with that banner across the top. Some of the covers are very similar, they just have new art, and some of them are very different, and you can see that they are in line with the way that the brand overall shifted more towards having bright colors and having really distinct color schemes for all the girls. But all of them, of course, still use the same character design, so Kirsten looks about the same, and she is in the same iconic outfits for each of the books. So for example, these are all the Meet Kirsten covers, and they all have her in that same iconic Meet outfit with the blue dress and the bonnet. I definitely like the older covers more, but they're all cute, and they are all equally mismatched to the ridiculously bleak tone of this book. The books are exactly the same inside, they have the same layout and the same illustrations and everything, so I'm not missing anything functionally, it just really bothers me. My Kirsten books don't match my other American Girl books, but they also don't match themselves, because this set that I bought on eBay arrived without changes for Kirsten. There was a Julie book in the box instead, I guess because it also has the bright yellow spine, so it's probably easy to get confused. The eBay seller gave me a partial refund, and then I bought just this book from Amazon, and the listing photo had this cover on it, and I thought, of course Amazon is going to stock probably the most recent editions, but then when it arrived, it was this one. It was the oldest cover. And I love the older covers. This is the edition that I would rather have, but only if I had all the books in this edition, and now it doesn't match. People don't understand how difficult my life is. So without further ado, let's hear from Kate from, I don't know, a month ago. Don't be alarmed. She did dress up. And let's talk about Meet Kirsten. Because Kirsten is the first chronologically out of the 3 first girls released from Pleasant Company, the first words of this first book are the opening words of the American Girl literary canon. And those words are, well, first, they are Chapter 1, America! Exclamation point. That's America, Kirsten said happily. Kirsten is on the deck of the ship, the Eagle, that is taking her family from Sweden to New York, and she's talking to a character called Marta. And Marta is about Kirsten's age, and her family is making a similar journey. So when they met on the Eagle, they became close friends, and thank goodness, because they both need a friend right now because this journey is miserable. The trip takes about 2 months, and the ship is dingy, and the sea is rough, and they are crammed below decks with a dozen other families. Kirsten's family of 5 is sharing 2 bunks between them, and everybody is seasick and regular sick, and the air smells foul, and everything is dirty, and the food is old and moldy. It's not a good time. And in this really physically uncomfortable situation that is so precarious for their families, that is hazardous to their health, dangerous to their body, that is so uncertain, you know, they're coming up on a future that they can't fully wrap their minds around, Kirsten and Marta are comforting their dolls. That is the opening image of the American Girl literary canon. It's girls and their dolls. Kirsten and Marta have climbed into a big coil of rope that's on the deck of the ship that's protecting them from the wind. And they've got their dolls, these little sweet rag dolls. Kirsten's is called Sorry. I'm not sure if Marta's ever has a name. And they're telling their dolls that everything's gonna be okay. They use their handkerchiefs to wrap up the dolls so that they don't get cold, and they're sharing a bit of bread between them, and they feed the dolls first before the girls share the bread themselves. Girls and their dolls. Marta is really sweet and does seem like a kindred spirit to Kirsten. This seems like a friendship that's more than just convenience, although proximity is a large part of it. They seem to really connect, and they want to play in the same ways, and they just speak the same language of girlhood and friendship. But the first thing that we learn about Marta through Kirsten's point of view is that she seems thin and she seems cold. So not a great start. They're having kind of a nice time in the coil of rope, where at least they have fresh air and nobody's bothering them. But then we get our third character introduction of the book. This character is referred to in the text exclusively as Papa, and that is how I will refer to him, but his given Christian name is Anders Larson. He's introduced in kind of an imposing way. We see he has a wool jacket that's being blown out and flapping behind him in the wind like a cape, and he tells the girls they have to go below deck because there's a storm, and he lifts them out of the coil of rope one by one in a very dad way. And you get the sense that to both of these girls he is an authority and a figure of protection. Not to be reductive, but he has dad energy. We go below deck with Kirsten and get a really vivid description of how miserable it is there and how they're crammed so tightly together, and the air is sour and it's dark and just ugh. We also meet Kirsten's mother, Greta Larson, henceforth referred to only as Mama, and she has been seasick basically the whole trip. She's really going through it. And she mentions that she prayed for them to have no more storms until they reached America, and clearly her prayers have not been answered. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we don't hear about her praying for anything else for the rest of the books. And Kirsten tells her mother, "You'll be strong soon, I'm sure of it. Don't lose heart, Mama." I wanted to flag this because this idea of having heart is a really important concept throughout Kirsten's books, and it's interesting that it comes out of Kirsten's mouth first, because this is language that the whole family uses to encourage and to praise each other. And clearly, by this point, by the time she's 9, Kirsten has really learned this. This is something she's already internalized, that there is this thing, having heart, and it's important to have, and when you see somebody not having heart, you better tell them to have heart. You gotta have heart! While they are hunkered down waiting up the storm, we also get just some exposition about who they are and where they're going. And let me see if I can get this right. They are going to the farm of Uncle Olaf, Kirsten's Uncle Olaf, who is her father's brother. And he went from Sweden to Minnesota about 6 years ago and set up shop. And there he met a widow who was also from Sweden, named Inger, and Inger had 2 young daughters of her own. So when they got married, they made a complete family unit that is now Uncle Olaf and Inger, and then the 2 daughters, Lisbeth and Anna. So Kirsten's family is going to Minnesota because of a letter from Olaf saying that things are going pretty well in America, there's a lot of opportunity for them, but he could use some help on the farm. So if their family wanted to come over, they could set up in a house next door, and then they could work the same farmland together. That's the plan, and Kirsten is nervous and uncertain about most parts of this, but she does like the idea that she's going to have 2 cousins who are girls around her age. Elizabeth is a little bit older, Anna is a little bit younger, and she really hopes that they'll be friends. Finally, they make it through the storm and the end of their journey, and they have made it to New York. And there's a little bit of a bureaucratic hassle they have to get through on arriving at the port, because they have to be looked over by the health inspector. And initially the kids are really concerned about this because Mama's been sick, but the parents explain that the health inspector is only checking for really serious diseases like cholera that can kill you, and no one's worried because nobody here has cholera, right? Everyone is so relieved and just so happy to be on dry land. And Kirsten hears Mama whisper to Papa, "So many times I lost hope that we'd all make it to America." "You're a brave woman," Papa answered. "You have heart." All you really need is heart. Once they're off the boat, we have officially made a location change, which happens very rarely in these books, but happens a lot in the first book, so it's pretty exciting to me. And we are now in New York City. The Larsons are in the big city. Kirsten's a little girl in the Big Apple. She's very excited and very intimidated because it is a lot. The city is very intimidating for the Larsons because there's a lot of hustle and bustle, and there's ladies walking by in the big ruffly antebellum outfits, and and they need to do some logistical things like getting their money changed and booking their next passage, and they know that they are really vulnerable to being cheated, especially since they don't speak English. But things are looking okay right now. They're able to find a good agent who's going to help them with their travel plans, and Papa says, now that we're on land, we'll get our strength back quickly. He smiled. Don't lose heart.
You gotta have heart.
Mama smiled back. No, I won't lose heart now.
Miles and miles and miles of heart.
The same, unfortunately, cannot be said for Kirsten, who loses heart basically immediately. About 10 minutes after arriving in New York, she screws up just so bad. She tags along on just a little errand to get milk and bread, and she falls behind and gets lost in the hustle and bustle, and she is so tiny and confused in the big city, and this is kind of where you would expect something really bad to happen to Kirsten, because this could go really wrong really fast. But it kind of works out fine. I don't want to disregard the traumatic impact of the emotional experience that Kirsten is having here, because she does freak out, and she thinks that her family is going to leave her behind and go to Minnesota and leave her alone in New York forever. So that'll really mess you up. But from a functional perspective, she's fine here. This is not a big deal. She sits on a step and cries for a minute, but then she meets this really nice American lady who helps her out. The two of them don't speak the same language, but the lady gives her some water and seems open to listening. And Kirsten figures out that she can communicate what she needs to by drawing pictures in the dirt on the ground. She uses her finger to draw a picture of a sailing ship, and the lady figures out pretty quickly, like, oh, you're a recent immigrant and you don't speak English, you've come from the docks, great. I'll just walk you back there, that's an easy fix. And by the way, that little maneuver of communicating by drawing pictures in the dirt on the ground, that is a Mouseca-tool that Kirsten will use later, so put a pin in that. Kirsten gets back to her family and she's like, I thought you were gonna leave me in New York all alone, and they're like, no! And the sad times are not over for Kirsten, because she talks to Marta and realizes that her family is going to take a different route. They're not leaving at the same time for Minnesota, so they're going to have to separate. It is desperately sad. They hold hands, and Marta worries that they're never going to see each other again, but Kirsten tells Marta that her grandmother back in Sweden told her that whenever they miss each other, they can look up at the sun and know that they are seeing the same sun and pray for each other and have that moment of connection. So Marta and Kirsten promise to do that for each other. And Kirsten's really feeling destabilized by saying goodbye to Marta and has a moment of despair where she wonders if America can ever really feel like home to her, which is the big theme, and central idea of this book is what makes a home? How can America ever be Kirsten's home? Will the Larsons be able to make a home here? What is home? The next leg of their journey is a train to Chicago, and I think of a train as a really lovely and relaxing way of seeing the scenery as you travel through the Midwest, but this is not Kirsten's experience. For her, the train is yet another horrendously physically uncomfortable journey, because they are all just kind of shoved into a car and the windows are nailed shut for safety, and it is so loud and so hot and they're just jerking around, and Kirsten says she sees old people huddled together with their eyes closed and she thinks that they're praying that the train does not explode beneath them. So it's rough, and this is not like a 3-hour train ride, this is like a 3-day train ride, day and night, so they're miserable for a while, and the family just kind of doesn't speak and just bears it together, but finally they make it to Chicago. They stay for a couple days at a boarding house in Chicago, and Kirsten recognizes intellectually that this is not a luxurious experience. She kind of compares it to staying in her barn back at Sweden, but the family feels like they are absolutely at the Four Seasons, because they have a solid 4 walls that is on the ground and not moving, and they get to sleep in real beds. They get to do their laundry and cook themselves real human food and just feel like people again. And Kirsten is really encouraged by this, thinks that things are looking up now, and she's rewarded for this optimism by the best news of all. Marta is back. The two families' routes have kind of converged again, and she will be with them on the next leg of the journey. So the families talk together and they have dinner together, and Marta and Kirsten hold hands beneath the table. They are just excited beyond words. That illustration of the two of them running to embrace with their braids flying behind them, with the sheets hanging out to dry billowing around them. Kirsten couldn't believe her good luck. At last, America was beginning to feel like home, with good food, a real bed to sleep in, and best of all, friends. And to be clear, this is one friend. This is friend singular. But I think to Kirsten, this is the binary state of before she had no friends, and now that Marta's here, she has friends. Anyway, things are looking great for Kirsten now. I wonder why the next chapter is called A Sad Journey. How can this be sad when this is the only part of the journey that legitimately looks like fun to me, which is a riverboat on the Mississippi. They have this big festive looking riverboat called the Redbird. Nope, called the Red Wing, which is painted red and white. It has this big paddle wheel. And Kirsten tries to do what she usually does when she's with Marta on a boat, which is go up to the top deck and play with their dolls, but she is stopped before she can get up there. They didn't understand his words, but they knew his gesture meant, get down. Kirsten is just confused because this is not how things worked on the Eagle, and she brings it up at dinner, and her parents try to explain to her that that upper deck is for first class passengers. And when she's asking questions about this, they have a really strong response, specifically her mom. That deck is for rich people, Papa said. If we paid more money, we could go up there, asked Kirsten. Papa rubbed his forehead. We only have a little money left, Kirsten, and when we leave this boat, we'll still have to hire a wagon to reach Olav's farm. You've managed our money well, Mama said to Papa. To Kirsten, she said crossly, don't ask for so much. Kirsten was surprised. Mama never talked harshly to her. Why was she cross now? To me as a reader, it really seems that Kirsten is just asking for clarification about what is going on with this top deck, because she's learning a lot in this moment. She is at the exact same moment learning, number one, class distinction is a thing that exists, and number two, she is poor. It seems that she really gets snapped at for a pretty simple question, and it's clear that her parents are quite stressed about money. As the reader, you get the sense way more than Kirsten seems to realize that these parents are really on edge, they are really worried, and they are in a very precarious situation. They know how difficult what they're doing is by coming all the way to Minnesota with basically nothing and no one, and they know that things could go really wrong for the family, and nothing else matters but keeping the family alive and together. The Larson family unit rests on this bedrock of Papa's authority, and they hold obedience as an extremely high value. I will go into more detail later about how the Larson family functions, because I think in this particular book, it is hard not to be really hard on these parents, and I don't think that's necessarily fair, and I think the books as a whole present a really nuanced and compassionate portrait of this family culture and these parents as individuals. The things you need to know for the purposes of this recap are that in this family, what Papa says goes, period. And also that these parents are really stressed right now. And we learned that they're stressed about money. And we also learned that Mama is really stressed because she has heard that somebody on the boat got cholera. And then they died, because that's what happens when you get cholera, you die. And it's 1854, so who knows why some people get cholera and some people don't, and some people die and some people don't. Who knows? It's an unanswerable question, a mystery of the world. What can you do but pray? Anyway, unrelated, the next morning, Kirsten wants to play dolls with Marta, and she can't find Marta anywhere. Where is Marta? Marta is missing. And if you're thinking maybe this isn't unrelated and maybe actually Marta has cholera, you'd be correct. I lied. This is related. Marta has cholera. Kirsten learns this from Marta's father, who is quite literally white-knuckling this emotional experience, right? He is gripping a railing and his knuckles are white as he is just keeping this all inside. And he tells Kirsten that Marta has cholera and that even though she really wants to, she cannot go and see her. And this bit of dialogue is so heartbreaking and real that he says absolutely no one can go near Marta, of course not, because she has cholera. And in the same breath says that Marta's mom is with her. It is unthinkable for anyone to go near Marta. And it is unthinkable that Marta's mom would not be with her. Moms, man. But even despite that culture of unquestioning obedience that we just talked about, Kirsten can't help at least taking a peek at Marta, so she goes down and just pokes her head into the sick bay, and we see this really affecting illustration of her just peering into the sick bay, and we only see Marta from the back, but we see Marta's mother bent over her. Kirsten sees Marta just lying there moaning, and she describes to us what are all symptoms of extreme dehydration. And dehydration, of course, is like the hallmark of cholera, but Marta is also described by her dad as having a fever, and I've since learned that fever is actually not a symptom of cholera. This seems like a really weird detail to fudge, like it's such a verifiable, specific fact, and it seems weird that American Girl would have gotten it wrong, but there's a couple things that might be happening here. I think it's possible that Marta's dad is just like wrong that she has a fever, that really she's just dehydrated, or that she has another illness or infection at the same time that's resulting in a fever. Some people on TikTok mentioned to me though, and I was able to verify this as best I could, that during this period there were actually other diseases that aren't specifically cholera that would have been called cholera, so usually usually other illnesses that have similar symptoms of dehydration. So maybe Marta has something that we wouldn't think of as cholera, but would have been known as that to those people. I did plug her symptoms into the WebMD symptom checker, and it told me that it's probably just gas. Kirsten is really worried about her friend, but there's kind of nothing for her to do, so she just goes to bed and prays really hard on it and puts her faith in Marta's mom. And the next morning, Kirsten wakes up and things just feel kind of different, and she goes up onto the deck of the boat, which has actually stopped. They've actually put down a plank to the riverbank, and there's people carrying off a child-sized coffin. Marta did die, and Kirsten is watching Marta's parents hold each other as they watch their child's body being taken to be buried in this random spot on the riverbank where they will have to leave it behind. Kirsten is confused and in disbelief and a little bit of denial at first, and then all at once she just falls apart in her mother's arms and is near or in hysterics. This illustration, everything about this illustration is so beautifully rendered and so sad, but the thing that breaks me, the thing that really breaks my heart, are the little wisps of hair coming down the back of Kirsten's neck. I don't know if you have long hair that you've ever put in that kind of style, you know exactly those hair wispies, and it just feels so real and lifelike and also so young. That seems like such a little girl detail. That's the thing that just breaks me in that picture. The other thing that breaks me is this line of dialogue, which happens like 3 paragraphs after Kirsten is told Marta is dead. Then Kirsten felt Mama's arms around her, and Papa patted her shoulder. Enough crying. Stop now, Kirsten. Hold on, let me count. 12 sentences between the line of dialogue, "Our Marta died last night, Kirsten," and the line, "Enough crying. Stop now, Kirsten." It is a testament to how beautifully written and lifelike this book is that this comes across as heartbreaking and not just funny. Like, this could be an SNL sketch about an emotionally repressed father. Stop crying. That's enough. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Walk it off. You're fine. Rub some dirt on it. There is a child-sized coffin being taken to shore. It's not even on the ground yet, much less under the ground, and that is enough emotion. It's enough emotion. Stop crying now. And then to have that followed up with, "Let her have her tears." But Mama cradled her and said softly, "Let her have her tears." Which is so below the bare minimum of the emotional validation and support that Kirsten needs right now, that a child needs after watching the coffin of their friend being taken away. But in this book, it's beautiful. It's moving. So, Chapter 5, page 41 is up next. I feel like I haven't really gotten across how quickly these things happen because it takes me longer to explain them and to comment on them than it would be for me to just read the book to you. But everything I'm describing happens so quickly and it happens back to back to back. Anyway, this is how Chapter 5 starts. Get a load of this. It was raining when the Larsons left the Red Wing. Kirsten didn't watch the riverboat pull away from the dock. She didn't ever want to see that boat again, because Marta had died on it. She was lonely for Marta, and there wasn't any sun in Minnesota to look at with a prayer. Are you kidding me? God, so she's just standing there still reeling from the death of her friend, like, I don't know, yesterday or something like that, and there's not even any sun for her to pray on, so she just has to pray for Marta into the rain. And Mama, even Mama, okay, even Mama, let her have her tears, Larson, says, "Cheer up, Kirsten. When Papa and the boys come back with a wagon, it will only take a few hours to reach Olaf's farm." But that, of course, is too good to be true. That doesn't happen. When Papa comes back, he tells them that they're out of money. They don't have enough money left to rent a wagon, so they are going to have to walk the last 20 miles to Olaf's farm. Now, you might be thinking this is not the end of the world, right? I mean, it sucks, of course, because that's a full day of walking, and they are already so beaten down, and it's going to be in the rain. That's miserable, but ultimately, it'll be fine. They can walk, and then they'll be done. Then they'll get there. But it is the end of the world, and I'll tell you why. Because Kirsten has to leave behind her doll. Here's the problem. The Larsons did not bring very much with them from Sweden, but they did bring some stuff. They brought a few carefully chosen precious treasures, and then they brought a bunch of just functional, useful things. They brought really crucial tools and supplies and extra clothes that they know they're going to need. And they brought all the things with them in this big blue painted trunk. This is a really significant object throughout the series, so make sure you remember and keep tracking the painted blue trunk. Papa is going to pay a little bit for the trunk to be stored in town until at some point in the future they have enough time to take a day trip and bring a wagon down to town so that they can bring the trunk back with them to the farm. And until then, anything in there they will have to leave without. They can only take what they can physically carry with them the last 20 miles, and so the parents divvy up all of the most essential tools and supplies and clothes, and anything non-essential, anything that is a luxury or sentimental item, not that they have much of that, they're gonna put in the trunk. And that includes, sorry, Kirsten's doll. The doll that is Kirsten's one personal possession in the entire world besides the clothes on her back, okay? The doll that she played with her now dead friend Marta, that doll, you know, the doll that was her only friend in the world after Marta died, that doll she is leaving behind as she walks to her new home and the future in Minnesota. And Kirsten, who I would like to remind you all is 9 years old. Kirsten does it without question or complaint or even comment because you don't question what Papa says. She very gently lays the doll down on top of the other items in the trunk, and she kisses it goodbye, and she comforts the doll, tells the doll that everything's gonna be okay and they'll be back together soon. And then she closes the lid and she walks away. So Kirsten totally could have taken this doll, right? Like, we all understand this. Kirsten totally could have taken the doll. This is a rag doll. It is not big. It is not heavy. There are so many ways to make this work. Kirsten could have shoved it in the waistband of her apron, or like down the front of her shirt, or put it in her bonnet and tied it on there. There are ways to make it happen if you care. And I know that's not the point, right? I know that this is a story beat. This is a character moment for Kirsten. Okay, this is part of the overall arc of the story. And I don't want to try to like out logic this book, okay? I don't want to miss the emotional truth of the moment because I'm trying to logic out and like jack on the door geometry this thing to death. Because if we accept that it would have been totally physically and logistically possible for Kirsten to take this doll, unfortunately, the scene still makes just as much sense. As readers, we understand how important this doll is, okay? How much she and Kirsten have been through together, how much having this doll matters to Kirsten, okay? It's girls and their dolls, okay? This is so important. But it doesn't feel like her parents are thinking, hey, Kirsten, this doll is really important to you, but you have to leave it behind anyway. It just doesn't seem like they're thinking that way about the doll at all. As an adult reading the scene, I have like a strong emotional reaction to it, right? I think, oh my gosh, if I had been there, like that little girl would be going home with her doll. I don't care what we have to do to make it happen. I don't care what we have to jettison or what we have to sacrifice. Okay, this girl is making it home with her doll. There are ways to make this work. But Kirsten's parents, while they really clearly love her, are not in a mindset of thinking about taking care of her emotionally. They are doing something so difficult and so precarious on this trip to Minnesota with nothing and no one. And they could so easily die or get separated or just not make it there. And it's their job to make sure that they don't end up dead on the side of the road. It's not their job to care about Kirsten's doll. They're not sitting down and making a spreadsheet of what they can and can't take. It is a simple matter of putting down everything non-essential and picking up everything important that they can physically carry. And they're just not going to get into a negotiation about what specific things can and can't go, because all the kids are going to have something that's so special to them. Again, in this situation, it's hard to really judge these people's parenting too much because look at what they're doing. But it is really heartbreaking to see Kirsten's inner life and her feelings and her personal sense of self and safety be just completely disregarded. They're just not of interest to her parents. In this moment, Papa reminds the family to have heart. He actually says, don't lose heart.
First you gotta have heart.
And Mama says, it can't be helped. We'll send for them soon. People are more important than things. And we're all together and well, thank God. People are more important than things is another big, like, Larson family value, I guess. It's going to be repeated throughout these books in those words, and I think this is the first time we see it. It's a value that guides, especially for Mama, a lot of her decision-making and helps kind of explain why she treats her children the way that she does. Kirsten understands and appreciates this value, but she's also able to, throughout throughout the books kind of yes and it and provide some additional context as to why things matter to people and as to how things can be used actually to better understand and love and care for people. But at this point in the story, this is still an extremely simple maxim taken at face value, and it does potentially reframe this decision on Kirsten's parents' part as being one of care for her. Sorry is an object. I do not care about objects. I care about you, Kirsten. That's my job, and that's all I'm thinking about. As a reader, I care about the things I'm emotionally invested in throughout the book, and that's Sorry. I care about this doll more than I care about her brothers. But, you know, if this is the world you live in, if you are a person in this story, well, maybe that's not the right calculus when we're talking about human lives, so yeah, this is fair on Mama's part to say this. Anyway, they just trudge these last 20 miles to the farm. There's no other word for it. They're just trudging. And at last, they make it to Olaf's farm. Thank the Lord. I couldn't take any more of this. It is a really beautiful scene where these two families reunite, or I guess unite for the first time, most of them. And Kirsten's aunt and uncle and cousins are so excited and happy to see them. They've been waiting for days and days, not knowing exactly when they would show up, and they just run to embrace them. Kirsten's cousins are just psyched that she's here, and they immediately scurry away with her upstairs to get her clean and get her fresh clothes. They give her a hand-me-down dress, and we get to see Kirsten suit up into her iconic Meet Kirsten outfit. They give her the blue printed dress as a hand-me-down, and then she has her apron, and of course the iconic red checkered bonnet. And this is the Kirsten we know, right? This is Meet Kirsten, and this is an American girl, damn it. These girls, Lisbeth and Anna, they're so excited. They are chattering nonstop. They are telling Kirsten about everything in their life, and they're engaging in that very universal child language of look at this. You know, they just want to go, look at this thing, like look at all our stuff, look at all our little places. Not because they're really trying to brag or because they think it's impressive, but because that's just what they want to do. It's bursting out of them. They want all of these ordinary objects in their life. They want to show them and share them with Kirsten. Throughout these books, secrets and surprises are an important language of love and friendship, and that's the really big thing they share with her. They give her their biggest secret, which is this little fort they have in the trees where they play together, and there are no boys allowed in the fort. That's very important, and this so far has been purely theoretical for them because there are not any boys around, but now that Kirsten's brothers are here, this might actually come up, so it's very important that Kirsten doesn't tell anybody about this little fort. And Kirsten's absolutely not going to tell anybody because she instinctively understands what they're giving her. They are welcoming her into sisterhood. They are forging their own community, and they are welcoming Kirsten into girlhood with them by sharing their space and their secrets and their dolls, because that's what they do in the fort in the trees. They play with their dolls. It is such a beautiful moment, the three of them cozying up together in this fort, and Kirsten just feeling so at peace, so welcomed by them, and appreciating being together and being safe and clean and well fed, and appreciating the natural beauty of this place, and feeling like maybe this could be her home. And the homecoming all together with the whole family is, of course, beautiful and moving, and there is something special about them sharing a meal and becoming a larger extended family and establishing this as their homestead. But this to me is where Kirsten really finds home, where she answers that question the book has been posing about how America could ever feel like home for her, and it's this. It's her with her cousins in this sacred space of girlhood. And that's the final image of the book, Kirsten feeling so at peace and welcomed in this place as her cousins bring her in to play dolls. You know, let's go, let's play dolls. Kirsten, where's your doll? Now that we have met Kirsten the girl, the fictional girl, let's meet Kirsten the doll. This is Kirsten Larson, the American Girl doll. And isn't she adorable? When she launched in the 80s, you could get Kirsten from Pleasant Company from the paper catalog by mail order for $68, which is about $190 in today's money. That $68 would get you the doll itself, and she would always arrive in what people call her meat outfit, and also with her meat accessories, and then you'd also get a paperback of Meet Kirsten. I've seen it reported that an original 80s Kirsten is now worth about $1,000, and I don't totally buy that because of the listings that I have seen online on places like eBay. For Kirstens that are from the 80s, they have the white body and they're in good condition, and even then they're only about $400. Either way, that's the range that one of these dolls falls into. She's definitely worth at least a few times what she was sold for originally, but she is not a multi-$1,000 collectible. Anyway, she is just so adorable, so sweet, and her most recognizable feature is, of course, her hair. And I do have to point out that the bangs are very anachronistic. I do love the implication that during those 3 months on the Eagle, Mama was doing regular maintenance bang trims for Kirsten so that she could arrive in America in 1854 with this hairstyle. I've looked it up, and the generally accepted explanation for this is that all 3 of the original dolls had the exact same wig pattern and haircut, just for ease of manufacturing. So Kirsten just has the exact same bangs as Molly and Samantha, and it makes at least a little more sense in their periods. Kirsten has these bangs in all of the illustrations in the books, but none of the other characters have bangs. We meet a good number of other girls Kirsten's age, and absolutely none of them have bangs, so they definitely know this is wrong. But the iconic braid loopies, those are definitely accurate to the period. All the girls and women in the series have braids, and then they pin them up in different ways. I did not have a Kirsten doll growing up, but I knew girls who did, and I knew of Kirsten and of her deal. And I knew the thing with a Kirsten doll is that you must never, ever, ever take down the braids. Because once you undid her hair, you would never, ever be able to get the hair back to how it was, no matter how hard you tried. They will never be cute and neat and perfectly circular like they are out of the box. You know you shouldn't do it, but you want to. That's actually all you want to do. The braids call to you. You just want to mess with them. You just want to be able to feel and brush her hair, and you want to do her hair in the long hairstyles because there are a couple moments in the books where she has her hair loose. So a key component in owning a Kirsten doll is that tension of looking at the hair and knowing that you could mess with it if you wanted to, and wanting to, and knowing you shouldn't, and then doing it anyway, and then regretting it and having to live with the shame, which is a wild quality in a children's toy. So let's talk about the meet outfit, because when you bought a Kirsten and she arrived with her perfectly looped braids, she would be wearing the outfit described at the end of Meet Kirsten. Now, if I'm going to talk about the outfits, I really should have a visual aid, and I do not have a Kirsten doll because of the aforementioned $400-ness of her, but I do have something almost as good. These are Kirsten's paper dolls, a true vintage set of Kirsten's paper dolls, printed, I am pretty sure, in the mid-90s, much like myself. And the outfits for the paper dolls match the doll collection very closely, so I'm going to be using these as my guide and my visual aid. This is Kirsten. So at the end of Meet Kirsten, Kirsten gets a hand-me-down dress, which actually fits her quite well. But for when she gets taller, it has gross stripes at the very bottom near the hem, which is a delicious little historical detail that almost all of Kirsten's outfits have. They're just little pleats, like little tucks that allow you to put a bunch of extra length in the skirt, and I just love that the doll clothes have them, even though they are not going to be needed. And then of course we have the striped apron, which completes the red, white, and blue color scheme. So that would be the meet outfit. The doll would also have those like pantalettes that you can see peeking out underneath, and she would have stockings and little brown boots. And then there were a couple of items that would be considered accessories and could be bought separately, although usually when you bought the doll you would buy that bundle, like I said, that would have the outfit and the accessories and the paperback. So we've got her little sun bonnet, and then all of the meet outfits have some sort of bag for her to put her little trinkets in, and I've always really loved Kirsten's little pocket, and sometimes they just refer to it as a pouch in the materials, but a lot of times they call it a spoon bag, and I kept looking out in the books for them to explain what a spoon bag is, because it seems like the kind of little historical detail that American Girl loves to talk about, and they never do in the books. I was so sad. But they do explain it in a lot of the supplemental materials. I think actually there's a note about it in the paper dolls somewhere. Apparently this was a super normal thing to have a pouch where you had at least a spoon, but maybe also a fork and knife, because people would have meals at each other's homes a lot and they didn't necessarily have a ton of extra cutlery. So if you were having a meal either at somebody else's home or while you were working and you were outside or on the go in some other way, you would always have what you needed with you to eat. So doll Kirsten actually had a tiny wooden spoon, and then she would also have a handkerchief with embroidery around the edge. So that's kind of how you'd get her out of the box. And of course, we have, so adorably rendered, sorry, she has Kirsten's braid loopies. So not that I'm still mad or anything, but just to kind of prove something. Look at how Sorry fits in there in the waistband of Kirsten's apron. You could almost scrunch her up and put her in the spoon bag. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm not upset. And yes, you could buy a tiny Sorry doll for your Kirsten doll. So that's Kirsten's meet outfit. It's considered like her main outfit, but it is actually not the thing she wears during most of Meet Kirsten. She wears outfits from Sweden on the trip over and all the way to Uncle Olaf's farm. I love that they have her holding the milk jug, because this is the outfit she's wearing in that extremely sad illustration where she gets lost in New York City. And then she doesn't wear this much, if at all, in the illustrations, but she has a little scarf that looks kind of weird because you have to just put it on top of her face. And this is also an outfit you could purchase for the doll, although I think for a fairly limited number of years. Even though this is the first outfit Kirsten wears in the book, it actually wasn't introduced into the doll collection for a long time, I think until 1999. And I don't believe it lasted very long. I definitely don't remember it being in the catalogs when I was a girl. A good amount of Kirsten's collection was available the whole time that the doll was available, but there are a good number of outfits and accessories that were only around for a limited time, either because they were discontinued at some point in the middle or because it took a while for them to be introduced in the first place. So those are the two outfits that are directly related to Meet Kirsten. And if you wanted to go for full detail, you could also get a shoes and sock set and a hair ribbon set that would go with basically every outfit. And then not directly tied to any book, Kirsten had a nighttime collection. All of the girls had these with their pajamas and their nighttime routine stuff. And for a while they would call them Pleasant Dreams, like it would be Pleasant Dreams Kirsten was the collection, which I think is extremely adorable. So this is Kirsten's nightgown, pretty simple, but it does have this little quilted yoke to give it a little bit of extra warmth. You could buy for the doll the nightgown and then a robe, a house robe that went on top of it. Now the existence of this nightgown is kind of a plot hole, but we will have to talk about that later. I'm gonna give her Sorry to hold. The bedtime collection also came with a set of household items, so there was a little storybook and a really cool little stove for a foot warmer. There was a little lamp too, although it's smaller than this one. This is actually from a different page of the paper dolls and will be relevant later. And then there was also furniture with the bedtime stuff, and this would be like the bigger ticket items for the doll collection. There was a really cute little wash stand where you could put all the nighttime accessories, and then Kirsten's bed, which was big enough to lay the doll down. And you might recognize the color scheme and the designs on that furniture, and yes, those were all patterned after the iconic blue painted trunk, which yes, you could buy for your Kirsten doll. All of the original dolls actually had a trunk of some kind where you could store the doll itself and a bunch of the doll items. They were really nice. They would be one of the most, if not the most expensive items in the collection. And so for Kirsten, they made the blue painted trunk into the trunk for the doll in the collection. So you could, if you wanted, reenact the entire experience and take your tiny Sorry doll and put it in your trunk, and then take your 18-inch Kirsten doll and have her walk away. Now, a quick note about geography. When the Larsons talk about going to Minnesota, there is no U.S. state of Minnesota yet, so they're going to the Minnesota territories, which includes land that becomes parts of other states. Minnesota is admitted as a state a couple years after the end of Kirsten's books. So during the time we see the Larsons living in Minnesota, they're in that kind of pre-statehood limbo. They are considered to be within the USA, but they don't have a senator, you know? This is a map from 1850, so this is still about what things would have looked like when Kirsten moves to Minnesota. And again, if you're starting from absolute zero in US history knowledge, you may notice that this map looks like a hot mess. This doesn't look stable? And no, it is not. Now, Kirsten's narrative stories are not the only Kirsten books I have. Those paper dolls came in a set. Well, you could get them individually, but you could also get them in a set of Kirsten's pastimes, which also includes, no, not that one, Kirsten's craft book, Pioneer Activities for Girls of Today. And I thought our little interludes would be a great opportunity to crack open some of these crafts. I'm not gonna lie to you, a lot of them don't look very fun. This is very historically accurate of them, but kind of a bummer. And I think the first craft I want to do in honor of Sorry is this yarn doll. The only type of doll sadder than a rag doll. You'll notice the doll pictured is this beautiful, rich golden color. And that color is achieved not out of the box, but by another one of the crafts, dyeing wool yarn with onion skin. I have some 100% wool yarn here. It called for cream, specifically, not white. I also spent like $10 getting cream of tartar and alum, both of which I will use a ton of in just one dye batch. Now it says this recipe is for 12 yards worth, and I will need to do this math in my head because I'm recording with my phone. They told me, my elementary school math teachers told me it would be like this, that I wouldn't always have a calculator, and they were right. Okay, this is 18 inches. Oh, so that's actually good. So front and back of this is a yard. So that 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna go soak this in soapy water. All right, the yarn is all done and dried. It is a little bit annoying to have gone through so much hassle for such a tiny amount of yarn, but I am super happy with the color on it. It is so rich and lovely, and it looks just like it's supposed to. I love when that happens, and it has not been happening a lot with these books. So I'm gonna go forward to the Pioneer Playthings section for the yarn doll. And oh, what a coincidence, it needs 12 yards of yarn. I didn't bring anything I need over here. It wants me to make a little cardboard template. I don't think this template needs to be quite so exact, but I am following the directions. Ew. The picture does it really neatly. All right, and then I tie it off. Well, the doll needs hair, apparently, and I did not save any hair from the dyed yarn to make hair with because it did not say to do so. So I'm trying to decide if it will look weird to use the undyed yarn for the hair, or if this is gonna look like a Simpsons character with bleached hair. We're just gonna try it, and we're gonna make Kirsten's braided hair loopies. Yeah, it's really cute, but it's just too small, so I'm gonna try doing like 3 strands for each strand. 3 strands I think might actually be a little bit too big, but I kind of like the idea of this doll having comically disproportionate braids, so maybe that'll be okay. You know, it's really easy to be cynical about the girls and their dolls plot lines in this book because, you know, these books are being published by people who are trying to sell you dolls, so yeah, of course, dolls are the most important things in the world. And some people are like really cynical about the doll collections overall for that reason, the way that they work with the stories, because they write these stories and make these beautiful illustrations of how wonderful all these objects are, and you hear stories about how the girl cares so much about these objects, and oh, look at that, you can own these objects for your very own doll. And people aren't incorrect to notice that. I mean, Pleasant Company is trying to sell you $20 doll outfits, and that's kind of hard. And you know, Pleasant Company was a business. It was trying to sell you stuff, trying to make money. Like, I don't have any illusions about that. But I'm not as cynical about the girls and their dolls storylines as some people are. I think they're just true. You know, Pleasant Company didn't invent the doll in 1986 to sell you things. They're observing and reflecting something that's been important and been held sacred by girls for a long time. It is interesting to me that the doll in this story is such a different kind of doll than an American Girl doll. When Pleasant Rowland talks about why she founded the company and how she came to have the idea to create these dolls, she talks a lot about seeing a gap in the market when she was trying to shop for dolls for her nieces and friends' kids that were 7 to 10 years old, and seeing a gap between the baby dolls that allowed kids to play at caretaking and the teen or young adult fashion dolls that allowed kids to imagine being older and having a more interesting and glamorous life and kind of model the things that they see from adults in their lives. She says she designed American Girl dolls to reflect back the girls that were playing with them, that they would see their own age and development and interests and emotions reflected back at them. But just as Pleasant Rowland had trouble finding those dolls in 1986, they also weren't really a thing in Kirsten's time and place, and she does not play with Sari that way as though she's a peer. She plays with Sari like a baby doll. She takes care of her and comforts her and dresses her and feeds her. And normally the idea of baby dolls is that kids are mimicking their parents in their caretaking activities. They see their parents taking care of either them or younger siblings, and they want to repeat that. It's the same reason that they want to sweep the floor and do dishes. They don't care about those things. They're just modeling what they see adults in their space doing. And there's some of that going on with Kirsten and Sari, but a lot of the time, the way she interacts with Sari does not reflect the way anybody is interacting with Kirsten. Kirsten is giving Sari the love and attention and affection that she is not getting, which is so desperately sad. I don't even know what to say, which makes it all the more devastating when Kirsten has to leave Sari behind, because it seems like her parents aren't just saying that the doll isn't important. It's like they're saying love and care and support and attention aren't important, which honestly is kind of borne out in their actions throughout the series. Not that they think they're completely unimportant, like, you know, they love their kids and they do want to spend time with them and encourage them and support their interests. but it's not more important than the other things they have to worry about. Kirsten and her story are often associated by Pleasant Company and by American Girl with these values of determination and steadfast pioneer spirit and hard work, and those are admirable qualities, and we see them being quite valuable in the stories, but we also see this sort of darker side to the way that the Larson family practices them. This family has never seen Maslow's pyramid of needs, but I think if they did, they would really gel with it, and they would believe that if you aren't meeting those needs on the bottom, or if you're insecure about those needs on the bottom, not only are you not achieving the higher needs of emotional connection and community and self-actualization, but you can't. And you shouldn't try to. Like, you should actively jettison anything that you're concerned with emotionally or personally or spiritually, because somehow that's gonna give you a better chance at survival. And that's what they know to be true. These books show that at work and show it working in a lot of ways. But they also, I think, show moments where that perspective really fails. And some of the other books and other stories will start to complicate it a little bit in ways that I think are really interesting and valuable. And Kirsten will find throughout the rest of the books that this isn't entirely true, that curiosity and following your drives for interest and pleasure and fun, that also helps you get through the day and also helps you build your future. Determination and hard work and not losing heart, these slogans, these taglines for Kirsten's story, and they're present, but they're not necessarily what they're about. They're about everything else. They're about values that compete with those ways of living. These are good books, man. Anyway, let's try to do the hair loopies. Is she giving Targaryen? Yes, a little bit. Is she adorable? Oh, yes. You think a depressed person can make this? No. I mean, look at her little loopies. Don't look at the back of her head. The back of her head is a little bit unfortunate. I'm gonna call her Onion Heiress the Unboiled. We have seen the paper dolls. We have seen Kirsten's craft book. I would like to introduce to you one last activity book, Kirsten's cookbook, a peek at dining in the past with meals you can cook today. This cookbook is an absolute trip. There's always an inherent weirdness in a cookbook that's geared towards kids because they have to simplify things in weird different ways to make it accessible, but then there are a lot of steps in these recipes, like almost all of them have at least one step that just says, have a grown-up help you do XYZ. I will not be cooking every single recipe here because there are a lot, but I'll be cooking a fair number of them, and I've picked a selection that I think are interesting. I've tried to pick ones that show up in the books because not all of these do. Like, there's a recipe for Swedish meatballs in here, and those are not mentioned in the books, but I will be cooking them because you gotta. I really like this introductory chapter. There's a bit about cooking on the frontier and a lot of really narrative-focused descriptions of what day-to-day would be like for Kirsten, especially when it comes to cooking and all of the surrounding chores that lead to their food, because she would have been involved in a lot of the farm chores that would get them eggs and milk and the staples of their diet. There's also a tips for today's cooks, which again is like geared towards children, and about half of these are some form of don't be annoying. A lot of these things are just things to avoid because they will annoy your parents and make them regret buying you this book. Like, please clean up the things you spill. Please tell your parents what you're going to be doing. There are 3 sections. There's breakfast, dinner, and favorite foods. And each of them has this really beautiful photograph where they've taken a girl to model and put her in like one of Kirsten's outfits and made all the food and made this like full little scene that has the whole world. This is what I'm talking about. The world was real. It was immersive. Anyway, super exciting. Some of these recipes look amazing. Some of them look extremely questionable. And I can't wait to get started. All right, dinner tonight is Kirsten's Swedish meatballs, which are not mentioned anywhere in her book, and I'm a little skeptical that she would have eaten them, but they are clearly the most Swedish of all foods, so they've got to be in the book. Wow. Pairing this dish with the finest instant mashed potatoes. Got some of the smaller ones, which seem a lot more like meatballs, and then the sort of crumbly meat sauce that happened when I chopped up the real major mistakes. I think they look just okay. They don't look great, but they look fine. I'm not grossed out looking at these. Okay, that's That's actually kind of delicious. I was honestly not expecting much, given my various failures in technique, but these taste really good. I'm not super sure what lesson Kirsten learns, but I think it may have been the wrong one. The American Girl canon event of learning a lesson is twofold, because this is the school story, right? So it's an opportunity to dig into the details of what school or what some sort of informal education was like for this girl in this particular place and time. But this is really a canon event about peer relationships. She is set up to be learning a lesson and growing in this school context, but actually the lesson she's going to learn is with her friends. So compared to Kirsten's first book, we are not slowing down at all in terms of how quickly events are going to come, because there are essentially two full storylines happening simultaneously in this book. This book starts in November, which for Kirsten's community means that the harvest is over and the kids are able to go back to school. So even though she's been in Minnesota for several months now, this is the first time she's going to go to school since leaving Sweden. Kirsten is super nervous about starting school because of course she is, regardless of the circumstances. Being the new kid is tough, right? It's going to be intimidating to start fresh in a place that she's unfamiliar with, but she is extra scared about starting school because her cousins keep telling her stories about their teacher and how fierce he is. They use that word a lot, fierce. He is so fierce. And by fierce, they mean he hits the children. And I feel like you're going to hear that and think I'm talking about raps on the knuckle with a ruler, which also happens. And to be clear, that also counts as hitting children. But they tell a story about this dude whose name is Mr. Coogan literally punching a child in the face with his fist. So there's really no limits here. The girls are being, pretty insensitive about this, especially the younger one, Anna, who just keeps telling stories about how strict this guy is. And Kirsten is worried, and Anna totally brushes it off. She said, "He's mean, but he'll never hit you, Kirsten. You're too nice, don't worry." The three girls walk together to the one-room schoolhouse, which is in a cute little log cabin, and there's a wood-burning stove, and it's near a stream, and there's a gender-neutral outhouse, and Kirsten is really unsure about that whole situation. But fierce Mr. Coogan is not there. They learn that over the summer he was thrown from his horse, and he shan't be returning to school. So they have a new teacher this year, and her name is Miss Winston, and she is 19 years old. She is 19 years old and is the sole adult in the building managing this school of maybe a dozen children across all ages, which is the idea with a one-room schoolhouse. It's all the children of the community learning in one room together regardless of age. We learn that not only is Miss Winston 19 years old, but the oldest student in the school, whose name is Amos Anderson, is also 19 years old. He is her same age. And he and Miss Winston, I'm just gonna say it, there's a lot of sexual tension there. Kirsten notes that Amos has a mustache and is much taller than Miss Winston. She has all the students introduce themselves formally and reminds them to call her ma'am. And when Amos Anderson introduces himself, we get italics on the ma'am twice. We get italics on the honorific twice. You can't tell me that's not sexual tension. Amos Anderson, ma'am. He bobbed his head instead of bowing. "Which reading book are you using, Amos?" Miss Winston asked him. "I finished the third one, ma'am." He winked at the girls' bench. "Only the third? How old are you?" Miss Winston asked. "I'm 19, Amos drawled. "Same as you." Miss Winston tapped her palm with her ruler and considered him. "Yes, Amos, I am 19 too, but I am the teacher and you are the student. I'm here to help you read and do sums, the way a man must if he wants to make his way in the world. Please set a good example for the others." Amos's face turned red. He looked at Miss Winston closely. "Why don't I go draw a bucket of water so that the children can all have a drink before we start in reading?" he said. "Thank you, Amos. That's a good idea." Are you kidding me? The way that Amos refers to all of the other students as the children when he's talking to Miss Winston, they moved on from this so fast, and I don't understand how I'm supposed to pay attention to anything else that happens in this book while this kind of chemistry is clouding the air. I'm also going to read for you Miss Winston's opening monologue. She has a little speech that she gives to the children to kick off term, which is the most terrifying thing I've ever read in my life. She's still holding that ruler that she's been beating against her palm, and she suddenly turns around and cracks it against the stove. "My father could not be a ship's captain if he weren't in charge of his crew. I couldn't be a teacher if I weren't in charge of my students." Again, she raised the ruler high and smacked the stove. "This is your first lesson," she said. "Miss Winston hit the stove." Miss Winston is the subject of that sentence. Hit is the verb. The direct object of hit is the stove. Be careful that the direct object of hit isn't the student. Do you have any questions? No one said a single thing. Yeah, no kidding. No one said a single thing. What do you say to that? And in addition to establishing that she too is not afraid to hit the children, Miss Winston really establishes what this school is here to do and doesn't really mess around with like the most important thing being that you learn your letters and numbers. She's pretty clear that this is first and foremost like a social and cultural project, and that what they're here to do is teach these children the appropriate gender roles in their society and also to differentiate them as civilized compared to the indigenous people of the area. You will not talk out of turn in my classroom. Although we live in the woods, we are not savages like the Indians. And Miss Winston repeats the sentiment several times in their first day, that they are civilized, they are ladies and gentlemen, and they are not savages like the Indian. I think it's important to quote the book here, but obviously this is not language that I would be using if I weren't quoting. Despite the fact that Kirsten has a front row seat to the Amos Anderson and Miss Winston show, she does not enjoy her first day of school. She's actually pretty miserable because Powder Keg School is entirely in English. It's taught in English, and Miss Winston only allows them to speak English in the classroom, and Kirsten barely knows any. She has picked up some over the summer with her cousins who speak English, but it very little, and definitely not enough to be able to learn fluently in English. On the way home for the first day of school, the three girls stop at the little fort in the woods to play doll. And to be clear, the cousins have their dolls. What Kirsten has is, I guess, a doll in the most technical definition of the word, but it barely counts as a doll. It does not have a face or any other defining features. It is an old stocking that has been stuffed with grass and tied on the end. It is the saddest thing I've ever seen, and Kirsten calls her Little Sorry, named after her beloved doll Sorry, who of course is still in the trunk in town, and who knows when they'll ever see each other again. It's fine, I'm not upset about it. Kirsten plays with her sad sock doll with her cousins, and they've all got these cute little mud cakes that they've made with berries for the dolls, and they talk about their day, and the girls sort of reproduce what they've seen from Miss Winston to their dolls, and are sort of really strict and scolding to them, and they repeat the language that Miss Winston has used about being civilized and not like an Indian. Kirsten asks her cousins about this. She asks them what savage means exactly, and the girls kind of pull a face and say that it means wild in the sense of a wild animal. The cousins actually say that they've encountered some different perspectives and different stories about the native people of the area, and that some people say they're cruel and bloodthirsty, and they did see one once and he looked really scary, but then other people say they've been really helpful and they've had productive trading relationships with them, and the one they saw, to be fair, didn't threaten anybody, wasn't hurting anybody. Anna says that they have magic that allows them to come and go without being seen and heard and just appear, but Elizabeth says they just wear soft shoes and that's why you don't hear them. And Lisbeth shares some things that she's heard from her father, Uncle Olaf. He says that if we plant crops on their hunting land, the wild animals will go away. He says the Indians won't have enough to eat then, and they'll surely be angry. I don't know. Papa says we need the land too. Kirsten is only becoming more miserable at school because Miss Winston has assigned them all to learn and recite a poem, in English of course, and she needs them to recite it with feeling and remember all the words, and this is such an impossible task in Kirsten's mind. This seems insurmountable because she can barely wrap her little mind around individual English words, and the idea of learning this entire poem really just sends her into despair. And Miss Winston is not being particularly encouraging to her and not really meeting her where she's at. And Kirsten just wants to leave and never come back. And you really feel her discomfort and despair. It describes it really beautifully. To Kirsten, the words seem to swim on the page like tadpoles in the stream. She wished she could just vanish from Powder Keg School like a ghost disappearing into the night. But of course, that's not where Kirsten is going to learn her lesson, right? She's not going to learn it at school. She's not going to learn it with Miss Winston or her cousins or Amos Anderson, right? She needs to learn it from a peer. She needs to have an interesting and challenging peer friendship. And that doesn't happen until chapter 2, when Kirsten is fetching water from the stream and she sees this girl. Among the cattails, she saw a dark face watching her. Dark eyes, black hair, the fringed sleeve of a deerskin dress. An Indian girl stood right there. Kirsten held her breath. The Indian girl looked at her without blinking. "Hello," Kirsten said softly. The Indian girl didn't speak or move, but the words startled the deer away into the pines. When Kirsten looked back from the deer for the Indian girl, she was gone. I feel like I'm reading a lot from the book this time, but I have to because it's not just what happens in this one, it's really how it's told. Kirsten is kind of stunned by this encounter, and at first she's a little unsure it even happened because it was over so quickly, but when the girl left, she dropped a bead on the ground, and Kirsten picks it up and then she replaces it with one of the mud cakes from the dolls. She thinks that if the girl comes back to this same spot by the stream, she'll see the cake and she'll know that Kirsten was trying to make contact. And this seems a little bit silly to me because if I wanted somebody to notice an object sitting in the dirt, I wouldn't choose an object that was itself made of dirt. But the cake is decorated with shells, and so it's clearly made by human hands, so I think this will work. I mean, it obviously does work because that's what happens next in the story. She comes to the stream later on and the cake is gone and it's been replaced by a feather, and they start this little back and forth ritual of leaving little trinkets for each other. Just small things, but intentional enough to know that somebody is specifically trying to reach out. Beads and buttons and leather and strings, just little household objects, little paraphernalia of girlhood, and Kirsten starts to collect these little treasures, and she keeps them with her all the time as these sort of talismans, so that when things get tough at school or she's feeling really miserable about learning English, she can know that they're there and know that she has this little secret. These were her secret treasures, and the Indian girl was her secret friend. At school, when Kirsten was tired of writing and numbers, of trying to learn her poem and trying to please Miss Winston, she daydreamed of running off across the prairie with the Indian girl. They wouldn't need to talk. They'd run faster than the wind. The fact that this is a secret, the idea that this girl is Kirsten's secret friend, and the ritual of exchanging gifts is a secret to everybody in her life, her cousins, her parents, everybody, is present from the very beginning. And as the reader, we never see Kirsten decide to make this a secret. She just instinctively knows that she's not going to tell anybody. She never shares with the reader her reasoning. It's not that you can't figure out reasons she might not want to tell people about this relationship, but she doesn't share those. They're not explicit on the page. It's just sort of understood naturally by Kirsten and by the reader that she's not going to tell anybody. And of course, the fact that it's secret makes it all the more precious to her. One evening, Kirsten decides that it's finally time. She wants to properly meet this girl. She wants to talk to her face to face, and she waits by the stream for as long as she possibly can, just trying to be still and hoping and praying that the girl will come, and she does. She leaves a little snack as her gift, and she waits, and then the girl approaches and she eats the food while she's looking at Kirsten, and they're all just very still, very wary of each other. They're approaching this very cautiously, but eventually the girl does step forward. It's a really beautiful moment as these girls just take each other in stillness and in silence. And the girl takes out the gift that she had been planning to leave. It's this little clay pot, and Kirsten takes it and smiles, and they're establishing a little bit of warmth. And then the girl reaches out to touch Kirsten's braid. Kirsten's got her hair in the looped braids, and the girl seems really fascinated with them, and she reaches out and she touches them and gently strokes the hair. And the two of them, who know that they don't share any language, are able to communicate how happy they are to meet each other and how much they want to offer friendship by engaging in that, again, that universal child language of, here, look at this thing, look at my stuff. Kirsten is so excited. She's just pulling stuff out of her pockets to show the girl, and she shows her that she's kept all those little trinkets and treasures. She's showing her her apron and her handkerchief, and she calls things pretty. She keeps repeating that word pretty to try to communicate her delight with everything, and the girl kind of repeats those syllables back to her, and Kirsten thinks, oh my gosh, she's saying pretty, and I'm not totally sure that she is. I think she's really just repeating the syllables, but we'll let Kirsten have this one. Kirsten realizes it's getting late, and she wants to arrange another meeting with the girl, and she pulls out that really useful mouse tool from last book, and she starts drawing in the dirt on the ground. She draws a sun setting behind the horizon, and she points to the real sun setting in the sky, and the girl seems to understand because she draws the same symbol too, so hoping that they've made plans to meet again the next evening at sunset, Kirsten watches the girl silently go away, and she goes back home. Some time passes, I think a week or two, although the book doesn't say exactly, and Kirsten continues to meet the girl in secret, and they share some words with each other until they have enough vocabulary in common that the girl is able to share that her name is Singing Bird, which is a real relief to me that I don't have to keep calling her the girl. At this point, Kirsten calls them the best of friends, and she continues to indulge in that fantasy about just running away with her. And Kirsten does one day bring Singing Bird back to the doll fort in the trees where she plays with her cousins, and this time we do get her making a conscious decision to make this secret. Lisbeth and Anna might be cross if Kirsten took someone into the fort without their permission, especially an Indian. But Kirsten had decided to take a chance. Kirsten invites Singing Bird into the fort the same way she was invited into the fort at the end of the last book. And she's welcoming her into her secrets and into her space and into symbolic girlhood with her. It's so special. Singing Bird seems pretty delighted with this, but she is much more excited to ask Kirsten to come back and see her village and see her teepee. She makes a little teepee out of twigs and leaves and to explain to Kirsten that she wants her to come home with her. Kirsten is not sure how she's going to make this work, but she knows she wants to make this work. She's very excited, so they use their little symbols and they make plans to meet the next morning. The next morning at breakfast with her parents, we see Kirsten not just omit the truth, but fully lie to her parents about where she's going and what she's doing. And she says she wants to go to school early to work on her poem. And her parents are very impressed and very encouraging of her learning English, so they tell her to go. And she does something that I've always remembered since reading the book. For some reason, this is the visual that stuck in my mind from this particular book. She takes one of the pancakes and she wraps it around some breakfast meat and she has a little meal on the go. And I always thought that was so cute and so clever. You're gonna tell me this is just a breakfast wrap. This is just a McGriddle. This is just pigs in a blanket, but it's not. It's different because she DIY'd it. It's an invention and it sounds delicious. She meets Singing Bird by the stream and together they take the short walk to her village where there are some other children and a few adult women as well. And they all seem to have the same reaction to Kirsten that Singing Bird did. They're a little cautious and quiet, but mostly they're curious and they have this warmth toward her. A few of them even do the same thing and really gently touch Kirsten's braids. Singing Bird really wants to show Kirsten her spot, so she takes her into her teepee where her father is, and Singing Bird's father introduces himself as Brave Elk, and he clearly was expecting Kirsten and understands who she is, so it seems that Singing Bird has not kept this relationship a secret from her family. Brave Elk seems to know a fair amount of English, so he's able to communicate to Kirsten that he recognizes that she is Singing Bird's friend. He calls her Yellow Hair. He seems to want to communicate that she's welcome there, and he makes a comment about Kirsten teaching Singing Bird her English words. My English words? That surprised Kirsten, but she thought Brave Elk was right. Kirsten realizes in this moment that she's never thought about it, but she hasn't been speaking Swedish with Singing Bird when they try to share vocabulary. She's been sharing English words with her without consciously choosing to do so. This sharing of language has been mutual. She shows Brave Elk that she does know a few words that Singing Bird has taught her, like teepee and moccasin, but in this sharing of language, she hasn't been using the language that she grew up speaking. She's been using the language she's acquiring in school right now. And Kirsten doesn't seem conscious of why. She's just kind of realizing that happened. And Singing Bird is just jazzed that Kirsten is here, and she does the thing where she's like, look at all the things, look at my sewing kit, look at my little spot, look at this, look at that. And she takes Kirsten to her little corner where she plays and shows her doll.
Girls and their dolls.
No, I got lipstick on the book. It's really beautiful, but Kirsten isn't able to stay for long because she's got to get to school and, be miserable. Meanwhile, at school, here's what's been happening with the school storyline. Kirsten's miserable, it's just going terribly, and she feels like a failure every single day. She has really just been knocking her head against the brick wall of learning this English poem with very little progress or success and very little encouragement from anybody, and she just hates it so much. And that's part of the reason why she thinks all the time about running away with Singing Bird. And things only get worse for her when she learns that Miss Winston is going to come stay at the Larson farm. She's going to move into the house with her aunt and uncle and cousins, which means she will be next door to Kirsten herself, and they'll spend a lot of time together because the two families often eat meals and do activities together. This is essentially Kirsten's nightmare, right? This is the worst case scenario, and she just loses all hope learning that this is gonna happen. She feels like the safety and security of home, of this place where she doesn't have to feel like a failure and doesn't have to try so hard to just communicate her thoughts to people, is now being taken from her, and it's gonna be taken over by Miss Winston, who's gonna demand things of her, and is gonna bring her ruler and start hitting her at home. And she's not entirely right, because, Miss Winston isn't hitting them at home, and generally things are just a lot more relaxed and casual. Miss Winston isn't in charge there. But she's not 100% wrong, because her parents do expect that at the dinner table when Miss Winston is there, they won't speak Swedish. It'll be only in English, which is hard for them because really only the little cousins know English well enough to have a fluent, smooth conversation. It's a bad time. Only Anna is really enjoying herself. Anna is jazzed that this is happening. This is the best day for her, that her beloved teacher is going to come be with them all day and she can show off her English all day. The girls are also really interested just in the fact that Miss Winston is a young woman. Like, this is an adult woman who is not their mother's, that's going to be a model of like being a lady to them, and they're very interested in the clothes she has, specifically in the under things she might have. It's a little weird, but I get it. They're really interested in just the trappings of womanhood that are going to come along with her. We don't really get to see what sort of underwear Miss Winston brought, but we do get to see something else she brought, which is a ship in a bottle. The model ship is meant to look like her father's real ship. Her family is back in Maine, her father's a sailor, and it's a little memento for her to help remember her family that she's so far away from now. And the ship in the bottle actually becomes this moment of connection for Kirsten and Miss Winston. And they're talking about sailing, and Kirsten starts sharing her memories of the Eagle and the crossing from Sweden. And Kirsten just starts talking and just starts spilling out of her in a way that we never see her get to say, like, sentences stacked together in basically any other context. She starts talking about the crossing from Sweden and how difficult it was and how some people even got sick and died. And she doesn't say Marta's name. She doesn't specifically mention a girl, Marta. But you as the reader know she's talking about Marta. She's talking about this experience without directly talking about it. We haven't really gotten to see her express her transit-related trauma from book 1. And she probably never has. Like, she probably never has really sat down and shared this with another person. And this is as close as we ever see her get. So it's really moving. And Miss Winston seems really moved and affected by it. But she points out to Kirsten that she gave this whole little speech in English. And just like with Singing Bird, Kirsten realizes that she was expressing herself in English without even really thinking about it. And it seems that English is sort of this useful vehicle for her to express this trauma. Miss Winston gives Kirsten a new poem to learn. She says, forget about the other one. Here's a new one. It's a simple 4-line verse. And this one is about being on a ship. It's about feeling the breeze and the sea air on a ship. And she has Kirsten read it, and Kirsten reads it really well. Kirsten works on it, and after a few days, she's ready to recite, and she gets up in front of the whole class, and it's really scary, but she closes her eyes and she thinks about the sensory memory of being on the deck of the Eagle, and she recites the verse, and she's able to do it all without making mistakes, and she did it. There you go. Miss Winston says she did really well and that she's proud of her, and her cousins congratulate her, and Kirsten's still kind of coming off the adrenaline of performing in front of the whole class, but she's kind of pleased. Miss Winston can see that this was kind of a lot for Kirsten, so she lets her be the one to go get water from the stream at midday. And while she's out at the stream, still coming down from this experience and this victory, really, Kirsten sees Singing Bird. They usually don't see each other like randomly in the day, and we've never seen Singing Bird this close to other white children. But it's pretty urgent. Singing Bird has to talk to her now because she's leaving. Her family is leaving. Actually, her whole tribe is packing up and leave. They share enough vocabulary that Singing Bird is able to express to Kirsten in English that there's no food. There's not enough to eat. The deer and the buffalo herds have moved on, and they need to go follow the food. When Kirsten understands what Singing Bird is saying, we see her explicitly making the connection to what she had heard earlier on in the book. She remembers hearing that the farming is going to displace the natural wild animal herds, and she realizes that essentially, Singing Bird's family is in danger of starving because her family and her community has moved in. And that's about as far as she gets. She doesn't make any more connection beyond that or think through the ramifications, but she is able to draw the line between the Swedish settler community and what is now happening to Singing Bird's community, and that they have to leave because they've been displaced. Singing Bird says that they're going west. She calls Kirsten her sister, and she asks her to come with them. It is not super clear from the book if this is really an invitation being issued by the community, to adopt Kirsten, essentially, if Singing Bird's dad said, yeah, go invite Yellowhair, or if maybe this is Singing Bird just going rogue and just bringing her bestie along on their trip to find new hunting grounds. I think it might be the latter, but regardless, Kirsten is getting this invitation and she is really thinking about it. Kirsten seriously considers it, and she goes back to that fantasy she has about running away with Singing Bird and abandoning all of the pressures and responsibilities and all of the English and the Miss Winston and the everything, and just living as Yellowhair and being in sisterhood with Singing Bird. and having no cares, just being in this really warm community that she dipped her toe into. Kirsten really wants to. She wants to go, but she doesn't because she kind of feels like she can't, like she has to stay. But how could Kirsten leave her own parents, her brothers, her cousins? How could she leave the cabin under the pines? If she didn't come back home, Mama and Papa would be wild with worry. They would think she was lost. They might even think she'd be killed. And they would never give her permission to go with Singing Bird. No, I can't come with you, Kirsten said. I want to come, but this is my home. I can't leave my home. Singing Bird is sad, but seems to understand, and she gives Kirsten one last souvenir. And Kirsten asks her if she'll ever come back. And Singing Bird shrugs. She doesn't seem to know. And she says, we'll come back if the deer come back. And then she walks away and disappears silently as she always does. So Kirsten has now lost BFF 2 of 2. Just disappearing into the trees, probably never to be seen again. And so she just gets water. And she walks back to school. And she sits in her seat and she accepts Miss Winston's praise. She gets a cute little certificate for learning her poem. And that's how the book ends. That's it. Kirsten wonders what's going to happen to Singing Bird, but knows she has to be here because she belongs here. Not in like a, oh, I belong here, but like a, I belong here kind of way. Everybody's really happy for her for learning English. And the book just stops there. Welcome back. Yes, I am still here. Time has passed for you, but it is not for me. Isn't that funny? I showed you Kirsten's painted blue trunk mere seconds ago, but you have learned more about Kirsten since I saw you last. And now it is time to talk about Kirsten's school collection, which I really like. This is another part of the doll collections that has exactly the same elements for all the girls, with just the particular items swapped out for the period. The original covers for the Learns a Lesson books have actually a lot of objects in them. They have the girl in profile sitting in her seat at school, and then have a bunch of objects around her, and basically for all of them, anything you saw on that cover you could get for the doll. So Kirsten has her very cute little red dress. The paper doll shows her here with a slate that says dog, 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 which is a little sad considering how like mean Miss Winston is about that. Now apparently the pattern on this dress is significant for doll collectors because the very earliest design had a little bit of a different print. It was like a cross or a division sign, and then in the mid-90s they changed it to this more sort of abstract floral print, and that's the version that's in the paper doll. It's the later version. Paper doll also has this extremely cute lace collar. This is maybe my favorite thing in the whole paper doll set because it's a great paper doll item. Like I feel like paper dolls should have a lot of interchangeable parts that you can mix and match. And it's also just a great little detail that is historically grounded because any embellishment like that, you would want it to be removable for laundering. So she's got that cute little collar she can wear with anything. There is not a collar for this dress in the doll collection. And actually to my knowledge, there aren't any removable collars in the doll collection, which is a shame. What the doll collection has is the shawl that's in all of the illustrations in the book. The note on the back says that Kirsten would have called it a heart warmer. So that's very cute. All the school collections would then have their school lunch, so you could buy for the doll her little lunch time that she takes to school with a couple food items. This has a tab, like she's supposed to be able to hold it, but none of these have like a slit where her hands are. So I don't know how she holds that or the bag. I figured it out. There is another dress in the paper doll set that they put with her school collection. For the doll collection, this is called Kirsten's work dress, and it's considered an extra outfit, so it's not paired with any book in particular. Well, they label it as the work dress in the paper doll set, but it's different than the pictures I've seen of the work dress for the dolls, which has these really cute puffed sleeves. So I'm not super sure what's going on with that, but this dress, which is meant to go with the school stuff for the paper doll's purposes at least, does let her hold her things. So I've solved the mystery of how she's going to carry her things to school. I guess when she wears the red dress, she just doesn't. We also have this weird sort of pouch. It says Kirsten's slate bag. She doesn't have her slate separately, just the one that's on there. We have the ruler and slate pencils, so tiny. And those were all things you could buy as her school accessories along with the slate itself. Oh, and I can't forget her reward of merit. Put that in your bag. And then you could also buy the school bench. For most of the girls, you could get a whole desk. But Kirsten doesn't have a desk. She sits on a long bench. So you could get just essentially a shortened version of the log bench. Extremely cute. Very ridiculous.
Long about April, you can see it in the people's eyes. They're tired of winter, tired of shoveling snow and slipping on ice. They start thinking about the summer fun. Yeah, they're ready to rock when the warm weather comes. Unpack your shorts and your flip-flops. Start counting down the hours till Friday, 5 o'clock. Got the windows down, music loud, heading to the lake now. For some burger flipping, skinny dipping, blue ribbon sipping, shining on the water. 10,000 beach firelights on a Minnesota summer night.
Now those pancakes that I so admired in Kirsten Learns a Lesson, they are a recipe in the book. So this morning we are making Swedish pancakes. These aren't like big fluffy pancakes, they're like crepes and then you roll them up with filling. It suggests a jam, and I did make myself some apple jam. And I have made crepes before, so I think this should be pretty easy.
It's time to take your baby by the hand. Get out under the stars with your toes in the sand. There's just something about that big old northern sky that makes it so easy to kiss your troubles goodbye. Whoa.
Okay, so my first attempt was not good, but that's the whole idea of a first pancake, so that's okay. I tossed that one. The second one was also not good, and I take full responsibility for that. The third one looks good. It looks very cute. It is extremely greasy. It's good. I think mostly what I'm tasting is the jam, but the pancake's pretty yummy. It is so weird that this recipe tells you to use a tablespoon of batter, because I went back and I made some with a lot more batter that were a little closer to the size of crepes, like not quite as big, but like the size of my pan. And those turned out so much better. Like they're so much easier to handle. The consistency is better. I don't know why you wouldn't just do them that way.
Minnesota summer night.
If I'm honest, the stenciled box is barely a craft. Okay, it's just get a box and then paint the box. But the design is clearly inspired by the blue painted trunk, which is such an iconic object in the series that I had to do this one. I was hoping this could be an all Dollar Tree craft because mine usually has a fair amount of paint and little wooden boxes and stuff, and I found most of the stuff there, and that's what I started with. I bought the bare minimum necessary acrylic paints, and then I painted this little crate a really horrible shade of blue. Then I remembered I had some light blue paint samples like wall paint, and there was plenty in there to do this. Ended up using light blue and then pink wall paint. It's actually this color paint. And I did the crate as well as this cute little box, which is from Joann. I don't really paint it all, and I just freehanded this, so I'm pretty pleased with how that looks. I'm gonna add some details with Dollar Tree's finest metallic paint marker and talk a little bit about the Larsons, because I've been promising to do that. I'm realizing that I never properly introduced Kirsten's brothers because they just aren't that important in Meet Kirsten, so I'm gonna put a family tree up on the screen for you. So we have Lars, who is 14 at the time they moved to Minnesota and is in most contexts treated as an adult by the family. He is still definitely in the household and under the parents' authority, like just as completely as the other siblings are, but it seems that the expectation from him is that he's essentially doing a man's work. He's just kind of still in an apprentice stage. But he does go to school, which does a little bit surprise me. Like that is something I'm a little skeptical of historically. I'm extremely skeptical of Amos Anderson still being at school at 19 years old. Who is financing his life? Who is bankrolling him to do no work all day? But he is just not seen in the books a whole lot, not nearly as much as Peter, because he is with Papa doing like man's work all the time. And I think you could tell that Peter is very aware of this, that he knows that Lars is being sort of brought into this man space that he doesn't have access to yet. And as the books go on, we get more and more mentions of him sort of putting on airs to be like father and talking about what the men are doing and wanting to be included in that. Peter is 5 at the time of the move to Minnesota. He is definitely still contributing, definitely expected to do chores, but there are also a number of times when we see that he's being taken care of a little more, and specifically Kirsten is sometimes tasked with taking care of him, with helping to teach him and feed him and take care of him when Mama's not able to. And I think through Peter, as well as through Kirsten herself, we get that portrait of the sort of half childhood that she has, where she is in many ways a child and being treated as somebody who doesn't know anything by her family, but also lives in a society where there's just a very different concept of childhood than we have today, and is in many ways expected to be a tiny adult. Now, one way that they are not treated like adults is in voicing their opinions, essentially. I alluded to this in Meet Kirsten. The family culture is very well established by the time we meet the Larsons. That's something that I think makes the family feel so real, makes these characters feel vivid, even with a small amount of time on page, is that we don't start from zero, we start in the middle, and we arrive with this family that already has figured out how they work as a family unit, and that unit rests on the absolute ironclad, unquestionable authority of Papa. They hold obedience as a very high value for them. It's extremely important. And what they mean by obedience doesn't just involve doing what Papa says, it involves doing it immediately and unquestioningly and silently. Most elements of this family culture seem to have been in place back in Sweden, like this seems to have been how their family operated from the beginning, but that particular element seems to have been heightened. This idea that it's not acceptable for the kids to question, to ask questions, certainly not to argue with what the parents say, but not even to expect an explanation as to what's going on, that seems to be new, or at least very intensified on the crossing over. The Larson parents are super stressed out. They're doing something very difficult and dangerous, and they don't want to hear it. And they don't seem to differentiate between Kirsten asking questions and Kirsten questioning them. And there's this honestly hostility towards her just doing what is normal for a kid and looking for the boundaries in her world. Reading especially Meet Kirsten, but the whole series, it's hard not to be very judgmental towards these parents, which I don't think is entirely fair. Not only because it was a different time and they're in a very different culture that has different understandings of childhood, but also because in that window of time we see them, particularly in Meet Kirsten, they are in such a precarious situation. So I'm torn between wanting to admire these parents for all that they are doing and sacrificing and building to get their family out of what sounds like a really bad situation in Sweden. They never fully explain to the reader what was going on there, but Kirsten makes some references to it. She alludes to the fact that she knows what it's like to be hungry. So when Papa and Uncle Olav talk about coming to Minnesota to find opportunity, they're not really talking about increasing wealth or even not struggling anymore. They're talking about not being in a situation where they're in danger of starving. So what business do I have being judgy of characters that are literally escaping starvation and trying to make sure that their kids survive? But I can't help it. I'm so frustrated with them because they have such a complete disinterest in Kirsten's emotional health and her inner world and her day-to-day experiences. And you know, Kirsten didn't ask to be here. She didn't ask to be born. Are the Larsons good parents? It's like the least interesting question you could ask about this topic, right? This is fiction, and it's more interesting, like, to talk about whether or not this is truthful and what this means for Kirsten. And I think it is truthful, right? Partially because of the setting. You know, I think if you looked at other families from this time and place, you'd see very similar attitudes towards their children. And part of it is specific to them as characters. I think that these parents grow and change throughout this series, and you see a shift in the way that they talk to Kirsten and the way that they treat her as they settle into their new life in Minnesota, perhaps as things feel a little more stable. I find myself really drawn to these characters on reading through this series as an adult because they're probably really close in age to me. And when I think about myself or think about the friends that I have that are that age, I mean, I'm a millennial, so everybody I know that age just has dogs. But I think about the two of them as a couple packing up their 3 kids and all of their worldly possessions in a couple trunks and going across the ocean. That would be extremely daunting now, when the whole trip would take 10 hours and nobody would die on the way. And going back to the idea that an American Girl story is supposed to show things that are always the same and some things that have changed a whole lot, I think that having such depth to the relationship between Kirsten and her parents is a huge part of that. It makes me think of that quote from Lady Bird, that "I love you, but do you like me" moment. It's really audacious, I think, and beautiful for a children's book to show this story of parents who love their child but don't especially like her, aren't taking care of her emotionally at all, either because they can't, or they don't know how to, or they don't know that they need to. Anyway, look at my pretty box. Now with white highlights. Maybe I'll put the yarn doll in here.
There's just something about that big old northern sky. It makes it so easy to kiss your troubles goodbye.
It's a lovely morning for a Kirsten breakfast, and by morning I mean it is several hours after morning. This is more of a Kirsten brunch, but all of the breakfast recipes in this book take like an hour. I'm not doing that for breakfast. So today I'm making Swedish rice porridge, and I've never had rice porridge, but I am an oatmeal girly. I like oatmeal, and I make it with cinnamon and apples and raisins, which is the same way that the porridge is prepared, so I'm pretty optimistic that I'll like it. And then I'm also going to bake up some of the ginger cookies. I made those a couple days ago, but I still have dough in the fridge, and so I'll have fresh baked morning cookies.
Our lobster tins, we danced all night to our favorite bands. Come on, come on, yeah, come on, come on. I said yeah, 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 yeah.
So as I'm sure many of you saw coming, that tiny pot was just too tiny for this recipe. I got thrown off by the fact that it was only 1 cup of rice, and I thought that didn't seem very big, but it was 4 cups of milk in there, so it was too big for the pot, and it boiled over after like 5 minutes. So I transferred it to the bigger dish that I should have used in the first place and finished the 45-minute or so simmer, and now let's finish it off and give it a taste. At least the cookies are delicious. The first time I made these, I rolled them out thinner, and so they came out crispier, which some of my friends that I gave them to actually really like that. They said they like the crisper cookie, and I think that does make more sense as a pocket cookie, but I like them when they're a little softer, and so the bigger ones, and I pulled them out of the oven just a little sooner, so I'm really happy with these. It looks pretty nice. It smells kind of bad, but I think what I'm smelling is the remaining smell of scorched milk from the first pot. I'm supposed to take out the cinnamon stick and put in some vanilla and then serve it with honey and cream. Swedish rice porridge. It tastes like scorched milk. The consistency is very good, so I think overall I did it right. But yeah, you can tell this was burned in the first pot.
On a Minnesota summer night.
Kirsten Learns a Lesson is a story about language, and it's a pretty weird story about language. What happens in this book only makes sense in a world where English is intrinsically superior to other languages. If we entertain that as part of the world building, that English is just better, then the plot is intelligible. It's a story about communication and the difficulties of communication, and the beauty and validity in ways of communicating outside of formal spoken language, of the tactile communication of smiles and gifts that children intuitively understand, and that transcends the barriers of spoken language, making it, in some ways, not even necessary, unless it's English. Through the unique magic of English, different people from different cultures with their own languages can find a shared universal vocabulary that, for some reason, they could not do with either of their native languages. Kirsten discovers that she can speak of the trauma she experienced in the last book and convey her emotions with nuance and beauty, but only in English. She can't do that in Swedish. This incredible power of English makes it worth the extreme difficulty of learning it at school, because that would be totally unnecessary if English weren't somehow better. This community that the Larsons have joined is all Swedish immigrants. They are first-wave immigrants that have essentially formed an ethnic enclave where they have no reason to stop speaking their native language. They will get along totally fine continuing to speak Swedish, even if they start adding some English vocabulary in to use in particular situations. But that's not the best thing to do. That's the easy way out. The right thing to do is to abandon Swedish for English. Once these characters are forced to stop speaking Swedish within the home because of the presence of established American identity and academic knowledge in the form of Miss Winston, that then leaves room for English to take its rightful place at the top of the language hierarchy. So that's pretty weird, right? I want to discuss these books as literature, right? They deserve to be analyzed that way. I think we have done children's literature a huge disservice, especially in the last 10 or 20 years, by disregarding its artistic value and considering it only in terms of teaching the right lessons in the right way. And these books have so much more to offer than that. In fact, that's something that was really refreshing for me reading these in 2023, that they are so much less didactic than you'd expect. These books are full of ambivalence and ambiguity and are way more interested in presenting something true than making sure that everybody gets what they deserve. And these are explicitly educational products aimed at children. That's how Pleasant Company sold them. The publisher is making a promise that part of their mission is to teach, and they are marketing these stories to children with the understanding that these books are probably a child's first introduction to some of these topics. There's a real responsibility there. I think this series is a great springboard to a really productive discussion of American history with a child, if you use it well. If you are in dialogue with the kid reading it and you're able to bring in additional context and a wider view and ask questions, then it can be really valuable. But while you can read this book alongside or to a child, they're not meant to only be read that way. It's not like a picture book where the only way it's assumed a child will know the story is if somebody reads it to them. These are books for an age group that's old enough to read independently, and these books will be read independently. It is absurdly negligent, in my opinion, that this book would bring up such serious and sensitive topics and use such harmful language without providing any context or any nonfiction information for the child reader. I haven't yet talked about the looking back chapters, which are included in every one of these books, and even though they're very short, they're a really important part of what the American Girl books are. Like I said, it's quite short, it's really only a few pages, but it has a bunch of text, and just as importantly, a bunch of pictures that are either photographs from the time, or photographs of existing artifacts, or there's some paintings and drawings that were made contemporaneously. And the one for Meet Kirsten is all about 19th century immigration to the United States, and has a lot more detail about what the day-to-day was like on a ship, what are some reasons people immigrated, what kinds of things did they take with them. It asks the reader to consider what they might take if they were going to move halfway around the world. It even has a cute little map of Kirsten's journey. Meet Kirsten is a fiction book about travel, and then we have this nonfiction section at the back about travel that gives some context. These books have made a promise that as part of every single book, they will step out of the fiction to provide historical context at the end. Theoretically, this should mean that they have the freedom to give these fictional characters dialogue that is maybe inaccurate or ignorant or even represents harmful attitudes, because they have the opportunity later to directly give the reader facts. The looking back for Kirsten Learns a Lesson does not discuss Singing Bird or her tribe at all. There is no mention of Indigenous people in the entire chapter. The whole looking back chapter is about pioneer schooling and the everyday details of a one-room schoolhouse. That's what the whole thing is about. That's what apparently the book was about. Wasn't that a great story about school we all just read? Yes, it's Kirsten's school story, and it's about school and nothing else. And seeing this after reading through this book, I was stunned. Like, do you think you just told a story about what it's like to be in a one-room schoolhouse? Do you think that was the main thing? It is stunning to me that there is no discussion of Indigenous people, of Singing Bird's tribe, of anything about the relationship between the Native people and the settlers, and that there's not even a little note about the language used in this book, whether that's simply outdated and inaccurate language like Indian, or whether that's words like savage that they use that are actually extremely offensive and harmful. I'm not even trying to judge whether it's okay that those things are in this book. There's a real debate to be had about use of offensive language in children's stories and whether or not the potential educational value of it outweighs the potential harm. I'm not going to solve that issue today, but given that that language is in this book, it is very possible that this book would be a child's first introduction to this language. And they're seeing this language used by authority figures and by friendly child figures that they're meant to identify with and like. If you're going to do that, if we accept for the sake of argument that it is appropriate to include that kind of language in this children's book because of the educational value in presenting history truthfully, then provide the education. Don't teach this language to a child without telling them in no uncertain terms that it is never acceptable for them to use. The story contains some discussion among characters about whether the term savage accurately or correctly fits different Native people, and Kirsten comes away feeling that it definitely doesn't fit quiet, gentle Singing Bird, but that is not the same thing as understanding, with the wider view that would be possible in a nonfiction chapter, that it's not actually a matter of whether it's accurate to individual people, but that it's a word used to dehumanize, especially along racial lines, and that it's not okay to say even to somebody you do think is wild and scary. And I'm talking about this particularly when it comes to white readers, because these stories and all the stuff for the 3 original American Girls were aimed and marketed mainly towards middle and upper class white girls. But of course, they are not the only ones who ever picked up these books, and you have to think about the readers of color, particularly the Native readers, when you look at the way this book drops pretty harmful and intense language and descriptions without a lot of indication from the outside of the series that that's what you're gonna get. Looking ahead a little bit, none of the looking back chapters in Kirsten's main series do anything to fill in the gaps of the characters' ignorance and prejudice when it comes to the Indigenous people in Minnesota. So when, for example, the Larsons call all Indigenous people Indians without any differentiation or specifics, even if that is a truthful and accurate way to present the way the Larsons would have talked, and we can argue about whether or not it is, but even if it is, you're not constrained by that in a nonfiction section. You can point out that the Larsons have neighbors from multiple different tribes, and that it's inaccurate to conflate them and say, hey, here's a map of all of the Native communities in Minnesota in 1850. Here's the group Singing Bird belongs to. Here's what a teepee is and why they use them. Here is what happened to them and why Singing Bird is hungry. Maybe even look ahead a little bit and talk about where she goes after the book. This is the kind of context they offer for other aspects of Kirsten's life. This complete disinterest in providing even a baseline of knowledge about the Indigenous people in Kirsten's world and about Singing Bird and her life is shameful and frankly indicts the entire book. I think this story is beautiful. I think there's great educational value in it if there is an adult there filling in those gaps, sharing some context, shaping the child's reading experience. But I say that knowing that that isn't the book's intention. And I don't think intention is the most important thing when it comes to art or value, and that accidental beauty is still perfectly valid. But it is important to make that distinction, that the value that this book still holds, in my opinion, is totally serendipitous. The framing of the book and the nonfiction context tells us the book that Pleasant Company was trying to produce. And it tells us the level of care and responsibility that they felt in handling such painful and serious aspects of Indigenous history, and that was no care and no responsibility. This will get a little better in time. In 1999, Pleasant Company releases a full nonfiction volume, Welcome to Kirsten's World. I will talk about this in more detail later because I want to keep things in publication order, but this book does bother to get into some specifics and offer some context about those fictional representations of Indigenous people. But this is 13 years later. That's for an entirely new generation of girls at this point. And it's great that they're trying to play catch up, I guess, moving into the 2000s, but that's completely different from the intentions and the outcomes of this book, this story, published in 1986. I think you could argue that this book belongs at the beginning of a period in American media that includes Dances with Wolves and Disney's Pocahontas. You sort of have to consider them progress because the bar was set so incredibly low for fictional representations of Native Americans by white people. And those stories garnered a lot of easy praise because in that media landscape, representing the Native characters as human was seen as like revolutionary. These stories are very sympathetic towards the Indigenous characters, which is definitely better than presenting them as monstrous and subhuman, but sympathy is not the same thing as respect. Which brings us to Singing Bird. I have not yet mentioned the Dolls of Our Lives podcast. It used to be called the American Girls podcast, and it's a good place to go if you want even more recaps and discussions of American Girl books. The podcast is by 2 working historians, so they bring this really interesting and well-informed perspective, and if you don't like my opinions about things, they have different ones usually. The Dolls of Our Lives ladies, Alison Horrocks and Mary Mahoney, are even harder on this book than I am. I am really disappointed in that looking back chapter and some things about the framing, but I still think there's a lot of beauty and value in the book if it has the right context. They are a lot more critical of the story itself and especially the writing of Singing Bird's character. Their reading is that this friendship is rather one-sided and that Kirsten is projecting hard onto Singing Bird and imposing her English words on her, and that Singing Bird as a character isn't really given an inner life outside of Kirsten. They definitely have a point, although I see the relationship differently. I don't think Singing Bird knows any more about Kirsten than Kirsten and the reader know about Singing Bird. And I think these 2 kids have a more emotion-driven, elemental relationship. That's a kind of friendship that kids can develop very quickly without necessarily any knowledge of each other. I think that's beautiful and that's true. And even then, I can see that this Indigenous girl offering Kirsten a more elemental kind of relationship relationship is playing into stereotype. The podcast episode gives a lot of examples of the way that Singing Bird is characterized and written in many ways like an animal.
Kirsten sees this young person whose name is Singing Bird, and she says, "Hello." The Indian girl didn't speak or move, but the word startled the deer away into the pine. When Kirsten looked back from the deer from the Indian girl, she was gone. And if you read through the full scenes, it's like you're saying the deer and Singing Bird are almost indecipherable in terms of how they act and how they react to Kirsten.
The book invites a lot of comparisons, not just to birds, but to deer. And that scene of Kirsten leaving out food by the stream, hoping that Singing Bird is going to come so that they can talk, is written a lot like Kirsten is trying to lure and trap an animal. And the idea that Kirsten could just easily adopt native ways and is obviously welcome to run away with Singing Bird's tribe, you can definitely see in that storyline imperialist attitudes that indigenous ways are just sort of there for the taking, and also a long history in fiction and in nonfiction of a kind of racialized anxiety about white children running away with or being kidnapped by tribes. All of this to say, I find this to be a very beautiful story about two little girls coming together and understanding each other in an intense emotional way, even though they come from such different communities. But if you're grossed out by this book, you're not wrong. And me too. The way that Singing Bird floats around the edges of Kirsten's world and challenges boundaries and identities is very reminiscent of the way that monsters function in stories.
The girls introduce this idea of Indian magic, which is obviously a very offensive concept that has a long history itself of sort of having a fantasy of otherness onto indigenous people that you both kind of are fascinated by, but also find repellent or misunderstand because it's so different from white culture.
In the Anglo-American fantastic tradition, the dark other is the spectacle, the monstrous thing that is the root cause of hesitation, ambivalence, and the uncanny. This is Ebony Elizabeth Thomas's The Dark Fantastic, which I strongly recommend, and I was really reminded of when thinking about Singing Bird. She lays out a very nuanced and academic theory of the dark fantastic here that unfortunately I will not do justice by pulling out just a piece of it, but I wanted to bring in her idea about a cycle of the dark fantastic. The dark other, she says, is the engine that drives the fantastic, and she observes it experiencing the same cycle in a bunch of different stories. And the cycle begins with the dark other emerging from the margins and appearing as a spectacle, especially of visual difference. In the second step, hesitation, the presence of the dark other interrupts the waking dream of the fantastic. The book specifically focuses on fantastic storytelling, especially fantasy and science fiction, but I think in many ways the way that historical fiction in the American Girl books functions to like transport the reader to this other world, I think it does in many ways function as like a speculative genre, and I think a lot of this still applies. And I think I see this cycle in Singing Bird, and when she arrives, the way that the text kind of dwells on the physical racial difference between her and Kirsten, the way that her very presence kind of challenges and defines the white settler society that we just got to know, and what it means that after she's introduced, we see her suffer, and then we see her leave the narrative. Although the dark other is necessary for the fantastic, her presence is unsettling. She is not supposed to be there. Although she must be contained, subjugated, and ultimately destroyed. This leads to the third phase of the cycle. The dilemma created by the presence of the dark other must be resolved with violence. Post-colonial theorists might say that this violence occurs because we cannot deal with the strong fear, desire, and longing that the dark other elicits. Thus, the dark other is subject to textual violence, which often results in character death. Yet this death is not permanent. When the dark other is defeated and catharsis is reached, their present absence nonetheless haunts the story, which represents the fourth step in the cycle of the dark fantastic. And we'll come back to that last bit. This is Singing Bird's journey in the book. She enters the story as a strange spectacle of physical difference, causes hesitation, causes a personal identity crisis for Kirsten, threatens to take Kirsten essentially from her proper home, and then experiences the threat of starvation and is forced to leave, which is essentially physical violence and a symbolic death. And I'm gonna tell you right now, we don't see Singing Bird for the rest of this series, and as far as we know, she could be dead. But she also could be alive, and she could at any moment come back, and she's still present in Kirsten's memories and in Kirsten's knowledge in the way that she has changed Kirsten's relationship with her own home, and we will see her continue to haunt Kirsten's world. Let's go read Kirsten's surprise. Kirsten's Surprise is much simpler plot-wise than the first two books, but there is still a lot to talk about. The first chapter of this book is called Pestering, which is actually extremely sad because that is how Kirsten is thinking about herself in relation to her parents. She is painfully, acutely aware that her desires are a bother to them. She knows she shouldn't ask them for things because it's not going to help. It's only going to piss them off. But she can't help it because she's 9 and she wants things. The Larsons are coming up on their first winter in Minnesota, and they're from Sweden. They've seen winters before, but they are expecting this winter to be a lot harder. And because it's their first winter, there is a ton to do to get ready. Kirsten's parents, especially her father, are working basically nonstop to get everything done that they have to get done before the first serious snow. And luckily they have a little more time to do this than usual because winter seems to be late, but they're still on the clock. Kirsten doesn't really see Papa a whole lot right now because he's outside working on big infrastructure projects. You know, he's putting up snow fences and insulating the cabins. They have to butcher and smoke meat for winter. But Kirsten does get to spend a lot of time with Mama, and while her parents are still very strict about not allowing argument on what their plans are, there is a lot more room for things to be explained to Kirsten and for Mama to kind of let her in on their thinking about what their family values are and why they're making the decisions they're making. Kirsten's still going to school at this point, but when she's at home, a lot of her chores are done alongside Mama, and they have some opportunities to talk about these things, and the book begins with a really lovely scene while they're baking together. Mama tells Kirsten to take a little piece of dough and make a tiny loaf of bread for her doll, and I was just so moved and so relieved to see Mama validate the importance of this kind of play for Kirsten and go along with her treating the doll as somebody that needs to be taken care of in their family. Kirsten is still playing with the sad, faceless, stocking doll, Little Sorry, and she mentions that she misses Real Sorry, which is of course still in the trunk in town. It's actually not in the original town that they left it in. At some point it got forwarded to Maryville, which is about 10 miles away, and so usually in the series when they go into town, they're going into Maryville. Now there is a Maryville in Minnesota, but this is not that Maryville. This is a totally fictional made-up place, which confused me for a while because I thought maybe I'd be able to triangulate the location of the Larson farm, but it is nowhere. There's not an actual location for any of these things. So Maryville is about 10 miles away from the Larson's farm. So that's where the blue painted trunk is right now. It's been shipped as far as the general store in Maryville. The general store owner is keeping it there, and that has Sorry and a bunch of other precious treasures of the Larson family. The trunk feels tantalizingly close to Kirsten because it's only 10 miles away, right? Like, she can taste it. It's right there in Maryville. But that is how busy they are right now. This is how much Papa has to do before the first snow that he can't take what would probably be about a half day of daylight, half of a work day, to take a cart or a sleigh all the way down to town, get the trunk, and bring it all the way back. Everyone in the family has special things in that trunk, and there are actually still a few things in there that would be useful. Kirsten mentions that Papa had some hand tools left in there, and they have some extra blankets in there, so it would be really helpful for them to have it, but they just don't have that kind of time. And Mama really takes the time to help Kirsten understand why this isn't possible right now. She reminds her of some of the Larson family values. Work comes before play. I believe this is the first time we're hearing this, but this is a strong sentiment in the next couple of books. And of course, people are more important than things. And Kirsten, for the first time, starts to complicate this value. She pushes back against it just a little bit. She acknowledges that people are more important than things, but she also knows that things help us feel connected to people, can help us remember people and help us deepen our love for them. She remembers the special celebrations they've had with some of these objects. Some of these things have been handmade by their loved ones that they've left behind in Sweden, and she knows that these objects can help foster a feeling of connection, help deepen their family bonds. And she expresses all this to Mama, who really just agrees with her. She says, no, absolutely, you're right. She calls Kirsten wise for understanding this. The two of them have a moment speaking together as peers, just reminiscing about times back in Sweden with these things in the trunk. And Kirsten's kind of caught off guard when she realizes that Mama is clearly getting emotional. Mama is reminiscing about her mother, saying goodbye to her mother, knowing that they would never see each other again as they all packed up the trunk together. And obviously, Mama is getting emotional saying this, and Kirsten's a little confused. Kirsten was surprised to see tears in Mama's blue eyes. She didn't know that Mama could get homesick too. Mama, are you all right? Kirsten asked. Abruptly, Mama turned and shoved the bread tray into the cupboard. Of course I'm all right. We have this beautiful moment of bonding and true emotion and realizing, oh my gosh, Mama is a person. But there's a limit to that. Mama tells Kirsten not to ask Papa about getting the trunk because it's not going to happen, but she can't help herself, so she asks anyway, and Papa says, no, it's not going to happen. We have way too much to do before winter comes. So Papa's working basically nonstop, and Mama seems pretty busy, but Kirsten actually has a little bit of leisure time right now. She definitely is doing chores, but she does have time here and there to just relax, just play with her cousins, which is not true in all of the seasons or all of the time periods that we see in this series. So she's still attending school with Miss Winston, and she has some time to play dolls with her cousins. Her cousins have their dolls. She has sad, stalking little Sorry. And one day while they're playing with their dolls, they get to talking about Christmas time. It's December now, and Kirsten mentions St. Lucia Day. Kirsten is pretty surprised to learn that her cousins have not heard of this at all. They do not know what she's talking about with St. Lucia Day, but this is a tradition that Kirsten's family celebrated every single year in December back in Sweden. She describes a tradition where on December 13th, the feast day of St. Lucia, at 4 a.m, the oldest girl in the family wakes everybody else dressed in this St. Lucia outfit. So she's got a long white dress with a red sash, and the iconic thing is that she's got a crown of evergreen leaves with real lit candles in it. The house is all dark, but she comes in with her crown glowing, and she has a tray of coffee and pastries, and she wakes everybody up for a festive St. Lucia breakfast. The cousins are totally enchanted by this because of course they are. It's awesome. And they decide they absolutely have to celebrate St. Lucia Day this year. And they decide, as is their custom, that it should be a surprise. It will be even better if the three of them keep it a secret and then surprise the family with it on St. Lucia morning. To be clear, it doesn't have to be this way. There's no reason this has to be a surprise. Like, it's still an enjoyable tradition when everybody knows it's coming. They've made the decision that, like, it will be extra special. It will be really this wonderful moment if everyone's surprised by it. But because it's going to be a secret, they have really limited themselves in their ability to get help pulling together all of the components of this tradition. They decide to let Miss Winston in on the secret, which is a very good idea for a lot of reasons, but it allows them to borrow some of her candles for the crown because they know if they use some of Mama's candles, even if they only took a few, she would definitely miss them. They're able to DIY the crown. They pick up a grapevine and some wintergreen on their way home from school, and we get a little bit of a women in STEM moment as they trial and error making a crown that'll fit Kirsten's head, and eventually they figure out they have to pre-measure her head and then braid a crown to those specifications. The only thing left is the dress. They absolutely need to have a long white dress for that iconic St. Lucia look, and that one is proving to be the issue. And Kirsten knows that the dress she wore last year, which is actually just one of her nightgowns, is in the blue painted trunk. Now, I'm sorry, I don't buy this. I don't buy that there is no white dress to be found anywhere on this farm because we've established that it doesn't have to be a proper dress. A nightgown is fine. So you're telling me that neither the cousins nor Miss Winston themselves have a white nightgown of any kind or even a white shift. Like a white shift would be fine, and probably it wouldn't be perfectly white, but it would be close enough. They have white sheets. What about that? You can kind of DIY it. You can wrap it around and tie it with a sash, and that would be close enough, right? I just think there are really ways to make this work, make it work close enough without the trunk, but these girls have really latched onto the idea that they need the trunk. It's got to be the dress in the trunk. And I guess they do need the red sash from the trunk, and that's probably something that you can't find very easily. So, okay, fine, you need the trunk. I will accept this as a plot point. So Kirsten's sense of urgency about getting this trunk and getting it soon has just gone absolutely through the roof, but she knows there's nothing that she can do. She can't get it herself, and she can't pester her dad anymore about it, so she just kind of has to sit and wait and hope and pray that they can get their work done in time to go get the trunk before the snows come, and especially before St. Lucia Day, which is coming up very soon. And then on the morning of December 12th, Kirsten wakes up and hears her parents talking about the fact that Papa has just finished putting in the last snow fence, and he thinks he might have a day. There's always going to be more to do, but he says they have finished those absolutely necessary things that they had to do before the first big snows come, and he thinks, you know what? He can spare half a day to go get this trunk that is going to make such a big difference in his family's life. Kirsten is psyched. This is the best moment of her life. And it gets even better because Papa says that she can come. She's really not supposed to because she has other stuff to do, but Papa says she can skip school and she can come with him to go get the trunks. And they have the most magical, festive trip down to Maryville that you can possibly imagine. It doesn't seem like they get to hang out very much, just Kirsten and her papa, and they get to spend a few hours taking a nice little ride down together in a horse-drawn sleigh with actual jingling bells, and they are all cozied up in their knitwear under their blankets, and they've got heated stones by their feet, and they're singing Christmas carols, and it's just great. And Kirsten needs this, because she doesn't get to have a lot of great days. And to be clear, this day is also not a great day, but this is a great moment. She has a great couple hours here to just enjoy being a child. They get to Maryville, and the general store owner is really nice, and he gives Kirsten a little piece of candy because it's Christmas time, and Kirsten gives him the bread that Mama had made and told her to give to him, and he compliments her just so profusely on her English. They pick up the blue painted trunk, and you can just feel the magic of it coming through the wood, and Kirsten can't wait to get her little mitts on all of it, but they don't open it yet because they actually kind of have to get going because the snow is starting to come down heavier. They knew even before they left that there was going to be a snowstorm that night, so they want to get on the road fast so they can beat it home, which obviously they're not gonna do. There was snow on the way there, but it was cute, you know? It was just little flakes coming down and resting on their nose and eyelashes on their festive little horse-drawn sleigh ride. But on the way back, it's not really giving jingle bells, it's giving blizzard. It gets much worse very quickly, and the illustration for this scene really lets you feel how viscerally frightening it is for Kirsten to be in these near whiteout conditions. And she is really aware of how dangerous this is, and she's conscious of the fact that this is sometimes how people die. Pretty soon they can't see the road at all, and the horse is still able to kind of find its way because it remembers and because you can see the fence posts over the snow, but pretty soon you can't really even see those. Papa tells Kirsten to just cover herself with one of the blankets, and she does. She curls up against Papa and trusts him, and she can hear his heartbeat and feel the wind rushing past them, and they go for what seems like forever, and eventually she can feel them stop because the horse has just lost all sense of direction, can't even figure out where to go, and doesn't want to walk forward, so Papa has to get out and lead the horse forward on foot, and then he twists his knee and can't even do that. This is, I'm just gonna say it, pretty embarrassing for Papa Larson. They don't know what to do because the horse won't move and Papa can't even walk, and Kirsten is actually the one to suggest that she get out and lead the horse. Papa doesn't bring this up, he doesn't suggest it, but once it's on the table, he knows it's the thing they have to do. You're a good girl, Kirsten, Papa said. You have heart.
But keep that old horse before the cart. First you gotta have heart.
So Kirsten bundles herself up as best she can, and she gathers up all the heart left in her heart, and she charges on with determination, leading the horse even though she doesn't really know where they're going, and the horse doesn't seem to know where they're going. None of the three of them seem to have any idea where they're going. Kirsten really digs deep to keep going forward, and she does. She goes forward until eventually they recognize where they are, and they are not going in the right direction. They have veered off the course that would take them back to the farm and have ended up in a valley by the stream, and I can't even imagine what Papa is feeling at this moment, realizing that he and his daughter are so much farther from home than he thought and that they've lost their way completely. But Kirsten, recognizing where they are, realizes that they're actually very close to a cave where they can take shelter, and so she leads them all that way, and she hitches up their horse by a tree while her dad basically drags himself into the cave because he can't walk. He makes them a fire and very methodically make sure that they warm up their toes and dry out their boots. And once they're kind of settled, he asks Kirsten how she knew about this cave. This was an extremely convenient cave. It's kind of out of the way and hard to find, and there was dry firewood in there for them, so almost too good to be true. Now we know how Kirsten knew about the cave. Kirsten knew about the cave because Singing Bird told her about it. She told her about this spot where hunters from her tribe would sometimes stop and make camp on hunting trips. They are the ones who left the dry firewood there. But Kirsten didn't tell anybody about Singing Bird and that whole relationship, and that didn't change when Singing Bird's village left, and she's still not going to tell anybody, so she lies to her dad and says she just found the cave while exploring. I almost get the sense that Papa doesn't fully buy this, but he decides not to ask questions about this because he doesn't really want to know, and you know what? At least they're not dead. So he compliments Kirsten on being a little explorer, and the two of them settle in to wait out the storm. So Kirsten just gets herself cozy, and she eats the piece of candy she got from the general store owner, and she settles in and sleeps for almost the whole night. She wakes up in the early hours of the morning, and it's still dark outside, but the snow has let up enough that the horse will be able to take them home. Kirsten was sure to compliment and encourage the horse, as she had been complimented and encouraged. You have heart. Do you know that? You're a very brave horse.
We've got heart!
Papa still can't walk, so he rides in the sleigh while Kirsten leads the horse, and she is a little bit uncertain that she's going exactly the right way back, but the horse is now very confident. He knows that he can take them back, and before long, they can see the farm. It is such a relief to see, and the whole house is lit up because they have candles in every window. Knowing that Kirsten and Papa were out there, everybody in the house waited up all night, and they wanted to go out and search for them, but the snow was too heavy for that to make any sense, so they are all so overjoyed and relieved when they come back. And for the adults, this was an extremely stressful experience, but for Kirsten, this is all kind of festive. You know, the house is lit up. It's such a St. Lucia moment, and her cousins are there, and she just gets a kick out of how everybody is in their pajamas. Her youngest brother, Peter, is also really excited by what a holiday this seems to be, and everybody hugs, and even Lars squeezed her shoulder before he went to untie the trunks. Oh, brothers. The family gets them all cozy and fed while they explain what happened, and Mama says she wished that Kirsten hadn't gone. She knew Kirsten shouldn't have gone on the trip, but Papa says that he is really glad Kirsten was there because she really came through. She saved the day because she had heart.
All you really need is heart.
And Kirsten says something to her cousins that I just can't stop thinking about. They ask if she was scared, and she says, I was scared. Then I was too busy to be scared anymore, which is a pretty decent summary of this entire series. And then, of course, they get out the blue painted trunk and they open it up. And I feel like the setup for this, that they got the trunk and then waited a while before they opened it up, it feels like it's being set up that the things are gone from the trunk or they've been eaten by mice or something, but no, it's totally fine. Everything is safe inside the trunk. All the stuff is in there, including Sorry. Mama reached into the trunk and out came Sorry. Mama gave the doll a little hug and handed her to Kirsten. I know how much you missed your doll, Kirsten. Last night, I missed you and Papa even more. Now we're all together again. Even Sorry. Kirsten took Sorry with both hands and looked at her closely in the flickering light. Sorry was just a rag doll with a faded face and a sun-bleached dress, but she was Kirsten's very, very own. It's all gonna be okay. Everything is right with the world now. Girls and their dolls. It is an absolutely beautiful, magical moment as Mama very carefully, one by one, takes all of these precious treasures out of the trunk, and Aunt Inger oohs and ahs over them, and the boys get a couple objects that are important to them. But Kirsten is not fully engaging in the magic of this moment because she and the cousins have realized that it's just about 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. on December 13th. It is St. Lucia breakfast time, and they realize they can still make this work. So they grab the dress and the sash out of the trunk when the grown-ups aren't looking, and they scurry away to dress Kirsten up in the outfit, and Miss Winston goes back into the room and she turns down the lamps and she has everybody close their eyes for some mystery surprise. And in walks Kirsten in the long white nightgown with the red sash and the wreath with the lit candles and her tray of steaming coffee and sliced Christmas bread. And she says, St. Lucia invites you to breakfast, just like she's supposed to. And honestly, everybody seems a little bit confused about what's happening, but pretty quickly they're having a good time. They think this is nice, and Mama even seems to tear up a little bit, and Peter gives us a little God bless us everyone moment. Kirsten had been so worried that this year Christmas wouldn't be like it always was back in Sweden, but in this moment she decides that, you know what, this year is even better. This is the best Christmas ever. And look, you can say Kirsten has other outfits that are her best outfit or her most popular, but I don't think you can argue that this is her most iconic look by a wide margin. This is Kirsten living her best life. This is peak Kirsten. This is as good as it gets. And honestly, it's nice to see her have a moment that feels victorious, because she doesn't get a lot of that. She doesn't get a lot of it before this book, and she won't get a lot of it after. This may be the biggest moment of achievement for Kirsten. She has other really happy, big, shiny moments, but this one is because of her. She saved the day and brought Papa in the trunk home. She made the St. Lucia moment happen. They're all looking at her. She's the one that looks like an absolute angel. This is a personal victory for her in a way that no other moment in the books really compare to. She really pulled off a plan here, and she saved the day and made it happen, and she's doing something for her family, and she's connecting to her roots, and there's pastries, and she looks freaking amazing, and what more could you want? And most importantly, she achieved a surprise. She pulled off a surprise. She was and is surprising, and that's what that canon event's all about. Merry Christmas. So Kirsten's St. Lucia moment was beautiful and triumphant, and you can purchase every part of that experience for your doll. You can get the headpiece, which unfortunately is not made of real candles that you can really light on fire. I think this is lame, which is why it's very good that I'm not allowed to make toys for children. You can get the tray and everything on the tray, so there's a little thing of pastries, and then there's a couple mugs for the coffee. There you go. Actually, get that back out. And sorry. Merry Christmas. And then, of course, we have the outfit. We have the long white dress and has a beautiful red sash. But I mentioned when doing the recap that I'm a little bit skeptical that none of these three girls had a long white dress anywhere that they could use, because the dress that Kirsten ends up using is a nightgown. So if a nightgown is acceptable, any long white garment, any shift, any nightgown should be fine. But they end up getting the dress that Kirsten used the previous year, which was one of her nightgowns, which was in the blue painted trunk. So that's what she's wearing, theoretically. She's wearing her nightgown. And presumably she just didn't have a nightgown, or she wore a borrowed nightgown for the first few months living in Minnesota. So if that's the case, what is this? This is Kirsten's nightgown that you can get as part of that Pleasant Dreams set. And it's different. It's a different garment. It's extremely similar in silhouette, but they have a totally different front. The nightgown has that quilted yoke, and this one has a little collar, and it's got lace at the sleeves and the hem. We've established canonically that this is Kirsten's nightgown. So what is this? After everything we have read about Kirsten and how much of a friggin' production it is for her to have the tiniest luxury, you're asking me to believe that this girl has two nearly identical white nightgowns, and that she didn't get the second nightgown until after this Christmas? It is a big deal in one of the future books when she gets hair ribbons and a new apron. If she already has a perfectly fine white nightgown, I do not see Mama making her a new one. And if this isn't actually Kirsten's nightgown, if this was a nightgown that she was borrowing in those first few months before they got the blue painted trunk, then why wouldn't she wear this to be St. Lucia? I want to speak with someone at American Girl, except not at American Girl. I want to speak with somebody at Pleasant Company in the 80s because we have some continuity errors. Anyway, the outfit is still iconic. I think the meet outfits are going to be the most recognizable, the most iconic for all of the girls. But if you had to pick one other outfit that a girl who had Kirsten would want to get the most, or one other outfit that was the most recognizable from all the girls as being Kirsten's, I think it would have to be this. I don't see how you can read this book as a kid and not want that moment, not want the long white gown and the big wreath on your head with actual fire. I want that now. Welcome back to the Craft Corner. Today we are going rogue. Now, we all know and love the Christmas tree headband, okay? It made a great topper for Kirsten's surprise recap, even though I cannot believe I forgot to show you that it does this. We could have had this in the recap. I think there's different modes. Now, not that there is a damn thing wrong with this. As fantastic and festive as this is, I'd like to try the real thing. I think we can go more authentic, and unfortunately, none of Kirsten's books have instructions for how to make a St. Lucia crown, probably because they don't want to tell children to put fire on their heads. But I'm not a children, and I can do whatever I want. So we're gonna try something. I have a teeny tiny little Advent wreath. I'm so glad I was able to find one that doesn't have a center candle that was roughly the right size. Oh, you know, there's something here. I like this. She's giving District 1. And then I have these two little wreaths, and I thought what I'd be able to do is just pop the candle holders into the wreath, but the size isn't working out. It's just like not right, and they all have the huge like wreath base on the bottom, which would look super weird. So the plan is to just put the whole thing on a headband, and then I don't have to balance. It'll stay for me. I think hot glue is probably the right thing for this, but I don't have a hot glue gun. So I have some clear Gorilla Glue, and I have a quick setting epoxy, tiny little tube here. So one of these has got to work.
At the bar and the main street where nobody goes, there's a man who makes candles from sun up to close. He sells them by day and he makes them at night. He don't have much time, but he's always got light.
Now Now, as I mentioned in my recap, it is funny that Kirsten's cousins have never heard of any of this Lucia celebrations, even though for Kirsten it seems like an obvious, like really common tradition, which actually makes sense because even though it feels very ancient, it feels like a super old tradition, it would have been quite new when Kirsten was 10. The ladies and dolls of our lives are actually pretty skeptical that Kirsten would have practiced this particular tradition with the wreath and the candles and everything. I am pretty willing to believe it because rural Sweden and then these enclaves in Minnesota, these are the first places that the tradition would have popped up. So if anyone's going to be first, I would believe it would be Kirsten. But the fact that it's arguable whether Kirsten would have celebrated this tradition adds some interesting color to the story because, again, she thinks that it is so common, so obvious. Of course, everybody knows about St. Lucia Day, but like a lot of Christmas traditions, it is way more recent than you think. Now, it was fun for me to read about this because the St. Lucia story is so pleasant and sweet, you know? It's a lovely little story, and that's the association that Kirsten has with it. This story about a 4th century lady named Lucia who was bringing food and supplies to persecuted Christians who were living in the Roman catacombs, and so she would come and it would be totally dark and she'd arrive with candles and sometimes put the candles on top of her head so that she could hold food, which is a lovely story and not at all the association that I have with this figure, because I know her from Roman Catholic tradition as Saint Lucy, Lucy of Syracuse, who is not like a festive Christmas lady. She's part of the group known as the Virgin Martyrs, which are their own thing, but you know, as you can imagine, it's not fun stuff. In the iconography I'm used to for St. Lucy, she's not holding a tray of food like she is for Kirsten, she's holding a tray with her own eyeballs in it. It's interesting to see this same religious figure spun off in such different directions. Okay, how are we coming? Okay, a few more bits of green, and then candles. A little worried about the wax dripping, but we'll just have to limit the amount of time it's on. Of course, these are gonna be way too long. Score it. Well, we have to try it out now.
Now one day last fall, electrician came round, blinded with bright lights, strung wires cross town. Now he sits drinking whiskey and acts like a clown, and the man who makes candles tries not to get down. You sing la-da-dee-da-da. The time is gonna come when electric lights will all burn out. The fire burns without a doubt. Picks me up when I feel low. And that's all I know.
I am sweating right now. I would like you to know. This dough is so stiff and it wants you to work in the flour as you're kneading, and I still have like half a cup of flour to go. So they said 5 to 10 minutes of kneading. It's got to have been 10 minutes already and I'm not even done.
Sooner or later, nobody can say. The sure as the night always turns into day. Thunder and lightning are making you blue. A spark and a candle will
I do not enjoy this bread. This really rings true as a Kirsten recipe for me because this is not bread you eat if you have other options. I actually think the flavor is kind of nice, and it should be. It's got a bunch of brown sugar in it. It is incredibly dense. I knew this would be dense bread. This is ridiculously, obscenely dense. And partially that's on me because I think I didn't get a great rise on it, but it did rise a little. And it's just a rock. So Singing Bird got a mention in Kirsten's surprise, and she is still Kirsten's secret friend. And Kirsten is still not going to say anything and is going to lie to her parents if they ask her. So Singing Bird is still so present. She's present in the effect she had on Kirsten, in the knowledge that Kirsten has because of her, and in the necessity of keeping that secret. Although the Dark Other elicits both fear and desire, her continuing presence is necessary for creating and sustaining these playgrounds for the imagination. The Dark Other must die, but she cannot die. The Dark One haunts the text because she cannot escape.
Life's good fast, but better slow. And that's all I know.
Old day, everyday therapist, mother, maid, nymph, then a virgin, nurse, and a surgeon. This book starts with tornado. That's how it starts. Chapter 1, tornado, exclamation point. There's a tornado nearby with basically no plot relevance. This has no significance except, I guess, to remind us that any one of these people could die at any moment. It's also useful because it gathers a bunch of these characters together for a little while where they have nothing to do but sit close together and talk, which is actually pretty uncommon because they are all extremely busy right now. If you remember last book, how Papa was working basically nonstop and barely had time to take a half a day to go to Maryville, it is like that right now for everybody, and actually even a little busier than that. By volume, this is mostly a book about chores, which is not ideal for a birthday story, but it works out okay actually. It is springtime in this book, it's early May, and that would be a busy time on the farm regardless, but it is extra busy, especially for Kirsten right now, because Mama is pregnant, and they really drop that on us without any warning. We get like 10 pages into this book, and Mama makes a comment about the baby coming soon and pats her enormous belly, and you're like, oh, she's just been pregnant this whole time. The way the timeline works out, she actually would have been pregnant during the last book as well, and far enough along that she almost certainly would have known, but I suppose it was still early enough that she might not have told her kids yet. Or maybe she did tell her kids, and Kirsten just didn't care, and that's why it doesn't come up. But Kirsten definitely cares right now because it is significantly impacting her life in this book, because there's a ton of extra work to be done, especially inside the house and sort of the female sphere, to get ready for the baby, and she also has to pick up the slack of a lot of Mama's regular chores that she's not physically up to doing right now. You can really see in this book, more so than in any of the others, that Kirsten really is the eldest daughter, and she has been deputized as assistant vice mom and is playing little mom to the rest of the family for a lot of this book. But even though there's a lot of work to do, they are kind of forced to take a break when they see signs that a tornado is coming through. Papa and the oldest brother Lars are out at a neighboring farm working that day, so they will take shelter there, and Kirsten continues to see very little of the two of them as the work for this family becomes increasingly segregated by gender. But her youngest brother Peter is still pretty young, so he's at home with them, along with the cousins, her aunt, her mom, and Miss Winston, who's still living with the family. So that's the group that hunkers down together in the cellar at the Larson farm. And most of them were outside when the tornado came and didn't have time to grab anything, but Aunt Inger was in the house, and on the way out, she grabbed the family Bible. Kirsten calls the family Bible the most important thing the Larsons owned, and they have readings from it every night, and all of the important names and dates for the family are written in the front of it. Kirsten mentions that she really likes to read over her inscription in the Bible that just has her name and birth date and location. Miss Winston was also inside when the tornado arrived, so she was also able to grab something, and she grabbed a quilt of hers that she has wrapped around her instead of her shawl. The girls are really interested in the quilt because they're actually not even familiar with quilting as a craft. They would be familiar with Swedish weaving. Miss Winston explains that this is a friendship quilt, and it was made for her by friends and family back home in Maine before she left, and it has a square from each of them made out of different materials from their lives, and they've all signed it, and it carries so much history and significance to her, pretty similar to the family Bible. The girls are really delighted by this, and they immediately want to learn to make a quilt themselves, and Mama's like, no. Can you imagine telling your mother you want to learn quilting, and she's like, that is so foolish and silly and frivolous. Be serious. I don't know, quilting has such a grandma vibe now that I love that this book contextualizes it as this almost a hip, young, cutting-edge American thing. Anyway, Mama thinks it's ridiculous that Kirsten would ask to spend precious working hours and a valuable resource like cloth on something that's just for fun, essentially. Kirsten has been doing a lot of sewing lately, but that's mostly been mending clothes for the family and hemming diapers. She has just been hemming what feels like piles and piles of diapers for this baby, and there's a great comment where Kirsten says that she doesn't understand why the baby would need so many diapers, like surely 3 or 4 would be enough. Oh darling. But Miss Winston really goes to bat for the virtues of quilting and how it's going to teach them precision and get them really good at their stitches, and it's a very wholesome, wonderful hobby to have. Kirsten promises that this won't interfere with her diaper hemming, and the girls discuss moments in their day where they might be able to squeeze in a few minutes of hand quilting work, and they decide that they'll work on the quilt during recess at school. They are back at school at this point. Summer term has just started. I guess I should mention they get out of the cellar. Like, they're fine. The tornado doesn't kill them. It, like, does a little bit of minor damage, but they're mostly fine. Oh, and I should also mention the cat. The gray barn cat that has been mentioned just in passing a couple times. We learned that her name is Missy. I think possibly Kirsten herself named her. And Missy is having kittens. So that's cute. It's spring. It's a time of rebirth. It's the Happy Birthday Canon event. Anyway, when school starts up again, all of the girls have been organized into this little baby sewing circle. That is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. I love it so much. They sit themselves down on the grass and they all have a square of muslin, and then they've all brought scraps of cloth from home that they've traded around so that they all have different colors, but the quilt all together is gonna look cohesive because they're pulling from the same batch. Oh, it's so good. The designs they made from the bits of cloth slowly grew in their hands the way wild violets bloomed on the prairie. Miss Winston teaches the girls the basics, and when she's not around, there is one girl in the group that does have experience quilting because her family is from Boston, so she would have been familiar with it. Her name is Mary Stewart, and she gets an absolutely out-of-pocket character description. Listen to this. She had beautiful curly brown hair and a squinched up face like a sleepy puppy. Kirsten, what? The girls each work on their own square, and they talk about what they're going to do with the quilt when they join up all the squares together. And they decide they're going to make it a friendship quilt and give it to Miss Winston when she leaves Powder Keg School. And Kirsten is really disturbed by this idea that Miss Winston might be leaving, but the girls say that this is really common, that all the teachers that they've ever had leave after a couple years max, and that probably Miss Winston will want to go home to Maine soon, or she'll get married and go off somewhere else. Kirsten and Miss Winston had a pretty rocky start, but now we see that Kirsten's actually pretty bothered by the idea that Miss Winston might leave. If they want to pull this off though, they should probably finish the quilt before harvest time and before the summer term ends, so the girls say they gotta work really fast, but Mary Stewart says that they don't understand quilting at all. She explains that you can't rush it, that the whole point is the process. You have to do it slowly and meticulously. There's no other way to do it. If you try to rush it, you ruin it and you lose what is special about quilting. As absolutely lovely as this baby quilting circle is, the whole conversation is kind of embarrassing for Kirsten. Anna stood behind Kirsten. "I love your design," she said. "It looks just like a heart. It's really a flower." So that's rough, and it continues to be rough because Kirsten mentions a memory from her 8th birthday, and she says that she didn't celebrate her birthday when she turned 9 because they were on the ship taking them from Sweden at that point. And her friends reassure her that she will totally have a great birthday this year because 10 years old, that's a really special birthday. But Kirsten is not so sure. Maybe she wouldn't celebrate her birthday this year either. Maybe Mama had forgotten about her birthday. Mama had so much work to do for the new baby and so much on her mind these days. Kirsten wanted to remind Mama, but she thought it was better not to bother her until after the baby was born. It was better just to help out all she could and pray that Mama would be well. That comment about Mama being well comes from the fact that everybody Kirsten talks to wants to tell her about somebody they know that died during childbirth. Mary Stewart totally casually is like, "Oh yeah, I had an aunt that got pregnant and she and the baby both died. Yeah, I wonder if that'll happen to your mom." So Kirsten is becoming aware that there is an actual real possibility that her mom could die soon. As usual, she does not talk to anybody about it. She just silently sits there, stressed. And she also doesn't talk to anybody about the fact that her birthday is coming up because, once again, she knows that she is a bother to her parents with her requests for attention and recreation and love and fun, and she doesn't want to pester anybody. The good news is that Kirsten has very little time to sit and stew about her fears that her mom might die or that her family has forgotten about her and her birthday because there is just too much work to do. She's got to milk the cows and make cheese and churn butter and collect berries, and there's chickens that need to be fed and the eggs collected, and at this point Kirsten is making all of the meals for her family most of the time when Mama can't be on her feet. Every night when her chores were done, Kirsten went straight to bed and fell asleep. As soon as she woke in the morning, she started on that day's tasks. There was no time for sewing now. They are so busy that even when Missy has her kittens, Kirsten is only able to take a few minutes to just go and say hi to them and then has to go straight back to doing her chores. And she's even kind of scolded for doing that much. But a few minutes is really all Kirsten needs to project all of her fears about her mom and being forgotten onto Missy and these kittens, specifically the smallest kitten. Yes, there is a runt that her brother says is too small to live, and it isn't nursing. It seems to be being left behind by the little family, and I was very worried. I was definitely getting Charlotte's Web flashbacks immediately, but it's okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, the kitten is still alive at the end of this book. I am not 100% sure the kitten makes it beyond that, but the kitten lives, at least through the end of this book. I've got to finish milking with Aunt Inger, Kirsten said. Peter, you'll make sure the gray kitten doesn't get lost in the grass, will you? Peter stood up and shoved his hands into his pockets, the way their big brother Lars did. Missy will take care of her kittens. She doesn't need help. But Kirsten wasn't sure. The gray kitten was so very, very small. She leaned down to pet it one more time and whispered, "Be careful. Don't wander away or a hawk might get you. Drink lots of milk. I'll come back to see you later." She wanted to stay to guard it, but instead she ran back to the barn to help Aunt Inger. She's just, she's got to make sure the mama doesn't forget about the littlest one. Because a lot of bad things could happen to a little kitten alone in a big world. So one morning, while Kirsten is out doing chores, of course, Mama calls her into the house because she's having pains and she thinks maybe the baby is actually going to come today, which is earlier than they were expecting, so it's a little concerning. But it's definitely early on in labor, so there's really nothing to be done at this point. And Papa and Aunt Inger aren't even there. They are both out at this point. It's kind of only Kirsten around, so she just has Kirsten sit on the bed with her. And this is maybe my favorite scene in the entire series. This scene is so beautiful I want to cry. Mama sits close together with Kirsten and she holds Kirsten's hands and she smiles and so warmly and lovingly reminisces about the day Kirsten was born. "You were a red-faced little thing with white fuzz for hair, but I thought you were beautiful. And I was also thinking," Mama went on, stroking Kirsten's head, "that your birthday will be 2 weeks from this very day." So Mama did remember her birthday. How foolish Kirsten had been to think she would forget. Kirsten has been doing so much to help her mother materially lately, concrete tasks that she's been doing to help prepare for the baby or take care of her mother physically. And in this moment, all Mama wants is Kirsten's company. She's just there to be a comfort to her mother and not to actively comfort her, not to remind her to have heart and that everything's going to be okay. Because she does do that sometimes in these books, and it is sometimes a little too much for a 9-year-old to be taking on, to be sort of taking care of her mother emotionally. But that's not what's happening in this scene. She's comforting her mother by just being there. It's just her presence. And it's all her mother talking. Her mother is sharing this story about Kirsten being born and how precious Kirsten is to her, how much she matters to this family, how much she values her as her own individual. And that is the thing that's comforting to Mama, is just being with her in an entirely appropriate mother-child way. Every time this girl is treated as the child that she is and just held and shown in any small way that she's valued, I want to weep. And it really is a small taste here, because this scene does not last very long, because suddenly the pain sharpens and Mama realizes the baby is coming now, actually. And Kirsten has another big save the day moment where she hops on the horse without a saddle or a harness or anything and just rides as fast as she can to go get Aunt Inger and go get Papa. I love this line where she finds Papa out in the field and she tells him that the baby's coming and he says, "Is it that much of a hurry?" And I know, if we give him the benefit of the doubt, probably what he's saying is he sees Kirsten just freaking out and he wants to ask, hey, is this you freaking out? Or is this an emergency level? Do I need to run back? But it really sounds like he's been told his wife is in labor and he's like, okay, but can it wait? Is it that much of a hurry? I don't know. Papa says a lot of stuff in this book that you truly have to give him the benefit of the doubt about, because if you don't take it in the best possible light, then it really sounds like he's saying something absolutely despicable. Papa takes the horse and rides back to get there as quickly as possible, so Kirsten walks back with her uncle. And after this flurry of activity, this intense save-the-day action sequence where she rides to get everybody, it suddenly is very quiet. All that activity is gone and there's just a period of waiting, because Kirsten's actually not allowed to be involved or near the delivery. It doesn't surprise me that we don't see the delivery just from the fact that this is an American Girl book and usually they don't really go there, but I am a little bit skeptical that Kirsten wouldn't be involved. Even Lisbeth, who is 11 years old at this point, just waits outside with the other kids, and it surprises me that they wouldn't at least be helping out. Obviously Kirsten is not going to be catching the baby, but you'd think they'd have her heating water or fetching supplies or something. But she is totally cut off from that part of the day, and she's really just sitting there with her younger brother Peter, waiting to hear if their mom dies. And Uncle Olaf straight up just leaves them and goes back to work. He says, look, there's nothing that I can do at this point, and there's work to be done, so goodbye. And he just leaves Kirsten and Peter there to sit and wait and stew and not eat because they can't eat because they're so nervous and wonder if their mom's gonna die. Finally, Aunt Inger comes outside and she's smiling and she invites the kids in to come see the baby, and it's a little girl. The baby is already bundled up and in a cradle, which is just not consistent with best practices. Kids, you should really still be doing skin to skin. What book are they reading? But she is just so tiny and cute, and Kirsten looks at her and I guess she thinks she's nice, but really her eyes are only for her mom. Oh, Mama, Kirsten breathed. Suddenly all of the extra energy went out of her. She wished she could just curl up on the bed beside Mama and rest too. Now there are 6 of us, Mama said. More mouths to feed, Papa said. Jesus. He is clearly trying to make a joke and just read the room, Papa. He was smiling his biggest smile. But all 6 of us are safe and well, thank the Lord. We're on thin ice, Papa Larson. The baby's arrival unfortunately does not mean less work for Kirsten, it means a lot more work for her, so much so that she has to stop going to school, which is bad enough even before you remember that that also means she no longer gets to go to her quilting circle. Mama isn't strong enough to be out of bed for very long, and when she is, she's taking care of the baby, so Kirsten is doing most of what Mama did every day, plus all of her own chores. She's cooking for the family, she's washing diapers, she's doing all of the springtime farm chores. How lonely it was on the farm when Anna and Lisbeth were away all day. It seemed like years since Kirsten had sat in that sunny spot behind the schoolhouse, sewing with her friends. Every day she was home, she imagined them working on their squares without her. How she missed them, and the fun of making the quilt. God, that's sad. The good news is, even though she's not going to school, Kirsten will get to see her friends really soon because they're having a barn raising. How bad do you want to go to a barn raising? I mean, not the barn raising part, like not the work, ew, that's gross, but like the party afterward sounds like the most fun you could possibly have. The idea of a barn raising is that all the men in the community are coming together to physically help put up the new barn, but they're gonna bring their whole family and it becomes sort of a whole day of a work party combination. So the women will do a bunch of more domestic work together and then they will prepare a big dinner so that when the men are done raising the barn, they all have dinner together and then there's a big festive dance in the shell of the new barn. And because the families will all be there, Kirsten will get to see all of her friends from school, so she's pretty excited about it, although it's not super exciting because she knows she will probably have to work all day, like she and the other girls will probably be assigned some kid-friendly task to do all day. And that is best case scenario. That's if she doesn't have to just stay in the cabin all day helping with the baby. But Mama Larson really comes through, and they have a conversation that starts like this. Mama tugged Kirsten's braid. "I have something to ask you, dear." Kirsten sighed. More work to do, she was sure. "Yes, Mama," she said obediently. But she's not there to tell her about more work. She's there to tell her that because Kirsten's birthday is the same week as the barn raising, she has decided that Kirsten can take the whole day with her friends as a birthday celebration. And as a birthday celebration, what she's proposing is extremely modest. She's basically saying, I won't bother you. You know, I won't assign you work to do after your regular morning chores and just let you and your friends be. But in context for Kirsten, who has been living with just this oppressive workload for so long and who knows she could easily be spending this whole day working, this feels like incredible extravagance. Kirsten is more excited than we have ever seen her about anything in these books, and she just like loses her little mind and runs to tell her cousins and is so excited she can barely speak. Kirsten can't wait. She's imagining picking wildflowers with her friends and finally getting to work on the quilt and relaxing all day, and the reality of this party cannot possibly live up to the amazing delights that she's imagining. But it does. It does. It's so beautiful. It's the best day ever. She and her friends sit in the grass on this beautiful spring day while the men are putting up the barn, and they make daisy chains, and they all bring their quilt squares and they assemble them together into the quilt top, and then after lunch they put the backing on. They eat strawberries and cream and a cute little heart-shaped cake, and the fact that the cake is heart-shaped makes me so happy because that's such a fussy, silly little extra touch that you just only do because it's delightful. And it is delightful. Kirsten is so happy with it. And she is so happy and grateful for the gift of the celebration itself that having any additional gifts just feel like a crazy indulgence. But she does indeed get extra gifts, and they are little things that feel like tremendous luxuries to her. She gets new hair ribbons, and she gets an adorable white apron, like like a pinafore-style apron gifted to her, hand-sewn by her mother. Her mother somehow put together enough minutes in the day for her to sew her this new apron and trim it with lace. And that isn't even the best part, because then the girls give her the really big special gift. The girls all together give Kirsten the friendship quilt. While they were joining together the squares that afternoon, Kirsten thought they were assembling it for Miss Winston, but the girls all knew they had secretly decided to give it to Kirsten because she hadn't gotten to help with the quilt because she hadn't been going to school, and after all, the making is the most important part. And as the reader, you knew something was up because Anna was dropping a lot of hints that there was something up with the whole giving the quilt to Miss Winston thing, but Kirsten herself definitely had no idea that this was going to happen, and of course, secrets and surprises are a huge love language for her, and she could not be more touched. The girls all sign the quilt with their names in the blank squares, and Miss Winston writes a beautiful little inscription that the quilt is for Kirsten Larson on her 10th birthday. It's an inscription there in ink with her name just like in the family Bible, and she has a name and she has an identity and she's being recognized as valuable and precious by her community. And birthdays are so important for kids. The men are finished raising the barn and they're getting ready for the big dinner. And it said, Kirsten was almost too happy to be hungry. There would never be another day like this one, she was sure. And she's right. This is Kirsten's happiest day in this entire book series. But I hope and believe that this is not the happiest day of her entire life, right? That she will go on to greater and more beautiful things. But even if she does, it will never be her 10th birthday again. There will be other wonderful things, but it will never feel like this. And in just a few years, her family will probably be in a better and more stable position, right? And it will be so much easier, so much less of a hassle and a sacrifice for them to give her these kinds of little extravagances. But it matters that they did it now. It's harder to do it now, but it matters that they did it now because they can never get this back. Kirsten has been forced to grow up too fast in so many ways. She is a child, and she has been treated like a child this day and loved like a child. It matters so much for this girl that she is 10 years old and is being treated, at least for one day, like the absolute treasure she is. The night ends with the barn raising dance, with the whole community just letting loose under the moonlight in the open frame of the barn. They hang lanterns everywhere and play music on fiddles. Papa comes over to Kirsten and he says, "Come on, 10-year-old, this is your birthday dance with me." And he swings her around in one of my favorite illustrations in the series. You can't see her face, but you feel her joy in the movement and the motion in the picture. And her little red boots are swept off the ground. Have I mentioned how much I love this beautiful moment? Near the end of the night, Kirsten catches sight of Missy moving all of her kittens into the new barn, because remember, she's a barn cat. Kirsten counts the kittens and she does not see the gray one there. So she goes looking for it and she does find it. Missy didn't seem to be coming back. Maybe she had given up on the kitten. So Kirsten scoops up the kitten and puts it in the pocket of her apron and decides if Missy won't take care of it, then she will. She will take care of the kitten and feed it milk, and this kitten is gonna make it, dang it. This book is, I believe, the first time we're seeing Kirsten's affinity for small lost critters, and it'll come up several times in these books. But this, unlike some of those other times, is a positive and constructive outlet for that instinct, so I applaud Kirsten's choice here. She will not always be so wise in the little critters she chooses to rehabilitate. But that is a story for another day. For now, we are seeing Kirsten curled up back in the cabin as the guests depart with her mom and her new quilt and the cute little kitten. Kirsten still has the quilt square that she started back at the beginning of the story, and she wasn't able to work on it because she stopped going to school, so they didn't integrate it into the friendship quilt. And Mama asks her what she's going to do with it, and Kirsten decides she's going to work on it and use it as the first square in a new quilt for the baby. And she calls the baby Our Baby, which is such a beautiful big sister thing. Kirsten smiled at Mama. "Remember when you told me how glad you were to have a daughter? Is it better to have 2 daughters? Mama leaned to kiss Kirsten's cheek. "It's very good to have 2 daughters, but you are my only Kirsten." Happy birthday, dear. Judging from my TikTok comments, I think that Kirsten's birthday outfit is a lot of people's favorite. I love it. I think it's so beautiful, and it looks so beautiful in the illustrations for the book, but in a lot of ways, it's the least Kirsten of Kirsten's outfits. It's also notable because I'm fairly certain it's the only time in any of her stories when she is out of the house and has her hair down. It's in those big loose waves with the daisy wreath. So for this paper doll outfit, we've got a wig. There's a lot of stuff in Kirsten's birthday collection. The birthday collections are another thing where all of those original covers have a tableau with a bunch of objects, and then you could get every single one of those objects for all of the dolls. So Kirsten has a lot of stuff that honestly I don't think even makes sense to be in her collection, but she has a full set of like a big table and chairs, and then she has her birthday treats. She has a bunch of food. So for this outfit, you would get the pink dress, and then the cute white apron, and of course the daisy wreath. And sold separately, but usually pictured with the outfits, would be a new set of boots. They were called Kirsten's two-tone boots. They are very cute. Kirsten has, I think, 4 different pairs of boots that you could buy at least at some point in her collection, which feels a little bit unrealistic that she would frankly have more than one, but I am not complaining because they are so cute. If I could have anything from Kirsten's doll collection, it might be the blue painted trunk, but it might be the quilt. You could get the friendship quilt for your Kirsten doll. It is so beautiful. I've only ever seen it in pictures, but you can tell it is so amazingly detailed. So you would get the full patchwork quilt, which is doll sized, and then you would also get Kirsten's little square that she was working on, and they would sell it with an actual tiny embroidery hoop and needle so that the girl could finish the quilting square. The paper doll doesn't have the full quilt, but it does have the little square that Kirsten can work on. I learned something so cool from the American Girl Wiki, that you could identify the different fabrics used in the quilt in the doll collection. They made the squares and patches out of the fabric from her other outfits, which is such incredible detail. I mean, it's probably efficient from a manufacturing point of view. Like, that probably makes the most sense to do, to use fabric that they already have on hand since it needs so many different prints. But how cool is that you could have that quilt and be able to identify the sources of all the fabrics, which were all from Kirsten's outfits, except for one. Apparently they used one fabric from one of Josefina's outfits, which is weird and doesn't make a lot of sense, except for the fact that it's beautiful and lovely. So yeah, all the quilt stuff is just so cute and sweet and really makes me want to quilt something. Was that a good segue? Can we transition now? No, we can't segue yet. I forgot to talk about Missy. There are no accessories or clothing for Missy, so I don't fully understand the utility of her as part of a paper doll set, but I guess if you had multiple paper dolls, she could be kind of part of scenes. Missy is not really important after Happy Birthday Kirsten, and I think she's included in the paper dolls just because at that point, American Girls just had pets, and along with Missy, you have the kitten, the little kitten, and she's got a little bit of yarn. I don't think the kitten ever gets a name. I don't think we ever see her again, which is a shame because Kirsten put a lot of like emotional energy into this kitten. Anyway, now that I have destroyed all hope for a proper segue, let's do some crafts. In addition to this craft book, Kirsten also had a set of sewing patterns. I believe they were first released in 1989, so very soon after the doll's release. It's just a couple outfits and then a few of the accessories, but I think with these patterns, you could make almost Kirsten's entire wardrobe with a couple tweaks. I mean, she basically has one dress that she wears in different cotton prints and then a couple special things. So I knew I absolutely had to sew something from this book. I am super excited. Now, these are very much doll patterns, right? For doll clothes. You can't size these up and have clothes for a person, however big you make them, except for the accessories. I think some of the accessories you could adapt fine. There's a bonnet pattern, and I'm pretty sure if I made that to scale for me, it would make a good pattern. But the one I really want to do is Kirsten's spoon bag. I absolutely love this spoon bag, the little pocket. So I'm gonna make one me-sized based on the pattern in the pattern book, which I don't have a paper copy of because they are much money, but they are all available as scans online. I found one of those bundles of pre-cut quilting cotton that is in, I think, a pretty Kirsten color scheme. It's like a little brighter than her clothes, but it's in some of the similar tones that are like a step off from being the classic red, white, and blue. I love looking at the pre-cut bundles in the fabric store. They're so much fun, but I never have any reason to get them because I don't quilt and there's not enough in here to like make a garment, but it'll definitely be enough for the spoon bag, and then I will have plenty left over to do some other Kirsten-y crafts.
I came from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. I'm going to Louisiana, my true love for to see. It rained all night the day I Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with the banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo.
Look how cute my little patch is. The sewing pattern wants you to machine applique the design onto the spoon bag, which I guess makes sense if you are mass producing a bunch of doll clothes. But the idea of this object is that it's something that Kirsten sewed by hand entirely herself, and I didn't want to, hand sew the letters and everything and then have a bunch of machine stitching. And also, I hate machine appliquing, so I'm doing the whole thing by hand. It is super fun. I love doing embroidery, but I do not have a lot of technical skill at it, so it's super fun to do a project where it's kind of supposed to look slightly amateur and supposed to be the work of a child. I was gonna put 2023, but at the last minute I made it 2024 so that it stays the year ending in a 4, and still feels AG. So it'll be accurate in a couple months, and pretty soon I'll forget that I fudged it. And you might be wondering why I changed the year, but I kept Kirsten's initials. And the answer is I didn't. Those are also my initials. If you're interested in sewing construction, this is a method I found on the interwebs, and I've never tried before, but it's working really well, where I take like a mid-weight fusible stabilizer and cut that out in the actual shape, and then cut the fabric a little bit bigger. And then I stitched it down by hand with like the needle turn method, and then did a blanket stitch over top. And I really like how that looks. I think it looks neat, but at the same time very handmade, like a little bit childlike. Now I was gonna put this on white, which will make it close to the color scheme for the doll collection. It's actually more of a beige, but I really like this fabric from that pre-cut quilting set, and I think I might go with that just because I really love the chaotic pattern stacking. It is really busy and like isn't really technically correct, but I love how it looks. It's super fun and really makes it feel homemade, makes it feel like a quilting project. So I need to cut the fabric for the body of the bag, do the same process to stick this on, where I'm gonna stitch it down with a needle turn and then do a blanket stitch over top, either in white or maybe I'll do that in red. And then all I have to do is the straps and the little like fringy bits on the side. And the instructions for that section look weirdly complicated for what it is. So I might have to sit down with that for a while and think it through. Now I cannot let myself forget to talk about the looking back chapter for Happy Birthday Kirsten, which is so unbelievably bleak even by Kirsten standards. It's about growing up in 1854, and it expands on a lot of the elements of Kirsten's childhood that we see at play in the book. It talks a little bit about the expectations for children on a farm and the kind of chores they would be expected to do, and the way that that work is sort of differentiated by gender. And it also takes the time to list like a dozen different ways that children on the frontier can die, which is a little dark. It basically makes the claim that life on the prairie was extremely dangerous, even if you were inside the house. Like, the outside is dangerous, but also when you're inside the house, you can, like, I don't know, fall into a cellar or get burned in a fire. And that pioneer families were aware of this danger and essentially chose to not do anything about it, because they believed that if they did not take any kind of safety measures to prevent children from getting into dangerous situations, and instead focused on building that virtue of extreme obedience, then that would keep children safe. This is an interesting claim. Like, the chapter very much frames this as a deliberate choice made by these families. And I'll have to chew on that for a bit. Like, I'm not sure how I feel about that as a historical claim. As usual for the Kirsten series, they are not afraid to mention death, including child death. And the chapter says, yeah, even with this culture of obedience, a lot of kids died on the frontier. Thinking about time periods with really high child mortality, it's really hard for people to imagine usually. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine, and it makes people uncomfortable, and a lot of people will try to resolve that discomfort by assuming or claiming that people in the past didn't love their children as much as people do now. And I was a little bit surprised, but definitely glad to see that that looking back chapter does not fall into that super common trap, and is pretty frank about the fact that no, children would die kind of frequently, and it was awful. So that's a lot. That's obviously really heavy, and there's a photograph in that chapter of a family standing by the grave of one of their children. It's heavy, Doc. And the chapter ends with sort of a look into the future. It's a chapter about childhood, so it talks about what the end of childhood would be like, and it tries to take a little peek into the future for Kirsten, which you would think would be a little more hopeful, like that would be an optimistic moment. But the tone of that is super bleak too. They do not write with excitement and curiosity about the many new and wonderful wonderful things that Kirsten might go on to do. It is very direct about the fact that Kirsten has a life path already set out for her, and she will almost certainly follow it. If she manages to survive her childhood, she will grow into adolescence, and by the time she's about 16, she will be an adult woman in her society. At that point, she will probably marry and move to her husband's farm and live out her life as a farm wife, which she has been very well prepared to do by Mama. If she does not get married, then she will probably perform a very similar role for her parents and take care of them as they age. In many ways, the American Girl books are portraits of girlhood at different places and times. The social conception of childhood in the place and time that Kirsten is growing up, there's not even much of a conception of childhood as a distinct phase of life. The American Girl books have such a reverence for childhood and for girlhood in particular. And it's so interesting and moving to see them bring that attitude, that reverence for girlhood to the fiction stories of Kirsten's childhood, even while they acknowledge in these nonfiction sections that that is not the attitude of her own society. While plenty of the individual adults in Kirsten's world really love children and value them, their society in general does not value childhood as special and distinct and sacred. Children are tiny, incompetent adults. They are adults in training, and they're really bad at it. I think a lot of the moments in these books that are painful for me to read come down to that conflict between the way I see Kirsten and her life and the way that her family and her culture sees her in her life. Kirsten is special, and her girlhood is special, and the things that matter to her matter. Kirsten's family doesn't really see it that way, but we follow Kirsten's perspective. We understand her deeply, and we bring our society's conception of childhood to the story. And when those two things meet, when they collide, that is the definition of tragedy.
I mean, come on. You can't tell me I did not absolutely demolish this.
This is why I don't really mind showing you guys the disasters that occur in the kitchen, because I know that when it's arts and crafts time, I can bring it. It's so cute. I'm so obsessed with it. I think the scale is just right. And oh yes, it is fully lined. I always have to show off when I've fully lined something because it is so much more work and you feel like you get no credit for it. So this is just my favorite thing ever. And now I need to find more things to hand applique. Everyone's getting monogrammed spoon bags for Christmas. Yes, I cheated and I machine sewed the quilted pillow. I'm doing enough hand sewing here. I don't need to be spending hours doing straight lines of stitches that are going to be invisible anyway. I mean, I feel I should get bonus points because I did both sides. And the book only says to do one, and it only says to use 2 patterns, and I used 4. I did not feel like buying stuffing for this, so I stuffed it with the fabric scraps and a bunch of others from projects that I had laying around still. So I'm being very resourceful. It's going to be very cozy. And there's a little bit of finishing to do that I am going to do by hand, which is good because I need some time to talk about Miss Winston in this book. I find myself forgetting really easily that Miss Winston still lives with the Larsons, but yeah, she's still there. She was there for all of the St. Lucia stuff, and she's there for most of this book, although obviously she, unlike Kirsten, still goes to school. Miss Winston's just an odd little character that I have very mixed feelings about, but I really like what she brings to the table in this one. Something pretty important is introduced in this book that I don't think I really highlighted in the recap, which I would call the Miss Winston corollary to the Larson family values. This is one of those moments when we see Mama and Papa's approach to life not really being refuted, but being complicated. Other paths are possible, things are not necessarily black and white. In the Larson survival mode worldview that we got to know and meet Kirsten, luxuries and distractions have to be actively rejected. It's not just a matter of giving up things that you can't afford in time and money and resources. It's a matter of actively throwing everything that you can overboard. It's not even an analysis of what you could and couldn't afford. You probably could squeeze in 1 or 2 tiny bits of pleasure and beauty and recreation, but that's not the point. You're not going to give things that aren't necessities any attention when your situation isn't stable. stable. The doll goes in the trunk stays in town. Don't ask questions, don't try new things, don't try to have fun. Just keep your head down and keep moving. Don't think about anything other than what has to be done. Kirsten is finding that that method can get you through some really nasty stuff. Her parents know how to grit their teeth and push when they have to. But I think Kirsten's also finding that that's no way to live. You can't live like that forever. Maybe discipline and self-denial are not the only values in hard work. Discipline is important, but that determination and that hard work can also be channeled into taking care of yourself and showing love for each other, even when things are tough. Maybe Kirsten doesn't have to learn to be strong enough to ignore her heart. Maybe she needs to learn to be strong enough to care for it and keep it open and vulnerable even when things are hard. That is the lesson that Miss Winston is offering when she says, where there's a will, there's a way. Which I didn't really clock at first because that sounds like just another slogan about determination and hard work and grit. It sounds like she's repeating the same Larson family values, but she's actually taking it in a very different direction. What you care about is important, and you can decide to value something, and that same determination that is helping you survive can help you get these things that are important just because they matter. And raw elbow grease isn't the only factor. Creativity and cleverness also help you get there. Wow, look at that. Seam? What seam? It says to sew a button through all the layers in the very center. And I'm gonna do it on this side because the corners are ever so slightly off on this one. Okay, I'll have to put it on this one actually because the center is coming apart a little bit. I must have like snipped it too close. When the idea of Kirsten learning to quilt is brought up and Mama just rejects it out of hand, I think this is another one of those moments where she's not making the calculus about whether or not it makes sense, whether or not it's possible for quilting specifically to be brought into the picture. She is just going to reject it out of hand because she's in that survival mode state. And it's definitely hard to fault her for that, but it's wonderful for Kirsten that Miss Winston is there to offer another way to think about it. Yes, Kirsten is very busy right now, so what would it take? What would it take to make this work? We can't have everything we want, but this is one thing we've decided is important, and how can we make it happen? That's probably not a lesson Kirsten could have gotten from anybody else in her community because they are all, at least on some level, in that survival mode. And I think it's only because they're living in the same household and they spend so much time together that Kirsten is able to learn this lesson from Miss Winston. Where there's a will, there's a way. And by the end, we see that maybe Mama is starting to learn it as well. And by the end, we see that maybe Miss Winston has taught this to Mama as well. That's actually really cute. I wish I'd put a little more scraps in there as stuffing, but as a decorative pillow, it'll work just fine. It is raining right outside that window. I am sorry if you can hear the sound, but I would not change a thing. I am extremely cozy right now. Perfect evening to have some tea and to do some hand quilting. The quilted pot holder should be pretty easy, but looks a little bit time intensive, so I will use some of that time to talk about quilting, because there's quilting in this book. I'm gonna cut 8-inch squares of cotton fabric. Already got it. We are prepped and ready to go. I should be using cotton batting in the middle of this. I do not have any, did not feel like going out and buying some, so I have 5 layers of flannel here. It has dinosaurs on it, so that's just gonna have to be close enough. It feels like it's decently thick. I could probably put a few more layers in there, but then it's gonna be a real pain to sew. And I'm just gonna tack it down with big basting stitches before I even mess with the pattern. I'm so excited to just sit here and sew. I don't even know what to say. Well, I guess I do know what to say because I did write down notes about things that I wanted to talk about when it comes to quilting in this book. It is wonderful that there's an American Girl book that focuses so much on quilting because, of course, quilting is very significant in the history of American art. And in particular, the type of quilting that Kirsten is doing is a distinctly American art form. I think when most people think of quilting, they're actually thinking of 2 distinct elements. Quilting itself just refers to what I'm doing now. You have multiple layers stacked on top of each other, and then you're sewing straight through them. And usually in the middle, you have at least one layer of padding that kind of gets compressed by the stitches, so you have a little bit of texture. And quilting is not even necessarily decorative. Kirsten actually has a couple items in her doll collection that are quilted for practical reasons, for warmth or for structure, that bit of her nightgown or her winter petticoat. I think when many people think of a quilt, they're also thinking of patchwork, but that isn't necessarily the same thing. Like the pillow I made before, that's patchwork, but there's no quilting. And then this is going to be quilted, but there's no patchwork. So these are 2 separate techniques that are both really old and have their own histories and pop up in a lot of different textile traditions in different parts of the world, but when they are combined in the particular way that they're used in American quilting, they form something pretty distinctive. So when I think of a quilt, I am thinking of this big patchwork top with different colors of printed cotton that is then quilted down with a layer of batting and a solid back to make the completed blanket. And that's a really important part of the American quilting tradition, but it's actually not what Kirsten is making. If we want to get technical, and I do, that is not what the friendship quilt is. In patchwork, the face, the design, has a bunch of different fabrics sewn together, and they are seamed around the edges, so essentially they form one single layer. If you look at how things are described in the book, the girls aren't actually doing patchwork on their quilt squares, they're doing applique. The girls all start with a square of white muslin, like a plain cotton weave, and then they have scraps of colorful cloth that they cut into shapes and sew them on top. And that's all applique is. It's the same process I used for the spoon bag. It's a little bit confusing because you might call an applique a patch, so they're talked about the same way, but they're actually two different techniques with different processes and different final results. An applique piece is going to have a lot of 3D texture. The designs really pop. It's a lot easier to create curves, and it's generally a better technique for tiny, intricate designs. And in my opinion, applique shows the hand of the individual quilter much more clearly. In patchwork, your stitches are on the back of the fabric, so they end up essentially inside the quilt. But in applique, you're sewing on the surface. Even if you use a technique that has invisible stitching, any tiny mistake is going to be visible, and the quality of your stitches is just always going to be a lot more apparent. Detailed embroidery work requires a lot of skill and time, and everything is shaped by hand, so it's very personal. This is why Miss Mary Stewart is very right that you cannot rush a quilt. Applique work is very artistic. You have to pour your heart into it. Not that you can't pour your heart into patchwork, but applique really demands it, which makes an applique quilt, even compared with other quilts, a very time-consuming artistic endeavor. Even with repurposed materials that you aren't spending money on, just the investment of hours into the quilt makes it a very expensive final product, and that's what the girls made for Kirsten. Okay, I have my basting done, so these are stitches that I will take out at the very end. They're just there to hold the layers together, and it also marks center for me, so I know where to lay out the pattern. The book does not tell you to do this, it just tells you to put pins around the edges, but this is wrong. It would take just as much time to do that, and it's not going to work as well. I'm actually going to disobey these instructions on several fronts because I know better. It wants you to mess around with tracing paper to transfer the pattern onto the fabric. I'm not going to do that. This is the pattern, this is the quilting that you're supposed to do on top of that, and that's just shapes. So I just made this little template, and I'll just quilt around it like that, and I'll just like stitch around, and then I'll move it. I don't know, I haven't actually ever hand quilted before, so maybe I should slow down. But there's one more thing I'm gonna deviate from. It says to use a back stitch on this, and a back stitch only looks good from the front. It looks really weird from the back, and I feel like it's gonna pull and warp your quilting in weird ways. And a potholder should be double-sided. So I'm just gonna use a running stitch, and then if I feel like it, I'll go back through and double up on the running stitch, and then it'll look like a back stitch, but it'll look like it from both sides. So the friendship quilt. The quilt that Kirsten's friends make would be considered a Baltimore album quilt, or unless you want to get really technical and say it's only a Baltimore album quilt if it comes from the Champagne region of France, in which case it's just like a Baltimore style album quilt. These were big in Baltimore, you know, as you can imagine, thanks to another Mary, actually, a woman called Mary Simon, who went so unbelievably hard with a quilt. And Baltimore album quilts were applique quilts. They were made of a bunch of individual squares of muslin fabric that would then be appliqued separately and reassembled into one blanket. And the thing that makes them album quilts is when every square is made by a different person. So these quilts were really big in Baltimore starting in the 1840s. And just like we see in the book, they were these big community projects that would then be given to one person, either because they were leaving and wanted something to remember the community, or often for big occasions like a wedding. I was reading about this, and apparently there was some development in ink technology around this time. I don't really understand it, but the point is that it made writing in ink on fabric viable, and that became a really important part of a Baltimore album quilt, that the makers would sign their names on their squares, and often there would be an inscription saying who it was for or referencing the occasion in some way. So Kirsten's quilt really hits all the important elements. I was looking at pictures of quilts in museum collections and thinking that the inscription on Kirsten's quilt is a historian's dream because it has her full name and the occasion and her age as well as the year. I can totally see that quilt being in a museum today and the curator being so proud of all of the details they've been able to pull together about who exactly this Kirsten was and where specifically it was made. There is so much story and so much history in just that one quilt. It would make a great museum piece. But of course, that friendship quilt does not end up being in a museum 150 years later. We'll get to that. Anyway, the proper Baltimore album quilts that were actually made in Baltimore are very intricate and super fussy. And even though applique is a good vehicle for using scrap fabric, these nice quilts were not made with scrap fabric at all. These were made by particularly women from the up-and-coming upper class in Baltimore, and they had a lot of time and money to spend on quilting, so they would purchase cotton prints specifically for these quilts. So it's kind of a happy accident that applique is accessible to Kirsten, just with repurposed fabrics. Okay, I finished the one loop. It's not bad. I definitely will want to go back over it. Yeah, my technique is not there, but I stand by not using the backstitch. That would have only made this worse. If you have good technique, you're supposed to be able to like rock back and forth. That is better, I think. A lot like the St. Lucia moment from the last book, this is another time when Kirsten kind of ends up on the cutting edge of mid-19th century American culture. Like, the timing works out perfectly for her because Miss Winston is from Maine, and before she left Maine, she would have been there just in time to catch Baltimore quilting traditions coming up to Maine. So she would have had a few years to see these quilts, see people making them, learn to quilt herself in that applique style, and then she goes way out to Minnesota, taking the tradition much farther west, much faster than you would expect, but often that's actually how these things go. Okay, let me give my hand a break and pull up some reference images. So this is a Baltimore album quilt from about 1850 from Baltimore. The Baltimore Museum of Art has it, and they call it a child's album quilt. And the quilt is pretty small, so I assume that means it's a quilt for a child, but I was wondering if maybe it was made by young people because it is a lot simpler than the other quilts they have in their collection. It's hard to say because it looks so much more intricate and professional than you would expect kids to be able to make, but 19th century kids were crazy good at sewing. Either way, this is kind of what I'm imagining that Kirsten's friendship quilt would have looked like, except without the fancy border and just overall a lot less professionally done. Like, whether this was made by adults in Baltimore or children in Baltimore, Kirsten's friends are not doing this good of a job, but they're all in that same neutral colored background. Different people have made these appliques in kind of the same style. We're seeing a lot of florals. Groundbreaking. Anyway, that's what it would look like based on the text in the book, based on the book's description, but this is actually one of the rare instances where the book's description differs from what we see in the illustrations and the collection and the other parts of Kirsten's world. Like, usually they match extremely precisely. That's kind of that's the way American Girl works, but here they're very different. The original cover of Happy Birthday Kirsten does fit the text. Kirsten has her own quilt square. It's the one she saves for a quilt for the baby. And you can see she's appliquing hearts on top of a muslin square. And for the doll collection, that amazing little tiny embroidery site where you can actually sew on the hearts, that is also applique. And in this illustration in the book, you can see that they're doing hand applique on the muslin background. This all checks out. But whenever we see the finished friendship quilt, it does not match. Like on the new cover, that does not match at all. And the picture itself actually isn't new. This is one of the original illustrations. And in this picture, some of the squares seem to be applique, but most of them don't. They look like just a square of printed cotton, but I guess they could also be patchwork in like a really small repeating pattern. There's a bunch of different color backgrounds, which does not match what the book says about them all being on the same muslin. And then this picture, the little vignette of the finished quilt, that just goes all the way to it being patchwork made of squares of different colored cotton. No applique, no muslin background. And that pretty much matches at least the style of the quilt in the doll collection. The doll quilt has a couple solid cream colored squares, and those could be the muslin squares that were left blank for signatures that you see in the book, but there is no sign of applique, no design work at all. It is just squares of different colored fabrics in a perfect grid. I said I love the doll quilt, and I do. For a doll item, like on the scale it's very detailed. And you know I love that they integrate fabrics from Kirsten's world. They've also made it a tufted quilt, which I don't think is mentioned in the book, but it would fit the historical setting. You can see the little brown threads between the squares, and those will let you tie the layers together at the very end rather than quilting on top of the squares. Samantha's bedding is actually also tufted, so that's a nice little detail that really just ties it all together. Hold for applause. So yeah, the doll quilt is precious. I'm not mad about it, but this is not a Baltimore album quilt or a Baltimore style album quilt. But you know what? Maybe it would be too hard to make an applique quilt in doll size. You obviously couldn't do real applique, making it at that scale and like mass manufacturing them. The closest you could probably get would be to print the applique design onto the fabric. And then to make it look remotely realistic, you'd have to like sew and essentially top quilt around the edges of the design so that they pop out and kind of look like they're appliqued. You'd have to do something like this, essentially. So yeah, they just did that. Like, Pleasant Company did that later. For this video, I'm mostly trying to think chronologically and limit myself to what Pleasant Company had going on in 1986, or at this point it's 1987. But if we look ahead just a little bit to 1993, this quilt is from the collection of Addie Walker. And this quilt is pretty similar to the book description of what Kirsten's friendship quilt would be like, which makes sense because both groups of fictional quilters would have had a lot of the same influences from the Baltimore quilting scene in the 40s and 50s. And this one would be even closer because it was made in the 1960s in Philadelphia. And fun fact, the design of this quilt was based on an extant quilt from, guess what year? 1854. It's really easy to forget that Kirsten and Addie are basically contemporaries, but when Happy Birthday Kirsten takes place, it is the spring of 1855, which is exactly when Addie is born. American girls are born in the spring. So Addie is actually the same age as baby Britta. And when Addie's story is taking place, Kirsten is about 20, so they're super close. Now this doll quilt was made for Pleasant Dreams Addie, the nighttime collection. So it was part of Addie's doll collection from the beginning, and it isn't tied to any particular book in her main series. But again, I did a little bit of reading ahead, and it matches the description in one of Addie's short stories that was published after the main series and is actually set after the events of the main series. In Addie's wedding quilt, Addie learns to applique, and specifically they use the word applique in the story, which I don't think they do in any of Kirsten's books. Now in the doll quilt, those little scenes, those are just based on the real extant quilt they used as a reference and don't really have any connection to Addie besides being general family scenes. But the story goes into detail about some characters making quilt squares that reflect scenes from their actual family history. This use of quilts for storytelling and history keeping, this is present throughout American quilting traditions, but it is especially core to Black American quilting traditions beginning in the 19th century. I'm getting a little bit off course. This is not really relevant to the subject at hand, but I did get really excited looking at it. The point is there are some differences. This isn't exactly the same as what I imagine Kirsten's quilt would look like. She wouldn't have the storytelling elements present. She would more have like florals and abstract designs. There would be different use of color, some different artistic influences. There's a lot going on, but that short story that goes into such detail about Addie making this applique album quilt. This is the cover for that short story. And this is the picture they give us for that quilt. I don't know.
Ta-da! It turns out that hand quilting is kind of hard. And more importantly, that it is a distinct skill set from hand sewing. I didn't think this would be a thing. I was like, I can hand sew. This is just sewing in lines. But it's not. I've been watching a bunch of videos about it and there's technique. So this is another case where we're going to say this looks authentically Kirsten. This looks like a very competent 9-year-old pioneer child did it. But I stand by that I was right not to backstitch.
I come from Alabama with the banjo on my knee.
Does Kirsten save the day, or does she just screw up to an almost unimaginable degree, but then other people step in to bail her out, and by some miracle things work out okay? Because our next canon event is saving the day. She's got to do it. And the book is called Kirsten Saves the Day, but I'm not sure that she does. It is summertime in Minnesota. Summertime is when saving the day typically occurs. And this book takes place in June and July, so really only a few weeks after the previous book. The baby is of course still very small, but Mama is back on her feet, back to doing most of her normal tasks day to day. So while Kirsten is still definitely busy, she is less
intensely, oppressively busy. She is back going to school, and she notes that the work she does have to do is just a lot nicer. She's having a lot more fun right now because her chores are more like fishing and berry picking and things that lend themselves to barefoot frolicking and just being a little more relaxed. And that's where we find her at the start of the book. She is going out fishing with her little brother Peter, who by now I believe is 6. They also bring along their dog Caro. I don't know what kind of dog Caro is, because while I love dogs, I don't know anything about identifying dog breeds. He's smallish and he's got spots. If you know what kind of dog this is, let me know, because a Google search turned up nothing. Anyway, Caro is desperate to join them on this fishing trip because he just always wants to be a part of things. They know they shouldn't let him come with them because he's not super well trained and he will get into mischief, and if he sees a critter, he's going to chase it into the woods. But Peter promises that he will keep a close eye on Caro, won't let him run away. And of course he does immediately. They're out there for like 2 minutes before Caro runs off, but then pretty soon he's running back and he's crying because he's been stung by a bee. Peter is absolutely devastated. In that way, it's devastating to cause your dog some small hurt and know it's your fault and just need to find a sword to fall on because you can't believe you've done this. But Kirsten is not really thinking about Caro. She is doing the math and realizing that if he got stung by a bee, where there's bees, there's a hive, and where there's a hive, there's honey. And honey is not something they have right now, but Kirsten understands it's very desirable, and she explains to Peter all of the delicious things that you can cook and bake with honey. But more importantly, honey is kind of a valuable commodity. Most of what the family produces on the Larson farm is for their own use, right? They raise animals for their own food and supplies, but they do also make some extra things that they're able then to sell in town. When they go into Maryville, they'll bring cheese and preserves, hens that they've raised, and they will sell them to the general store there. Although usually they don't get money in return, usually they just trade for products that they need from the store, things that they're not able to make for themselves. It's just like Stardew Valley. Now, Kirsten's had her ear to the ground, she's been listening to talk, and she knows that things are actually kind of tight for the Larsons right now. They have a lot of stuff they need to get in town. They need a new saw blade, Lars needs new boots, like really important functional things, and the family isn't sure that the farm is producing enough right now to be able to pay for that. And it's not like they have a lot of extra money lying around, so they're really stressed about getting together enough stuff so that when they go into Maryville, which they're going to do for the 4th of July, they have enough stuff to give the general store to get the things they need. Kirsten is thinking that honey has got to be worth a lot, and if they can put together some jars of good quality honey and bring those with them to the general store, that'll put them over the top. There's going to be enough money then to get everything they need, and maybe even a few things that they don't really need, a few little luxuries. Kirsten has dollar signs in her eyes, and she marches off to track down the bees, and she finds the tree where the hive is. And we need to take a second to appreciate the D.W. Reed energy that Kirsten is giving us in this picture. Now, at this point, we are most of the way through the series. This is book 5 of 6, and we are starting to see the results of some of the growth and change that Kirsten has experienced throughout the books. And we really see in this moment that she's an American now. She is a colonialist now. And she sees the bee tree and says, "Great. So this is mine." Immediately after finding this tree, she is not only possessive of it, but indignant at the idea that anybody else might get the honey. She sees that there are some gashes in the trunk of the tree, and she thinks someone else had tried to climb the tree already. Someone else was after her honey. She even acknowledges in the text, like she knows that she was not the first one there, that somebody else was interested in this tree. It doesn't matter that she wasn't there first, it's just hers. So she stakes her claim, she makes her mark on nature, and she carves her initial into the trunk of the tree. She writes the letter K, and then below that she carves bee tree. I don't know why she needs to label it. If she's gonna write more, shouldn't she write like KL or Larson or something? But no, she specifies that it's a bee tree. Now the tree belonged to her, and no one else could claim it. Kirsten, who told you that? Who told you that it works like that? This girl listens. This girl absorbs the culture that she's raised in. Now, I mentioned the gashes that were in the trunk earlier, and you might have been thinking, Kirsten, you dumbass, those are bears. That's not a person after your honey, those are bears after your honey. And don't worry, Kirsten realizes this is probably the case. She just doesn't think it's important. Papa and Mama had warned her many times to stay away from bears, but there was no sign of bears on this sunny morning. Probably the bears had gone away to another part of the woods and wouldn't come back. Anyway, this honey was hers. not the bears. She had discovered it. And all she had to do now was figure out how to take it home. She has discovered the resource, and now she's laid claim to it. It is legally and ethically hers. And now all she has to figure out how to do is extract it and remove it for the environment so that she can then convert it into wealth. Now, does Kirsten know how to extract the honey? No. No, she does not. She knows a little bit. She knows just enough to be a menace because her dad has collected honey before. She hasn't seen him do it, but I think she's seen him come back, maybe. She's seen some of his supplies, so she knows some of the elements at play, but does not fully understand how to make it come together. This would be the perfect time for Kirsten to ask for help. To say, hey, Baba, I found a bee tree. I know you have some honey collecting stuff. Can we go get the honey together? But of course she doesn't do that, because Kirsten's love languages are secrets and surprises, and she just wants to feel important. She wants to have all the honey collected and ready to go so that she can then present it to the family and show them how she has saved the day. I was so proud of Kirsten. I was so happy for her in the last book where she had this moment of feeling valued and important and precious. And I feel like she learned the wrong lesson from that. What Kirsten does in this book is dumb. It's just so dumb. And she does it for attention. That's it. She basically comes right out and tells the reader, I'm just doing this for the attention. And that's obnoxious, of course. But gosh, it's also hard to fault her for that because kids do need attention and she does not get enough. She is not being given enough attention from her parents. And you gotta do what you gotta do. And we understand that she's not receiving this lack of attention because she's not impressive enough. Like, that's not the issue, that she hasn't done anything cool enough to earn attention. We know her parents are just busy. They're just consumed with their work and with the stresses of pioneer life, and they also just don't fully understand how and why to give her that kind of attention. So she can't fix this problem by getting honey. But she's 10, she's doing her best. Anyway, that might be the last nice thing I say about Kirsten in this book because she's a complete menace. And she proceeds to bully Peter pretty shamelessly into keeping quiet about the bee tree and not telling anyone even though he knows they should. This moment is really funny and adorable and real because Kirsten's dialogue is so childish. She's being such a child here, but she's also putting on these grown-up airs. I can get it myself. I found the bee tree myself, didn't I? She shoved her hands into her waist the way Mama did when she wanted strict attention. Peter, are you afraid? Peter looked down at Caro. I'm a little bit afraid. A few days later, Kirsten is out picking berries with her cousins, and they're having a great time. You know, they're in their summer outfits with their sleeves rolled up and their bare feet, and they've got their hats on. Kirsten has a bonnet, and she doesn't love it. It gets kind of sweaty, which wearing this, I can feel how uncomfortable that would be. But her cousins have these nice straw hats to keep the sun off their faces, and Kirsten's a little bit jealous. They're picking berries and snacking on them as they go, and they're talking about the 4th of July. They're really looking forward to going into town for the celebration, which seems like actually kind of a big festival compared to what a modestly sized town Maryville is. There's a parade with music, and there's going to be fireworks and cannon fire, and then a bunch of games and races for the kids. It sounds like a really fun festive time. They're all looking forward to it, but Kirsten isn't really thinking about the fun. She's just thinking about the fact that this is her deadline. This is the day she actually has to have the honey and everything ready to go in order to sell it in town. She's basically been thinking about the honey nonstop since she found it. She hasn't gotten a chance to go collect the honey yet, but she just can't stop thinking about her bee tree and wondering if it's okay. So actually, while they're picking berries, they're pretty near where the tree is. So she sneaks off to go check on it and make sure that nobody has gotten any of her honey. She sneaks away and she finds the tree and everything looks all good, but then she hears a rustling and she turns around and oh my God, it's a bear. Kirsten is very scared at first, but then she realizes it's not a bear. It's a bear cub. It's just a little bear cub. It's just a little guy. He's just a little baby. He's actually just a puppy. Kirsten thinks, look, this is basically just a puppy. And I love puppies. Kirsten just kind of watches the cub for a moment. You know, it's nice. It's chill. This is not a problem. And then Lisbeth, the oldest cousin, comes looking for Kirsten and her noise scares the cub away. And she finds Kirsten. She's like, Kirsten, what's going on? Oh, nothing. It's fine. I just saw a little bear. And Lisbeth freaks out. So dramatic. Yeah, Lisbeth is a little older and Kirsten thinks therefore wiser and therefore kind of an authority over her, but I don't think this has anything to do with the fact that Lisbeth is like a year or two older. I think it's just the fact that she has a brain in ways that Kirsten maybe doesn't, and she says, Kirsten, Kirsten, that's not good. She reminds Kirsten that their parents have impressed upon them how dangerous bears are and not to go near them. And actually, it doesn't make it better that this one was a cub, because where there's a cub, there's gonna be a mama bear who are especially dangerous if they think you're messing with their cub. Kirsten lets Lisbeth drag her away back into the house, but she really does not internalize this lesson. She's not really listening. As they walked, Kirsten said to herself, "Nothing will keep me from getting my honey. Not even bears." Still, she was glad the only bear she'd seen near the bee tree was a little bear. Kirsten's instinct to be a friend to tiny animals is so understandable and so adorable and so unwise in this particular circumstance. She should focus that attention on the kitten, on the barn kitten from the last book, and not actual bears. Yeah, Kirsten, I'm sure that's the last we're seeing of bears. That won't be a problem anymore. Oh, just kidding. The next chapter is called Bears. The very next morning, Kirsten finds herself an opportunity to sneak out and go get the honey. And she, again, horribly bullies Peter into keeping her secret and going with her to help. She loots the barn for honey collecting supplies. She has seen Papa, I think, come back from collecting honey, so she knows he has this veil that he wears to protect himself from the bees. So she finds the veil and takes that. She also takes a syrup bucket that they use for collecting maple syrup, or sap, I suppose. She knows that smoke is involved in the collection of honey, although she's not super sure how that works mechanically, so she grabs a piece of pine wood that she thinks she's going to use as a torch, and then she knows she needs something to actually get the honey, so she gets a dipper. She grabs the water dipper, and she takes that with them to, I guess, scoop out the honey. So the two of them march out to the woods, and as is his custom, Caro follows, because he wants to be with them, and they know they shouldn't let him come with, especially since what happened last time. But Kirsten, IQ 175 Kirsten reasons that actually this is good. He can be a guard dog, and he can protect them from bears if any bears come near. And once again, this is how big Caro is, okay? This is the size of this dog compared to Kirsten, okay? Bear for scale. You might be detecting a little bit of foreshadowing here on this cover, okay? This is, I would say spoiler, but this is about to happen. This is like the very next page, because they get to the bee tree and they don't even have time to do anything. Immediately, Caro has sniffed out the bear cub. The bear cub is there, and the two of them square off. Caro obviously could not take a bear, right? But maybe he could take a bear cub, and Caro certainly feels like he could fight this bear cub, and the two of them are going at it, and the kids are panicking. And then Mama Bear arrives, and she is pissed, because of course she is, because there's this dumbass dog going at her kid, and she swats at Caro. She takes a swipe at him. He like flies through the air and hits the ground. It's horrible. It's so distressing. Caro is not dead. I feel like I have to say that. The dog does not die, but it's very upsetting, okay? The dog is hurt, and he straight up runs away. He abandons his pack, and he runs back, presumably towards the house. This gives the kids a chance to run as well. They run away from the bear, and then they climb up a tree, which is not a good idea. And Kirsten definitely knows that this is not a good plan. Like, there's even a line where she says, everyone knew black bears climbed trees easily. But these kids are in such a panic. Her flight response is blaring in her brain. So she and Peter scramble up the tree, and the bear chases them. It is terrifying. The bear charges after them and stops at the bottom of the tree and is looking up at them on its hind legs. It is a miracle that the two of them survive this, and they know it. And for a minute there, they really think they are staring death in the face, that they are about to die. They are frozen and terrified, and all they can do is just silently pray. Kirsten couldn't take her gaze from the bear. She could see the sharp teeth and long claws. It was so close she could smell the musky stink of its fur. If the bear came up the tree, she and Peter wouldn't have a chance. The bear stares them down for a minute, but seems to decide that they're not worth it, and so goes back to its cub to take care of the cub and take it away. The kids just stay in the tree, because, like, what else do you do? They're still frozen with fear and still coming down off the adrenaline of staring death in the face. But after a few minutes, they can hear Papa shouting for them. And Kirsten is wearing this whistle. It was mentioned earlier in the book. She has a whistle in the shape of a bird that was carved by her oldest brother, Lars, and she takes it with her when she's out alone on the prairie in case something happens. She blows the whistle, Papa follows the sound, he finds them, and he helps them down from the tree. He explains that Caro did make it back to the farm and had gashes, had claw marks in his back legs. Obviously something was going down, so Papa grabbed his rifle and ran out into the woods. Kirsten warns him that there's a bear nearby and she's worried it might come back, but Papa says that he was making way too much noise for the bear to want to come over there, which is actually what you're supposed to do with a black bear. That's why it was such a bad idea to run away and climb a tree, because that's just going to make the bear want to chase you. You're supposed to make yourself big and make a lot of noise, and then it'll leave you alone. Part of me is annoyed at Papa for not explaining this to Kirsten when he was telling her how dangerous bears are. Like, you couldn't have given her a couple tips for the best thing to do if she does encounter one, but I know if he told Kirsten this, it would make it worse, because she is so dangerous with a little knowledge, and she would just go trying to find bears. She would go after bears to try to be all big and loud and see if that would scare them away. Like, she would not do better with this knowledge. Anyway, Papa helps them down from the tree, and it's very clear that his first priority is making sure that they're safe, seeing if they're hurt. But after that's established, he wants to know what happened, and he is pretty clearly upset. Kirsten explains the whole plan with the secret honey collection, and Peter basically immediately throws her under the bus by saying it was all her idea, which, fair. Like, fair, Peter. And the thing that really makes Papa mad is learning that Kirsten knew there were bears around, that she had seen the bear cub and known there were bears near the honey tree. You did a very, very foolish thing. You put your life and Peter's life in danger. You've got to be careful in the woods. Papa's voice boomed. And I love that they kind of directly address this question of saving the day. Like, Peter tries to stick up for Kirsten at one point, which is lovely. He doesn't have to do that. And he says, well, Kirsten saved us, you know? When the big bear came, she helped us run away and she helped me up the tree. So it was her quick thinking, you know, maybe saved our lives. And Papa just says, no, that's not what happened. Kirsten got you into this situation. You should have never been near these bears to begin with. Papa is obviously glad they're not dead, but he's not impressed that they made it out alive. That does not make it better. Papa is very clear that the most important thing is that she put herself and her brother in danger. Like, that's the main issue. But also, while they're on the subject, her honey collection setup is trash. He's like, if you had tried to do this with your stupid little torch and just gone in there with the dipper, you would have destroyed the hive. You would have just broken the honeycomb and probably destroyed the colony of bees and gotten yourself horribly stung, and the honey wouldn't even be good after that. So even if the bear had come, this was never going to work to begin with. Kirsten was never going to have secret surprise honey that she could bring back in victory. This was doomed from the start. And she's stupid. He doesn't say that. Well, he does say she was foolish. Kirsten, you're 10 years old. You're old enough to take care of yourself and your little brother. You're old enough to know better. Kirsten was ashamed. Because of her recklessness, she'd put Peter in danger. The pup had been clawed. Mama and Papa were frightened and upset, and she had almost destroyed the treasure she'd found. She couldn't keep tears from rolling down her cheeks. Oh, Papa, I'm so sorry. Truly, I am. Papa can see how upset she is and says, I can see I don't need to paddle you. You've been punished enough. Which I believe is the only mention in the series of corporal punishment in the home. Like, it's discussed a lot in the context of school, but I think this is the only time it's brought up, like the idea of her parents hitting her. So it's clearly something that happens based on the way it's mentioned here, but not in this particular instance, because Kirsten is already just openly weeping. Kirsten is feeling pretty bad about herself, which she should, but the next day she does go out with Papa and the oldest brother Lars to go and collect the bees. What they're actually going to do is move the whole hive. They're going to bring the entire thing back to the farm, and they're going to relocate the bees into a skep that they have, into like an artificial hive. Because if they can maintain the colony of bees and bring it back intact, then they will have honey forever, which is why she should have looped in her parents on this. I like that we get to see Lars in the second half of this book, because we don't get to see him a ton. Lars was 15, and it seemed to Kirsten that he wasn't afraid of anything in the world. As frustrated as I have been with Kirsten in this book, I really admire her wisdom and her self-knowledge in this moment, because she realizes she has to go with them. She has to return to the scene of the crime and go back to this place where the bear chased her, or she might never be able to. She is really afraid to go back there, and she keeps reliving the moment when the bear chased them, like over and over since it happened. I dreamed about bears last night, Kirsten said. I think if I don't go back to the woods today, I won't ever have the nerve to go again. Papa lets her come after securing an ironclad, very specifically delineated promise that she will not deviate from her little box. She'll stay in her little box while they do their work. And Kirsten really bravely confronts this memory and interrupts this process she can feel starting to happen, where this trauma would completely destroy her ability to go into the woods and do what she needs to do. I wouldn't call this saving the day. Like, that's just not a good descriptor of what's happening here. But Kirsten shows up for herself. She does something really brave to take care of herself. Predictably, Kirsten's self-care is of the tough love variety, and it would be nice to see her being a little more gentle with herself and her family being a little more gentle with her. But this is important too. This matters. We really see the determination and grit that Kirsten has been learning throughout these books starting to bear fruit. As they left the clearing, Kirsten looked around one last time. She wasn't so frightened now. She knew there were bears in the forest and that they always would be here. But she knew too that she could be wise and careful. I mean, dang, Kirsten, that's deep. That's so true. There will always be bears in the woods, Kirsten. Everybody's super excited that they'll be able to keep bees now because that will continue to pay off for a long time. Mama is all ready to process it. She's ready to render the beeswax and to prepare the honey. Kirsten could see that Mama was happy. Still, that didn't make Kirsten feel as proud about the honey as she'd expected to be. I thought I could get the honey for you, Kirsten blurted out. I thought I could do it myself. I wanted to help you get the things we need from Mr. Burkhoff's store, but instead of helping, suddenly she couldn't talk anymore. Her eyes blurred with tears. She had nothing to be proud of after all. It had taken Papa and Lars to get the honey. All she'd done was put herself and Peter in danger, and Caro had been clawed. Tears dripped off her face onto her dress. I do think Kirsten was very stupid, and she should feel bad. But obviously, there's a limit after which it's no longer productive for her to just be beating herself up over this. Kirsten is absolutely falling into despair, and it was so heartening to see her parents extend her a lot of grace in this moment, especially Mama. Mama recognizes that Kirsten was trying to help, that the whole reason she wanted the honey was to help the family. And she points out that they did end up getting the honey, even though Kirsten's plan was bad and it didn't work out. She did find the bees. She found the honey, and they're gonna have all of this extra stuff to sell because of her. And this is one moment where I am happy to see Kirsten doing some chores, because you can see how helpful it is for Kirsten that Mama immediately redirects her towards something constructive she can do to help. She gives her tasks to help with preparing the honey and the beeswax to sell, and this is so helpful for Kirsten to be back in the rhythm of contributing to the family and feeling like she's doing work that has value. Kirsten blinked at Mama through her tears. She wanted to be just like Mama when she grew up. You're a smart girl, Kirsten, Papa said. He wiped tears from her chin with his thumb. You just have to remember to be brave and careful at the same time. Papa's smile told her everything was all right. Did I just read good parenting? The 4th of July comes, and it is just as fun and festive as they all hoped. They all pile in the wagon with all of their stuff to sell, and they head to Maryville. And of course, Caro wants to come along. He still has an injured leg. It's all bandaged up, and he's running after the cart, and they decide they have to take him, because look at that. They make sure to keep him on a leash, though, so he doesn't start scrapping with other dogs. They arrive in Maryville and go straight to the general store, because work comes before play, and they meet Mr. Burkhoff there, who owns the general store. Remember, we met him briefly in Kirsten's surprise. And Aunt Inger is absolutely in Shark Tank mode. She is wheeling and dealing with this guy, really selling the high quality goods they have, the fat hens and the delicious cheese, and best of all, beeswax and honey. They unveil the honey with fanfare and pride, and it's labeled Kirsten's honey. The family gives Kirsten credit for discovering the honey, even though they all contributed to getting it ready to sell. It's Kirsten's discovery. It is her extra special basswood honey. Mr. Burkhoff is suitably impressed by Kirsten's honey. He says it's very high quality, and he's also excited about the beeswax, which is useful for candles, but also he notes that the town is growing and there are some fine ladies who have time to polish their furniture that might buy beeswax furniture polish. We also get some rare Lars content, and it's very adorable. It's been mentioned before that Lars likes to whittle. He makes little wood carvings, and sometimes he sells them at the general store, and Mr. Burkhoff specifically asks about them. Did you bring any more of your little wood carvings to sell, Lars? One of the town ladies asked about them. Lars' cheeks turned red. He wasn't used to being praised. I brought a few carvings, he said. I want to hear more about Lars and the fancy town lady that wants his carvings. It's interesting to me that the women are kind of orchestrating the commerce here. They are the ones who really planned and assembled all these goods to sell. Frankly, they probably made most of it. Like, they would have made the cheese and the preserves and such. Although, of course, the men are involved in, like, the farm work that produced that. And Aunt Inger is the one doing all of the wheeling and dealing. She's really selling their goods, showing off how good they are. And, of course, the honey is Kirsten's honey. And yet, once they kind of lay everything out, the women are sent away to go shop while the men talk money. We see all the time in these books that the work being done is very deeply segregated by gender. That's why Kirsten doesn't see Papa and Lars a whole lot, because they are in the separate sphere, you know, doing a very different kind of work in different locations. And that makes sense, right? That's very grounded in the history. That is what we know about how pioneer life worked. But this surprises me to read, that the women would be sort of explicitly cut out of commerce, and that doesn't really square with what I know of that time period. I think we might be hearing the 1980s talk over the 1850s a little bit in this moment and retrofit some ideas about what sexism would look like. Anyway, Kirsten gets to go inside the general store and look around, and she and Peter are really hoping that there will be some extra money to get a luxury item, but they don't know this for sure. They know that they have a lot of necessities they need to get before that would even become an option. Peter really wants a carving knife so he can whittle like Lars, which is precious. And Kirsten sees a straw hat like her cousins that she wants so badly. It would be so cool and comfortable on hot days, and she would look so pretty. She would look so grown up. She wants it bad. But she is very aware this might not happen. She's trying to contain herself and just enjoy the joy of window shopping. Papa comes up behind her and is teasing her about looking at the hat when she's already wearing a bonnet, and what does she need 2 hats for? And I know he's trying to make a joke and be playful, but I hate it so much. Like, listen to how sad this is. Kirsten could tell he was teasing her, but she blushed just the same. She knew better than to ask for what they couldn't afford. I was just pretending, Papa, she said. It's lucky I don't need a straw hat because I'm sure this one wouldn't fit me. Let's try it and see, Papa said. But the scene does end up being really, really sweet as he tells her they do have enough money left over to get her one thing. Peter will get her knife. She'll get her straw hat. Mama trims it with a ribbon and some cherries. She looks so pretty and so grown up, and it's a really lovely moment. And with her new straw hat on, Kirsten runs off with Caro to go watch the parade, and it's nice. It's a nice moment. It's a nice day. It's okay. Still doesn't count as saving the day. The dress Kirsten wears in this book isn't really notable. It's kind of basic. It looks like all her other ones, but I really love all of her outfits in this book because she styles it so perfectly. This is how she looks at the beginning of the story. She's got her striped dress and then the bonnet from her meat accessories that she's had for ages, and then bare feet while they go fishing. So you could buy, of course, this dress for your doll, and you could also buy the fishing stuff. That's such a specific and historically grounded and unglamorous item for a doll to have that I really love that it's included. There we go. She has her berry picking bucket. Freaking cute. I don't believe you could ever buy this bucket, but there was a basket with the fishing set. And then when she goes to town for the 4th of July, she gets the straw hat. And I was so sure there was a straw hat in these paper dolls. I'm pretty sure there was, and I just lost it. There are a lot of tiny items, okay? And I was sometimes less than careful in my organization. So just imagine that there's a straw hat here. You definitely could get that straw hat for the doll. In fact, I believe you bought the hat and the dress together. And then she could wear her regular boots, but if you wanted to be really book accurate, you would have to separately purchase her red boots, which I'm absolutely obsessed with. Such a look. This is what I mean about styling. The dress is not that special, but when she pairs them with the red boots, and then you add the hat, and it's one of my favorite Kirsten outfits. Then you could also buy for your doll an accessory set of 4th of July fun, which would have, of course, some of Kirsten's honey. The paper dolls have this big pot, but for the dolls you would get, it would look more like the illustrations in the book where it would be a little wooden crate with 2 pots. And it would say Kirsten's honey on there and everything. That would also include the bird-shaped whistle that Lars carved for her that she wears around her neck. And then there was a little American flag with whatever number of stars that is. I'm not going to look it up. You look it up. 31. It's 31 stars. I don't know why I was talking like I wasn't going to go down that rabbit hole. But anyway, that is not the only reason I am interrupting. I found the hat. Knew the paper dolls had a straw hat, and I was right. It fell between the couch cushions where I was very unwisely sitting while I was cutting out paper doll pieces. So let this serve as a warning to all of you. Neither the paper doll set nor the doll collection include the bear or the bear cub. Just a little bit of a letdown. I also don't think you could ever get Caro, which is super weird because like I mentioned before, all of these girls had a pet of some kind and that became a more formal thing. Like in the era where they were really pushing coconut for the modern girls, you know, they always wanted the girls to have a little animal companion, and it seems to make the most sense that Kirsten's would be Caro, but they focus on Missy instead, maybe because the other girls don't usually have cats. And for a while you could buy for your doll a little Missy and Kitten, little stuffed cats, and it took me a while while to figure that out because they're not listed as Missy anywhere. They were just called Barn Cat. So that's a little weird.
Now when you go a-camping, they tell you to beware. Deep within the forest, you might just see a bear. Bears are always searching for food, it's on their mind.
Good morning. Today I am going to film the last recap of Kirsten's books. Very exciting. And I thought while I filmed, I would put some fresh applesauce on to simmer. It's a very basic recipe. I am using Granny Smith apples as recommended. And there's just a little cinnamon in there and a long simmer.
Bears are always active in the nighttime or the day. So hide it in your camper or store it in your car. And throw a blanket on it, 'cause bears know where you are.
It's applesauce.
'Cause bears know where you are. And throw a blanket on it, 'cause bears know where you are.
Remember last book when I said that Kirsten doesn't save the day so much as she massively screws up and other people step in to bail her out and somehow things work out kind of okay? It's time to talk about changes for Kirsten. This one is what it says on the label. There are gonna be some changes for Kirsten. This book starts in January, which means it's actually 1856 now. So by the time we finish with this book, the books altogether will span a year and a half. Just like we remember from Kirsten's surprise, there is a ton to do to get ready for winter. There's a huge flurry of activity in late fall, but once the snows come, there's actually not a ton to do. Because there's not much to do on the farm, a lot of the men in the community actually leave for several months during winter. Papa Larson and Uncle Olaf are both gone with a bunch of other men on a logging expedition. We aren't ever told exactly where the logging camp is, so I think it's probably still in Minnesota, but it's far enough away that they don't see Papa all winter. Doing this logging work is going to allow the fathers to bring a bunch of money home with them at the end of the season, and the Larsons are trying to start saving up money because they don't want to be living in a cabin on Uncle Olaf's farm forever. They want to be able to get land of their own and a nice proper house. While the fathers are gone, the boys are also able to contribute and get some money together by trapping. So that is where we catch up with Kirsten Larson at the beginning of her final book. She is out bundled up in her winter knitwear, and she is on the trap line. Kirsten is bundled up in many layers of her warmest winter clothing, and she is out checking the trap line with her oldest brother Lars and John Stewart, who's a new character we haven't met before, but we have met his sister. Mary Stewart, the one who knows more about quilting than you do, Genius, she is his younger brother. The Larsons and the Stewarts seem to have become good friends over the past year or so. The Stewart's father is also on that same logging trip. John is actually kind of annoyed that Kirsten is tagging along, and he says trapping is hard enough without a girl to look after, but Lars stands up for Kirsten and says that she's actually really good at tracking, really good at finding the right spots to put the trap and figuring out what traps to use for what critters, and so John says fine, she can come, but not if she causes any trouble. John was 13, but almost as tall as Lars. He had cheerful brown eyes and curly dark hair like his sister Mary. Mary was Kirsten's friend. Why wouldn't John be friends too? Over the course of the chapter, though, we do see John start to warm up to Kirsten. While the kids are out checking their metal traps, they see some old-fashioned rope traps that have been set, and the boys tell Kirsten that those belong to Old Jack. Old Jack is the oldest trapper in these parts, John told her. He came west as an explorer and stayed on. He lives by himself, way back in the woods. He doesn't have a family, and never did. This really reminds me of the scene in Home Alone where they're talking about the South Bend shovel slayer, and Kirsten is definitely scared of the sound of this guy, but the boys don't seem really scared of him. He keeps to himself, and they don't know him that well, but he's not unfriendly to them. They do know that he uses more old-fashioned methods of trapping, which require more skill, but allow him to catch more expensive and hard to find furs. So he does really well for himself, but he has no family. That's like one of the first things we learn, and that's very important. Put a pin in that. Old Jack has no family. And I'm not sure how the boys are so sure of this because they don't really talk to him that much, but it is known. Old Jack has no family. Anyway, it's getting dark. They are checking the last trap, and there is a baby raccoon that's gotten its tail caught in the trap. The poor little thing. Instantly, Kirsten cares about this raccoon more than anything else in the world. And the boys are going to just let it go because it's too small to really be useful for anything. But Kirsten knows since it's injured, if it goes out there, it's going to get eaten by something. And we absolutely can't have that. So she decides she's going to take the raccoon home with them and rehabilitate it and let it go once it's back on its feet. Lars correctly identifies this as a bad and ridiculous idea, but John Stewart gets on my permanent shit list for encouraging this behavior. Instead of letting the raccoon go, John handed it to Kirsten. "You do seem to know about animals, Kirsten. Maybe you can help this one." His smile told her that he was glad she'd come trapping with them. Although her lips were numb with cold, she smiled back at him. So she takes the baby raccoon home with her, and she makes it a little bed in an empty nail box, and Mama sees this and Mama can't believe what she's seeing. The raccoon is acting so calm and sleepy and tame that Kirsten thinks it'll be fine, it won't cause trouble. But Mama reasonably points out that actually that's worse. The fact that the raccoon is letting Kirsten handle it is a really bad sign. Mama is very firm that the raccoon cannot come near the house, but for reasons I cannot fathom, she does not make Kirsten let it go. She makes Kirsten promise to keep it in the barn and to let it go the minute it seems well. I will never forgive John Stewart for this. Listen to this. She thought of John's smile when he put the little raccoon into her hands. John wanted to be her friend, and Kirsten promises. She 100% Piggy promises that she is not going to do anything stupid with this raccoon. And if you believe her, you have been taken for a fool just like Mama, because this chapter is called Fire. And how do you think that happens? If you guessed the raccoon, you guessed correctly. When Kirsten woke up the next morning, the first thing she thought of was the raccoon. She doesn't care about anything other than this raccoon. And she does have other responsibilities. It is baking day, and so Mama is taking their dough over to Aunt Inger's to use her big oven. And so Kirsten is at home taking care of the baby, who is at this point, I don't know, 9 or 10 months old, and Kirsten's basically solely responsible for her, and cooking for the family, and helping her little brother Peter learn his numbers. Britta sounds adorable, but her siblings do not really seem to like her since she is such a hassle. I'm from the Midwest too. I don't know if you can tell that from the Everything About Me. If you live somewhere with long winters, you have probably heard the phrase cabin fever a lot. Peter and Kirsten have some serious cabin fever, and I like to think that at least somewhat explains the raccoon decisions, because as soon as Mama is out of the house, this raccoon is coming inside. Kirsten can't stop thinking about it. She's so worried about it. What if it's cold? What if it's gotten sicker? So she takes it in its little bed and brings it inside. But the raccoon has gotten better, which means it doesn't want to stay in a box and doesn't want to be cuddled by a 10-year-old girl. It immediately starts running around, causing absolute havoc in the cabin. Britta thinks this is hilarious. She is cheering and laughing in that cute little baby way, but Kirsten and Peter are freaking out because this means it's going to break things and they're going to get in trouble. And that is not the main problem. The main problem is that it knocks over an oil lamp and oil splatters all over the cabin and it lights on fire. The house goes up super fast because it's not really a house, it's a log cabin. Everything is made of wood. They have a lot of clothing and a lot of very flammable objects in there, and oil spilled everywhere. So there's really not much hope. To her credit, Kirsten thinks super fast here, and she picks up Britta and pushes her into Peter's hands and tells them to run, tells them to get out of the house and go to Aunt Inger's to go get some grown-ups. For just the first few seconds, she's thinking about how to put out this fire. She's grabbing the coffee pot. She's thinking about getting snow from outside, but it is going up way too fast for that to even be a possibility. So she knows essentially what she has are a few seconds to grab something. There's this really horrible moment of indecision where she thinks about what would be most important to save, but the Larsons don't have a lot, and everything they have is important to them. But Kirsten sees the blue painted trunk. Remember the blue painted trunk? It's coming back for one last round in the last book. It has some linens in there. That's where they store extra clothes. And she knows that the family Bible is in there. The family Bible is actually what Aunt Inger saved when they went into the cellar to wait out a tornado. So Kirsten understands that this may be the one thing to save. She's able to grab the candlesticks that Mama really loves. These are one of the things that was in the trunk when it came over from Sweden. She grabs them kind of just because they're there and she knows Mom really loves them. She throws those in the trunk and she shoves the whole thing out the door. And it is extremely heavy, but she is running on so much adrenaline, she's able to get it out past the doorway. She pushes the trunk out into the snow just as the others arrive from Aunt Inger's, and Lars also arrives from wherever he was out on the farm. And Mama, people are more important than things Larson, runs right past the trunk, doesn't spare it even a look, and grabs Kirsten and hauls her away from the fire. Actually, Lars isn't there. I don't know why I wrote down that Lars is here. Lars isn't there. Lars is out trapping. Anyway, Aunt Inger actually comes up and pulls the trunk further away from the cabin as it totally goes up in flames. And again, they try half-heartedly to stop this fire. They throw some snow on there, but there's really nothing they can do. The roof is already collapsing in, and all they can do is kind of back away and watch their home and all of their worldly possessions go up in flames and hold each other and cry. And it is actually Aunt Inger who gets to say the Larson family motto, don't cry. But they do cry, because of course you're gonna cry. And this is where rubber really hits the road for Mama and her Larson family values, because people are more important than things. But things are really important. Tears rolled down Mama's face. We're all safe. That's the most important thing, she said softly. She pressed Peter and Kirsten close to her. You two are safe. The baby is safe. Kirsten even saved our trunk. But what will we ever do now? And Kirsten experiences one of those really bleak moments of despair that we really haven't seen quite like this since the first book. How could they possibly get along? How could they possibly start over? And what would Papa say when he heard that their home had burned to the ground? She buried her face in Mama's shawl and wept. No, you're a different day. Where were we? Ah, yes. The pit of despair. We skip ahead a few days and we catch up with the Larsons, all living now in Olaf and Inger's house. It's pretty tight. They're very crowded in the one house. Anna thinks this is a great time. This is a big cozy sleepover to her, but Lisbeth is suffering. I relate to this. There's just too many people and she's quietly miserable and she just wants to be left alone to play with her paper dolls, which she deserves to. So as they're all gathered around having their potato soup, they have visitors. It is John Stewart. Boo. And his sister Mary Stewart. Yay, I think. Do we like Mary? Yes, I think we do like Mary. She has good opinions about quilts. And they've brought the mail. There's a letter from Papa that's really heartbreaking, not because the letter is sad, but because it isn't. The post takes a while, so this is a letter that Papa wrote before he heard about their home burning down, so it's all optimistic. He says the logging trip is going really well, and by the end of the season, he should be able to bring home about $100, which would normally be a really good thing, but Mama immediately starts crying, and Anna starts crying too because she's a sympathetic crier, and the Larsons know that it will take more than that amount of money to even get them to the point where they were at the start of winter. It's going to take all of their resources to rebuild, much less work towards buying land. And we see Mama feeling really hopeless right now. She knows she should be repeating the Larson family values and talking about having heart and pushing through, but she just doesn't have it in her right now. So the Larsons are feeling pretty low, and Mary and John Stewart basically say, wow, that sucks for you. Couldn't be me. We got great news in the mail. Their dad is doing really well, and he got an offer to lead another logging expedition further out west. So when the season ends, they are all going to pack up and head out west via the Oregon Trail. And they all talk about this like it's the coolest thing they've ever heard of. Lars is really jealous, and John is all excited about traveling in a covered wagon. John, your mom is gonna die of dysentery. Now, if you're doing the math, you might have realized that we have one group of characters who's about to move out of their home, and another group of characters that needs a home. And Aunt Inger is doing that math. You can count on her to be on top of it. But John says that his parents have decided to sell their property, including the land and the house and a lot of their furniture and stuff, for $500, which significantly exceeds $100. The kids, of course, are going to bring in some money from trapping, but that will only account for a fraction of that difference. So it's really not looking good. And even though Mama acknowledges that this would be ideal and that she would love to live in a nice house like the Stewarts, she just says it's better not to hope. Now, chapter 4 is called Old Jack. And if you've never read these books, or if you're like me and you read them a long time ago and you don't super remember them, but you do remember a lot of the major traumatic things and you're thinking, well, surely if there was something major and traumatic coming up, I would know it. If that's the case, you might see this title and think that this sounds like really good news, that you remember that Old Jack is skilled at trapping, so maybe he's gonna help them out. Maybe Old Jack will teach them how to trap for these really costly furs, and then they can have enough money to buy the Stewart's house. That is not what happens. What happens is this. We catch up with Kirsten and Lars on the trap line. Is it a day later? Is it 3 weeks later? I don't know. Time doesn't matter in these books, I guess. John Stewart is also out trapping, but they've decided to split up and cover more ground since both families are trying extra hard to get together as much capital as possible right now. So John is checking all of their existing traps, and then Lars and Kirsten are setting new ones. They've gotten their hands on some new beaver traps. And it's really fun to see Kirsten be so competent with this. She is a naturally good tracker. She's very good at finding the little trails of bubbles that show where the beavers have been swimming. And you can see that Lars really trusts her on this, on where to place traps and which traps to use. He knows that she's got instincts for it. They're working really hard and they realize it's later than they'd thought. It's later than they were planning to stay out, so they need to get back home. But they're in the forest, it's dark and hard to navigate, and they didn't bring a lantern, and they know the worst thing is for them to wander off if they're unsure about the direction and get lost. They decide it's better to find a place to hunker down overnight, and then they can go back home in the morning. This would be a great great time for one of Singing Bird's convenient caves, but that is not where they go. They find some snowshoe tracks that Lars says are from Old Jack, and he says we'll follow these tracks to Old Jack's place. He's not bad, he's not scary, even though Kirsten is scared of him, and he'll let them hunker down at his place overnight. Kirsten is really hesitant about this, but she knows it's the right thing to do, and she trusts Lars. So they walk up to Old Jack's house, which is not really a house so much as it is a cave. Like, this still is also a cave. It's just got like a wooden door, you know, like in Shrek. It's got homey touches. And they follow the tracks up to the door, which is unlatched, but some snow has piled up against the door and it's a bit of work to get it open, so they kind of have to go together and push, and then of course it gives way all at once and they tumble into the room, and Kirsten screams because Old Jack is looking straight into her face, and she freaks out and tries to run away because scary, and Lars grabs her and tells her to calm down. Kirsten, don't run. He won't hurt us. He will hurt us, Kirsten cried. Lars shook her to make her be still. Kirsten, he can't hurt us. He couldn't hurt anyone, even if he wanted to. Old Jack's dead. Yes, my friends, that is right. Old Jack is dead, and so the man in the illustration in this children's book is a corpse. Lars just kind of pulls Old Jack's cap over his eyes to cover his face a little bit, but that is the only interaction either of them have with this body. Lars takes no steps to actually confirm that this man is dead, but he does do a little bit of amateur forensics looking about the room, and he says that clearly what has happened is that Old Jack was just old. He was an old man, Lars said slowly. He probably sat down to rest, and his heart stopped beating. After a while, the fire burned out, and his body froze. So the kids hang out. They do what they were planning to do when they came, which is bundle up and wait out the night. And they spend the night with the corpse.
There he was. Apparently he was there alone all day with a corpse. But he's okay. You know, they get over it. Kids are resilient.
And the fact that these two children spend the night with the corpse is not the most ghoulish part of this chapter. The most ghoulish part of this chapter is that the next morning, before they leave, they loot him. These two children leave the corpse and take all of his stuff, specifically the pelts. Remember those really good, expensive pelts? Old Jack had a huge stockpile of them waiting for spring when he could sell them. Yes, these two children stumble upon a dead man alone in the woods and immediately begin to loot the cave. Lars is really the architect of this plan. He comes up with the idea and he insists to Kirsten that this is the thing to do. And what Lars argues is not that this is the best thing or that he is some sort of authority as the man of the house now. What he argues is that this is what Papa would say. This is what Papa would do. He's sort of positioned himself not as an authority himself, but as a priest interpreting Papa's will in absentia. Papa would say that if Old Jack doesn't have kin, then his things belong to whoever finds them. And we found them. Kirsten is extremely uncomfortable with this, but Lars is just like, it's fine. It's fine. Kirsten even asks, oh, so is this just like finders keepers? Is that what we're doing here? And Lars says no, but I don't see how it's not. What he seems to be arguing is that if Old Jack were alive, they would have a responsibility to return to him something that they found of his. But if he's dead, first come, first serve. We don't have time to fully unpack the layers of bananas of Lars immediately jumping to this plan and being so certain it's okay. But I do want to point out that we don't know that Old Jack doesn't have family. Just because Lars doesn't know about his family doesn't mean he doesn't have family. I got a comment on TikTok where somebody expressed condolences to Old Jack's tuberculosis-ridden wife and child back home in Massachusetts or wherever. And that could have been happening. We know that Old Jack makes a lot of money fur trapping. Like in a single fur season, he is bringing in at the very least several $100s. And he lives in a cave. So where's the money going? Follow the money, Lars. Even if Old Jack doesn't have literal family, he may still have other people depending on him or other obligations. But you know what? Even if he doesn't, maybe he keeps all of the money for himself, doesn't spend it on anything apparently, just keeps it all in a Scrooge McDuck swimming pool. This is still a wild way to respond to seeing a person that has recently died when you are trying to like live in a society. Lars is so systematic about this. He gets all of these pelts that have been stockpiled and bundles them up in little sets and loads them onto their toboggan. And before they leave, he and Kirsten just like make a mental note that when the ground thaws, they will come back out here and bury old Jack. You know, it's the least they can do. Papa would say they should give him a good burial. They really ought to, especially as his sole inheritors. But there's nothing they can do for him now, they decide, and so they just leave him there with his cap over his eyes, sitting up against the wall of his cave. I hope they remember to shut the door on their way out. And again, if you're like me and you don't know what's going to happen next, I bet you are dying to hear what happens next. You are dying to read the next scene where these kids show up with this toboggan full of top shelf furs and explain what has just happened. This traumatic experience for these children and the choice that Lars has just made are the most interesting thing that has happened in these books for some time. The ramifications of this, the implications of this are international, and the book could not care less. After we begin the 5th and final chapter, old Jack is not mentioned again for the rest of the book. We do not see any of the immediate aftermath, any of the conversations with the family about what has happened. We do not see these two children try to sell these furs and what other people in the community think about what has just happened. We immediately leap forward in time straight to March. It's March, and it's time for the Larsons to move into their new house. Papa isn't home yet, so they don't have the $100 yet, but it doesn't matter. They have more than enough money from old Jack's pelts to just buy the Stewart's house outright. They write a letter to the fathers, and the fathers out in the logging camp shake hands on the deal and send a letter back that it's all done. And Mr. Stewart comes back a little earlier, so he's able to gather his family up, and they move out, and they leave behind most of their stuff because they need money to buy oxen and a covered wagon. And the Larsons pack up their meager possessions, which are actually less than they started with at the beginning of this series. And it's moving day.
The house is really lovely. We've gotten to hear a little bit about it before, but this is the first time we really get to see it. And Kirsten gets to walk into this house she's been in before as her friend's house, but now it's theirs. And it seems so gorgeous. It's got 4 big rooms that feel so luxuriously huge to them after living in the log cabin. And it's got big windows and real wood floors and a nice stove. Sunlight shone through the glass window as though 100 candles lit the room. The house smelled of the bread Mrs. Stewart had baked for her family's journey to Oregon and of lye soap. Peter set Britta down on the scrubbed floor. She crawled to the table and pulled herself up and laughed as though she announced, "Here we are." And Mama is so happy. And she says this is the kind of home that she and Papa dreamed of when they planned to move to America. And partially this is because the house is so big and beautiful and feels like a real home, but also because they own the land that it sits on. And this land ownership is a really important part of what they had wanted when they came out here. Kirsten is exploring the house and she can see visions of what it's going to be like to live there and how she will push Britta in the tire swing and how they'll sit by the windows and work on their quilting. She sits on a window bench where she and Mary and some of their other friends used to play dolls and trade secrets and make promises, and she finds a little note that's wedged into the corner of the window frame. "Dear Kirsten, please be happy in your new home. The next time I write, it will be from Oregon. Don't forget your loving friends, Mary and John. P.S. John made the little toy for you." And there's a really cute little spinning paper toy, the kind that you pull and it spins around, and the pictures make it look like when you spin it, a bird is flying into a cage. And Kirsten thinks that she's going to be like the bird, all snug and happy in the cage, which is not usually the kind of metaphorical resonance that you have with birds and cages. Usually that's supposed to be a bad thing, but Kirsten is really attracted to this imagery of being safe and enclosed. And the book ends with them looking out the window and seeing Papa coming home. He has arrived home from the logging camp and he's walking up the lane towards them, just in time to be with them on their first day in their new home. They all run out and welcome him home, and that is the final image and some of the last words of the book as they say, "Welcome home." Kirsten's winter outfit is the only one she has that's actually separate. Everything else is a full dress, sometimes with an apron over top, but this is a separate skirt and blouse. And her winter stuff tends to be a lot more Scandinavian inspired, tends to be stuff that the Larsons brought over directly from Sweden, whereas her dresses tend to be like the printed cotton that are things they would have got or made in Minnesota. Her sweater is actually labeled Scandinavian sweater, and it's got a very Swedish knitting pattern. That right on top make her cozy. I love that all her winter stuff matches, and it makes sense for it to match. It was all hand knitted by Mama, dressing a kid for the winter though. Okay, so there's her sweater and her scarf and her hat. And then if she's going outside, if she's going on the trap line, we have her warm fur boots. And in those slits around her hands, I can either put her mittens or I can put what they have labeled Kirsten's pet raccoon. Pet raccoon, okay. I am not sure the raccoon would agree with that label. And then we also have these comically huge snowshoes. I mean, they look huge and goofy to me, but that is the idea with snowshoes, that they should be super big. So honestly, the scale on those might be right. So to go along with changes for Kirsten, you could buy the skirt and blouse set as an outfit. And then separately, you could buy, they called them the knit woolens. You could buy the sweater and the hat and the mittens. To my knowledge, you could not buy the raccoon that causes the cabin to burn down, but you can buy the little carpet bag and help Kirsten move into her new house. To keep her warm, you could buy her flannel underwear, so that's a really thick shift, and then I believe knit stockings. You could buy the snowshoes either by themselves or part of this winter pastime set, which also had paper dolls. There's illustrations in the book of the paper dolls that Lisbeth is playing with when she's annoyed that her house is so full, and they look like those. And I'm just as disappointed as I could be that this paper doll set does not have paper dolls for my paper dolls. But sometimes we don't get what we want. Today we're making Kirsten's potato soup, which is probably the recipe that's mentioned most in the book. She brings it up like probably 5 or 6 times in the winter stories. I'm a little skeptical because the picture they've included here looks vile. It looks like a bowl of milk with bacon pieces floating in it, but I'm hoping that that's just bad photography. Says to use a masher on the potatoes once they're soft, and I do not have one of those, and also that seems like a lot of work, so I am going to cheat and use a little blender. I have been warned by the internet that this will lead to gumminess. I am gonna chance it. It does indeed look better than the picture. It's good. I'm not really a potato soup person, but I think if you're gonna have potato soup, that's a fine potato soup. I am getting started on the braided mat, which seems like it's going to top the list on the crafts that are very time intensive, but very easy, very low brain power. So once again, I'm going to use the time to talk about how weird this book is. Obviously, what happens in this book is wild, right? But what doesn't happen in this book equally as wild. I've got a bunch of the remaining scraps from that quilting pre-cut set in 1-inch strips. I did not pay attention to the length because I figure I can just add them in as needed. I'm almost done with that little bundle of pre-cuts. I just have a couple small squares left that I'd love to use in some kind of quilting project if I ever do a quilting project. Anyway, changes for Kirsten kind of surprised me in the things that it doesn't talk about. I had compared it to Kirsten Saves the Day because this is another instance where Kirsten's whimsy potentially gets the family in huge trouble and things end up working out okay, but not really because of Kirsten, kind of in spite of her. But in Kirsten Saves the Day, the fallout from the whole bear debacle is a major part of the book. We have to deal with how this affects Kirsten and how she sees herself and what her parents feel about this. And in Changes for Kirsten, you might expect to see the same thing. After the fire, you would kind of expect the next scene to be Mama asking Kirsten and Peter
what happened? And Peter will snitch every time, so you have to imagine that he would immediately tell Mama what happened, and everyone would know that the fire was all Kirsten's fault. And we'd have to deal with that over the course of the story. Like, not just the fact that the family is in such a bad situation now, but the fact that it is very directly Kirsten's fault. But you may have noticed that the book does not address that at all. We never witness a conversation where Mama or any of the other family members learn what happened and why the fire started. I think if Mama does ask, it's probably fair to assume that Peter will fess up, but I'm not sure that Mama's gonna ask. That might just be too painful, and at this point, what's done is done. You just have to deal with it. It doesn't matter who knocked over what, and there are a lot of things that can set fire to your cabin on the frontier. It's possible that Mama just assumes it was some kind of accident, and at this point, what does it matter? I think it's plausible that the rest of the family never finds out what happened, and Kirsten has to live with this knowledge alone. I mean, Peter knows, but he's not going to be helpful. And speaking of conversations that I am surprised do not take place, we never talk about old Jack. Does Mama ask where the furs came from? Does the rest of the family know what happened? I mean, they must know something. They must know enough about how the trapping works that they know that Kirsten and Lars did not get these pelts. So do they tell them and the rest of the family agrees with Lars that this was the thing to do? I don't know. And the book doesn't care. The book has no interest in that storyline, abandons it as soon as old Jack is out of sight, out of mind for Kirsten, which is just wild. And there is one more thing that is not really discussed. When Kirsten pulls out the blue trunk, she throws the silver candlesticks, Mama's candlesticks, in there. Very Jean Valjean of her. And she mentions that they keep spare linens in there. And that can be a lot of things. But she doesn't name them. She doesn't name what's in there. She only identifies that the family Bible is in there. Given the importance that these books place on material objects, I would think that if these were linens that were significant to Kirsten, she would probably name them. So if, for instance, the St. Lucia gown was in there, I think she would probably mention that the Lucia gown was in there and that it's safe and they take it with them when they start over. Since it's not mentioned, I kind of have to assume that it's not in there, that it's in use as her nightgown. So speaking of things that maybe could be in the blue painted trunk, but since they're not mentioned, I have to assume they were in use, we get no mention of the friendship quilt. If it helps you sleep at night, to think that the friendship quilt, it would be considered spare linens, that it would be kept safe in the chest. If it helps you to believe that that's true, because the alternative is so horrifying to contemplate, I give my full blessing to this headcanon, be well, but my honest opinion, my honest literary analysis is that the friendship quilt is not in there. It is midwinter. All of their blankets are going to be on their beds, and if there was an item of importance to Kirsten in that trunk, she would have named it. I think the friendship quilt did not make it out. And if that's the case, then any treasure of Kirsten's that is not a linen definitely is not going to be in the chest. If Kirsten is still keeping her gifts from Singing Bird on her person, maybe in her spoon bag or something, and she happens to have it on, maybe they got out, but if they're on a shelf or in a drawer somewhere, those are gone. And I can't believe I'm gonna say this, something else that would have been inside the cabin, because it's winter, it's snowing, you can't keep it outside, and wouldn't have been in the blue trunk, it's not considered a linen, is Sorry. The doll Sorry is not mentioned anywhere in this book. It's not mentioned that Sorry got burned in the cabin, but it's not mentioned that she didn't. Kirsten doesn't have a moment of relief when she realizes that Sorry wasn't in there. We don't see her take Sorry with her into her new home. She sits on the windowsill and reminisces about playing with dolls with her friend Mary, and does not take Sorry out to share in this moment. Again, I encourage you to develop whatever kind of insane fan theory you need to think that Sorry made it out alive, because I can't deal with that. But if we're gonna be honest about what's in the text, I think Sorry's dead. And whether or not that's the case, it's just interesting to me that sorry isn't brought up at all. Sorry is extremely important in Kirsten's first 3 books and is barely mentioned in the next 3. In Kirsten's surprise, Kirsten really wanted to get this doll back, but she started shifting her focus to this whole St. Lucia thing. And she's very glad to get Sorry back when they open the trunk. She really is. It's a beautiful moment. But it doesn't have the kind of significance, the kind of earth-shattering significance that Sorry has to the reader at that point, and that you might expect Kirsten to feel when being reunited with her doll. Sometime in that first 6 months, in that first year in Minnesota, Kirsten did a lot of growing up, and she did it without Sorry, and she learned to be without her. And this book series that started with girls and their dolls ends with no dolls. There are no dolls. Yay, coming of age. I told you that Changes for Kirsten was the last book in Kirsten's series, and that was true. There are only 6 books in Kirsten's main series, but there is more canonical Kirsten text. American Girl magazine started publishing short stories about the historical girls, usually within or very close to the timeline of their main series. So we have 5 short stories about Kirsten Larson, conveniently assembled in this extremely adorable little hardback. I got this from my local library. I had to wait a couple weeks for them to transfer it from some other library in the state because there aren't a lot of copies of this left in libraries. They went out of print, I don't know, probably 15 years ago at least. And these are like $50 or $60 online, but I am glad that I wasn't able to find all of these stories in ebook version because that forced me to get a paper copy from the library, and it is just so cute. I love holding it. It's even got the little bookmark still. Now, I have set these apart from the main series, partially just out of personal bias, because I did not read any of the short stories growing up when I was a kid reading the American Girl books. So to me, they are semi-canonical at best, but I think it does make sense to set these apart because they just were not part of her initial series, of the initial characterization of Kirsten and her world, and they were written at least 10 years after the series was originally published, and it does show. A lot of what's in here feels like classic Kirsten, like it resonates with what I read in the main series, and that makes sense because it's by the same author. These are all by Janet Shaw. I am 90% sure they are all by Janet Shaw. I think it's possible that maybe there's 1 or 2 in here that were written by somebody else because I have seen some of the stories attributed to Valerie Tripp online, and this book originally printed Valerie Tripp as the author on this title page, and you can see it's actually a sticker on there. It's in the exact same typeface. Like, this is clearly a sticker from a publisher. This happens sometimes when there's a misprint and they don't want to reprint like the whole set of pages. They'll just put a sticker over top. But I held it up to the light and you can see that it originally said Valerie Tripp and they put Janet Shaw over top. So I don't know if this was like a copy paste kind of error or if there was like originally an attribution issue. Super weird, but I'm pretty sure these were all or almost all written by the original author of Kirsten's stories. And like I said, a lot of it feels very familiar, but some of it doesn't. And there are actually a couple moments in here that seem in conflict with the original series thematically and in characterization and a little bit revisionist towards it. 2 of these stories are pretty simple and straightforward. In Kirsten and the New Girl, there's a new girl. She's about Kirsten's age. Her family has just come over from Norway and her name is Nora, which is extremely adorable. Kirsten is really jealous of the attention that Nora is getting from everybody, but once she has the chance to get to know Nora, she realizes how much Nora is struggling with the transition and being new in this community, and she's able to share some of her wisdom from their own arrival not that long ago. And it's about friendship and empathy and understanding, and it's pretty sweet. In Kirsten Snowbound, ! They are snowed in. This sounds very festive, but of course it is actually super dangerous. It's April, it's the very end of winter, and the adults have gone to town to get supplies. They are very low on supplies, and then there's one more snow that kind of catches them off guard. And the story is about Kirsten and her cousins trying to keep themselves safe and trying to care for the baby and keep everybody warm through the like blizzard night where they are alone. Caro the dog is very briefly in peril, and they are concerned about their parents and concerned that something might go wrong and they will, freeze, but things work out totally fine. These stories, like I said, were originally published in the magazine one by one, and reading them straight through all together gives you that tonal whiplash that is very very, very American Girl. So for example, we go straight from Kirsten and the new girl to Kirsten's promise, which is dark as hell. Kirsten is chasing after Caro, who has caught the scent of another dog and just like torn off after him. They find the dog and with him a little boy who is like 7 or 8 and holding a rifle and freaking out. The boy is by the wreckage of what seems to have been a pretty bad covered wagon accident, like they lost a wheel and partially overturned or something, which it doesn't sound like a big deal, a wagon accident, but that can be extremely dangerous. The boy is distraught, brandishing the weapon, telling her not to come near. Kirsten tells the boy not to worry, that she'll get her parents and they will help, but he will absolutely not allow this. Tells her she has to promise not to tell anyone that he's there or he will shoot her. Kirsten does not seem to understand that that's what he's saying, that he's threatening to essentially kill her if she tells anybody, but she does promise, and that holds her to it. Kirsten takes promises extremely seriously, especially when they're about secrets, which, as we've covered many, many times, mean everything to Kirsten. So Kirsten doesn't tell anybody about it, but it does weigh heavily on her. This is really bothering her because clearly something was very wrong. And she asks Lars for advice, which makes me super happy. You know I love a Lars moment. She essentially asks Lars if there are ever moments where it's okay to break a promise or to tell a secret. Lars leaned on the axe the way Papa did when he stopped work to think things through. Oh. And she and Lars agree that it's very important to keep to your word, otherwise people won't trust you. But if keeping a secret means that people are going to get hurt, that's a circumstance where you have to break the promise. You have to tell the secret. The next morning on the way to school, Kirsten stops by the place where she had seen the boy. She's hoping that he'll be gone because the boy had mentioned that he was traveling with his mom. So she figures maybe his mom was able to find help, bring them back, fix the wheel, and get going. This did not happen. The next day, the boy is still there. He is still very angry to be approached and brandishes the rifle again, but Kirsten says they've got to do something. Maybe they should send people out to search for his mom. But the boy, his name is Ezra, we found out. Ezra says that they shouldn't search, it doesn't matter. And eventually he comes out with the truth that he and his mom were both in the wagon when it crashed and his mom died. He held her as she died, as she told him to stay with her and not to leave her as she died. And then she did, and he buried her like in a shallow grave because that's the best you can do when you're 8. So now with his final words from his mother being, "Don't leave," he has been guarding her resting place with his dog and his rifle ever since. By this point, this was probably 36 to 48 hours ago. So that's dark. Kirsten begs Ezra to come with her, but he says he won't. He says he is going to stick to his promise and that Kirsten better stick to her promise not to tell anybody. And Kirsten finally decides that Papa will know what to do, that it seems like people are going to be hurt if she doesn't tell. So she tells Papa what's going on and brings him to see the boy. Kirsten brings Papa to see him. They have a standoff with Ezra threatening to shoot Papa. It's very intense and feels very real. You're a very brave boy. Not many boys would be able to do what you've done for your mama. Papa tells Ezra that he did really well, but that what his mom wanted was for Ezra to stay with her until he couldn't do anything else. Just stay with her as she passed and do everything he could to give her a nice marker for her grave, and then he should keep going and go on to California where they were going to meet Ezra's father. Papa does a really good job of talking him through this really tense situation, and Ezra decides to trust him, and he puts down the gun and he takes his dog. Papa takes him back to the Larson's place to get him some food because he's starving, and the dog wants to stay at the mom's grave, so they have to take a piece of the mom's clothing to like use the scent to draw the dog away. "We'll give your dog a good meal," Kirsten exclaimed. She felt so light with relief that she thought she might float over the trees like a cloud. "I've never seen a dog as loyal as yours, Ezra," she added. "Have you ever known such a loyal dog, Papa?" "No, I haven't," Papa said, "and I've never known a boy so young to have such a strong heart." He squeezed Kirsten's shoulder. "And I've never known a girl to make a better choice than you did today," he added as they started across the clearing for home. So this is complicating the extremely high value that the original series puts on secrets and surprises and promises. It's not contradicting them necessarily, and actually Lars emphasizes how important it is to keep your word and be known as a trustworthy person, but there's this caveat added, this new corollary that you do have to tell a secret and you do have to break a promise if somebody is going to get hurt. heart. This is said so deliberately and explicitly, like this story is a lot more like didactic, I guess, than a lot of the books in the original series, that it makes me think they were very conscious that this was a message that was maybe missing in the original series. The original series doesn't come right out and tell readers like secrets are great and they are important. You got to keep secrets. But those are, I mean, the stories are about that. They are stories of important secrets that kids have to keep. And it feels very intentional that they've now introduced a story where it is important to tell a secret and it is important to break a promise that was not a good promise to make. They will go a lot farther than this in another one of these stories, the one that I was most excited to read, Kirsten on the Trail. When I started talking about Kirsten Learns a Lesson on TikTok, I got like a flood of comments that were saying I had to get my hands on this story because this has something that the original series doesn't have, which is the return of Singing Bird. Yes, we do see Singing Bird once more in a Kirsten story. This is Kirsten on the Trail. This book takes place between Kirsten's surprise and Happy Birthday, Kirsten. We know this because they say it's March, so that has to be March of 1855 because they are still in the log cabin. So it's after Kirsten has met and said goodbye to Singing Bird, but before she brings in the raccoon that burns down the log cabin. And Kirsten finds a gift by the stream. It's a little leather bag, and she knows that Singing Bird is back. She sees Singing Bird step out of the trees. She is so excited. Singing Bird gently touched Kirsten's yellow braids in greeting, as she'd always done. Singing Bird greets her as Yellow Hair and calls her sister. Kirsten notices immediately that Singing Bird looks terrible. She is even thinner than when she saw her last, and she asks if her tribe found better hunting grounds. And Singing Bird says, no. They make plans to meet the next day, and Kirsten heads home, but Peter, the little brother, saw the whole thing. Peter is very interested in this. He wants to know all of the gossip, and Kirsten makes him promise that he will never ever tell before she tells him that that Indian girl you saw with me is my secret friend. But Papa says we can't trust Indians, Peter said. He says they could be dangerous. Singing Bird's not dangerous, Kirsten insisted. She's kind and she's good. Peter wants to be taken to the village so that he can have a secret Indian friend of his own. And Kirsten says no, obviously, and they get in a big fight about it that gets big enough that Mama hears and asks what's going on, and Peter tells her immediately. Immediately, he tells Mama that Kirsten has this secret friend, and Kirsten has to admit that yes, it is true. Mama is not happy. Look around us at the wilderness, Kirsten. Dangers are everywhere, and no one will protect us but ourselves. Papa says we don't know what to expect of the Indians these days. Your friend may be young, but we can't take the risk. Kirsten's eyes burned with tears, but Singing Bird just came back. Stop, Mama said. You must not play with that Indian girl ever again. Kirsten is devastated, and she gets very upset, and then she yells at Peter for a bit, and he gets upset, and then he runs away into the forest saying that he's going to find the village himself. And then he doesn't come back for like a long time, and they realize he's actually lost in the woods. Mama is worried about all of the bad things that could happen to him, like he could get attacked by a bear, she mentions, or he could fall through thin ice on the lake, or Indians might find him and steal him. I've heard they sometimes steal little boys. The Indians are too smart to want Peter, Kirsten thought darkly. But Kirsten's really worried, and she goes out and she meets Singing Bird by the stream at their agreed time, even though she's not supposed to anymore. She tells Singing Bird what's happened, and Singing Bird is able to track Peter by the physical tracks he's made in the ground with like a pretty high level of detail. This page is decorated. Finally, they find him asleep in a hollowed-out log, and he is very confused and afraid, but Kirsten tells him that Singing Bird is a friend, and the two of them take him back to the Larson farm. When they near the cabin, Singing Bird wants to stop there. She wants to just drop off Kirsten and Peter and then go on her own way. She doesn't want to get too near the cabin, which is an instinct that makes a lot of sense, and Kirsten does not have any respect for, and she basically drags Singing Bird with her to go all the way home. Mama is confused and a little alarmed to see Singing Bird, and she says, isn't this like exactly what I told you you're not allowed to do anymore? But Kirsten explains that Singing Bird was the one to find Peter. Now Mama's face softened. Then I thank you for your help, she said to Singing Bird. And you must eat with us, Singing Bird. You are welcome here. Earlier, Mama had confiscated the little leather bag that Singing Bird had given to Kirsten, but now she smiles and quietly gives it back. So tracking our theme of secrets, this story seems to go even a little farther than the previous one in contradicting the themes of the main series. This is what it says when Peter has gone missing and Kirsten is thinking about all the things that might happen to him. Mama's fears troubled Kirsten. After all, Peter was just a little boy. She shouldn't have expected him to be able to keep her secret, and she shouldn't have made her friendship with Singing Bird a secret in the first place. Surely, if Mama and Papa knew Singing Bird, they would realize she could be trusted. Worst of all, Kirsten felt very guilty because it was her anger that had made Peter run away. And Kirsten's definitely having a little moment of despair here, so some of her sentiments are probably a result of the fear and the guilt that she's feeling, but she's pretty definitive that she's had this realization that she shouldn't have had this friendship be a secret from her parents, which is not an idea that is ever even entertained in the main series. Like in Kirsten Learns a Lesson, she never thinks even about maybe telling her parents. It's just obvious that she shouldn't. And there are those points, especially in Kirsten's Surprise, when later on she thinks about this secret and continues to decide to not tell her parents about it and thinks of this as like a really good plan. And looking at Kirsten's actions in her last couple books, which are supposed to take place after this, I do not feel like she learned this lesson. She's still very much on the secrets are good all the time train. Again, this feels very deliberate. This seems to be the work of a company that's making books for children that realized they had a story that really encourages kids potentially to keep secrets from their parents, and maybe we should have a counterpoint that goes right out and says, hey, secrets are bad, don't keep secrets from your parents. And I find this revisionist and contradictory and lame from a literary perspective, but like as a lesson for children, good. It reminds me a little bit of that episode of Sesame Street from the 80s where the grown-ups see Snuffy for the first time. If you're not familiar, this isn't like me just knowing all of the deep Sesame Street lore. This is a famous episode of television that gets talked about still in, I believe, 1985, which would put it about the time Kirsten's original series was being written. And when I was a kid watching Sesame Street, Mr. Snuffleupagus, who's a good friend of Big Bird, was just like another resident of the street that everybody knows and loves. But apparently when he was originally introduced, he was a secret friend of Big Bird. And there would actually be tension there sometimes because Big Bird would be talking about this friend, this huge friend Snuffy, that nobody else saw and nobody believed Big Bird even existed. And this is really cute. Like, it makes sense to have this character that is in many respects supposed to be a 5-year-old kid that would have an invisible friend, and there's this like sweet, sad sort of tension that the adults don't understand. But this was the mid-80s, and apparently what had happened is the writer's room is becoming more aware of all of the information and awareness that had been coming out in American society at the time about child abuse, and they realized that actually they didn't like having a child-identified character on the show who was constantly telling the adults in their life something true, something real that they were experiencing, and not being believed. And that actually that's not the dynamic that they really want to portray. So they had this really interesting episode where suddenly all of the adults see Mr. Snuffleupagus and they realize that Big Bird was right the whole time, and they have a really beautiful, meaningful moment where they say, oh my gosh, like, we're really sorry for not believing you. We should have believed you, and you are right to be angry at us.
I told you all along that there was a Snuffleupagus, my best pal. He's not imaginary, but you never believed me.
Yeah, you're right, we did, but...
Well, but what?
Yeah, but what?
Anyway, I think I'm getting into a bit of a passionate tangent about Sesame Street now, but the point is, I think something similar might be at play where the authors are responding to an increased awareness of the potential harms of children having secrets that they're keeping from their parents. And now that they're writing new canonical material for Kirsten in 1998, 1999, they think, why don't we introduce this idea into these stories that you should tell your parents the important things that are happening in your life? Again, this is an objectively good thing. I am pro honesty and trust between children and their parents, right? Very important. However, maybe not in this case. Kirsten is right to have not said anything about Singing Bird. Kirsten's parents are super racist. And this book explicitly chalks that up to ignorance, that they just don't understand. Whereas it's a little more open-ended in the main series, that maybe this is motivated just as much by like a need for resources. But either way, they have given Kirsten every reason to believe that they are not going to be, at the very least, accepting of this relationship, which this story shows they're not at first. And at worst, like, that could be dangerous for Singing Bird. And for all the issues I had with Kirsten Learned a Lesson, it was a lot more honest about that the tension here was deep, that there was, in some cases, real hatred and the potential for violence. There's this huge oversimplification and sugarcoating of it that, Mama doesn't want Kirsten to have this Indian friend because she doesn't know what to expect and she's worried, and who could blame her? She's a mom and she's worried. But then she gets to know Singing Bird because she did something nice for Mama's family and now everything's going to be okay. I feel like I see the vision that they were hoping this would be a story about the fact that a personal connection is the antidote to fear and ignorance, right? And people are naturally good and they want to help each other. And so if we understood that, well, then we wouldn't have this fear and this hatred. What we end up getting is a stronger version of themes that were present already in Kirsten Learns a Lesson, that the conflict between the Indigenous people and the white settlers is coming from both sides equally, and that it's built on understandable natural distrust, and that what needs to happen for that to be overcome is for the Indigenous people to take on the responsibility of proving that they are gentle and not savages and nonviolent and can be helpful for white people, and then that will fix racism. Now, these stories do have their own looking back, which gives us something that we never got anywhere in Kirsten's main series, which is some nonfiction text about Indigenous people. This chapter does continue to primarily use the term Indian, although it does also bring in a couple more specific words for specific Indigenous groups. When white settlers began entering Minnesota, two major Indian groups lived there, the Sioux and the Ojibwe. Singing Bird's people were the Sioux. She belonged to a band that lived in Minnesota and called themselves the Dakota. Dakota means friends or allies. Sioux is similar to the Ojibwe word for snake. And this chapter kind of doubles down on the short story's portrayal of the conflict. Many settlers on the frontier were afraid of Indians because they did not know or understand them. Some pioneers made friends with Indians. Others believed Indians were bloodthirsty savages. Kirsten didn't know what to believe until she met Singing Bird, an Indian girl. The chapter touches on native hunting practices, talks a little bit about use of buffalo, and then has some interesting information about quill work with a lot of good photographs. And then it has something that, again, is not present in Kirsten's main series or in any of the pastime books, which is an acknowledgement that Native American people still exist. Today, many Sioux Indians live on reservations in North and South Dakota and in cities across the United States. They are proud of their past and carry on many Sioux traditions. I don't want to wind up, grading these books because, number one, I don't think I'm just super qualified to do that. Number two, I also think that kind of misses the point. But I do want to just give a sense of what this chapter is like and how it compares to the way that Indigenous people are discussed in the main series. And if we're tracking our timeline, I believe this is the first point whenever this story was published in American Girl magazine, which I think was 1999. I believe this is the first point that we have confirmation that Singing Bird is Dakota. And by extension, the first time that it is acknowledged and explained to the reader that there are different tribes and different villages, different groups that will have different cultures, practices, relationships with one another, and relationships to the white settlers, which is something that a family like the Larsons would be extremely aware of. It's not unrealistic for them to primarily refer to Native American people as one thing as Indians, because they had a concept that they were distinct from them as white people, but it was also extremely important to have a sense of those different relationships, and they would have known with some specificity, even if they used different language, which villages they were interacting with and what kind of tribes were near them. Which brings us to the last short story we have to talk about, Kirsten and the Chippewa. Before the short story, we get a little note about terminology, which includes how to pronounce Ojibwe, which is not in the looking back for Kirsten on the trail. The first white settlers mispronounced Ojibwe as Chippewa, so that name was used during Kirsten's time. The tribe is known by either name today, but most members of the tribe call themselves Ojibwe. Again, not to give these materials a grade, because to be perfectly honest, I don't know if that's true, but I am very encouraged by this. This is an acknowledgement that terminology here is complicated, which is often the case, and has a pronunciation guide, and puts in first priority what members of the tribe call themselves. Very encouraging. I am a little bit confused about when this one takes place. It says it's February, and I think that it's February of 1856 because Britta's there, but they're in the cabin, and I thought the cabin burned down in January. Anyway, it's winter, but it's not too cold. They're having a little February thaw, and they're baking pies. Suddenly, the windows beside the cabin door went dark, as if night had come early. Kirsten looked up, then caught her breath in alarm. Indians! Lots of them. The kids are extremely frightened, but Aunt Inger is calm. She says that they're just here to trade. Mama is worried because they have painted faces, which means that they're on a raid, but Aunt Inger says that they're not here to raid the Larsons. They're probably on their way to a raid at another native village. Those men are Chippewa. No doubt the Sioux raided their camp and they're out to get even. The Chippewa and the Sioux have been enemies for longer than anyone can remember, but they've always been friendly to us. Aunt Inger lets them in and Kirsten is pretty alarmed. They've got rifles and they've got tomahawks. Kirsten had never seen Indians dressed as warriors before. She thought these warriors weren't a bit like her gentle Singing Bird. If they were after the Sioux, Kirsten was glad that Singing Bird's people had gone away for the winter. She's especially intimidated by the youngest warrior, who she sees kind of scowl at Caro the dog, and she gathers up Caro close to hold him. The warriors want the pies, and they trade Aunt Inger for them with some prairie chickens that they had tied on their belt. Peter is devastated about the pie and relatable. The kids are just kind of staring while the warriors eat the pies, and Aunt Inger tells them to go back to their chores. Kirsten is doing dishes and she's scrubbing the pie tins like really aggressively because she's so nervous, and the youngest warrior starts roasting her about it. He's like imitating her with his hands and laughing and making the other warriors laugh, and one of the warriors who speaks English says that he's calling her raccoon. He says that you wash dishes like a raccoon washes its food, which I can absolutely picture Kirsten doing. I'm sorry, Kirsten. He's probably right, but Kirsten is very upset. She's super embarrassed and blushing, and when he says it one more time, she whirls around and says, "And you're an ugly muskrat."
That's a child.
And that's an ugly, pimply
The moment she spoke, she regretted it and covered her mouth with her hand. Mama and Aunt Inger are very alarmed, tell Kirsten to shut up, but the other warriors think this is hilarious. The translator, whose name is Five Swans, repeats this to the young warrior, and now they're all laughing at him about being a muskrat. The warriors leave without further incident, but Kirsten keeps thinking about it. She keeps stressing and mulling this over all through the night. She is still embarrassed and angry about being called a name, but then also really regretful that she snapped back and knowing she shouldn't have done that, and actually being worried because they've just been talking about how these warriors will raid each other's camps, and what if the warriors get mad about this and want revenge. Anyway, the next morning, Kirsten gets water from the stream, which is partially frozen, and Caro, who has still not learned when not to chase a small critter, has chased a rabbit onto the ice and falls through the ice into the frozen river. This illustration is the most pitiful thing I've ever seen. Kirsten tries to walk out to get him, but the ice is too fragile and she knows that she'd fall through too, so she's trying to figure out, is there something that she can use to reach him? Should she go get a branch? His whine became a whimper and fear stabbed her chest. Poor Caro, have heart, she called to him.
All you really need is heart.
And then, as she's standing there, loudly weeping, she sees the warriors from the night before ride through the woods. They are clearly injured, like from the raid and whatever had gone down the previous night. They come over and they're talking among themselves, but she can't tell what they're saying. Was it another joke about a dog getting into such desperate trouble? But they're not laughing, and the youngest warrior takes off his shoes and his leggings and wades out into the icy stream and picks up Caro and brings him back to shore. Kirsten, falls all over her dog, wraps the dog in her shawl, is thanking the warrior through her tears. Never in her life had she felt so grateful to anyone. She wants to bring him back to her cabin so that he can get warm and dry, but the warrior is already getting dressed and he shows her his moccasin and he explains to her, using the word she recognizes from the night before, raccoon, that his stuff is lined with fur and that he will get warm and dry super fast. She thanks them again and they wave and they ride off, and Kirsten now feels a lot better about the raccoon nickname. What name would she give now to the young warrior with the hawk-like face? She saw him 3 ways at the same time. He gobbled pie like any hungry boy. He was a fierce warrior who won horses in a raid. He stepped without hesitation into the icy stream to save her dog from drowning. He was complicated. She'd call him 3 hawks on 1 branch. If he came back, she'd find a way to tell him so. And this is something we have not seen in any of the other representations of Indigenous people in Kirsten's stories. Just the pure idea of being complicated. Kirsten is acknowledging this boy as complicated. He's a full, multi-dimensional human being. This should not be so huge, but it's huge. I love Singing Bird, but one thing she isn't is complicated. But this boy contains multitudes, and Kirsten is explicitly recognizing that he is understandable and has these familiar qualities of a boy to her, and also there are things about his life that are very different from hers. Those main series books can build a lot of characterization in a short span of time, and I see them doing that in this chapter in a similar way, that we get such a sense of this young man's humor and his sensitivity, compassion and bravery, and all of these qualities living at the same time, even even in just a short story. And while this is still, of course, a story about Kirsten and meeting this young man, like, is a lesson for Kirsten, essentially, I still feel like this guy is the hero of his own story. Like, he has so much personality and history, and he has a full, vivid life outside of Kirsten, which is not necessarily something I feel about Singing Bird. The looking back section for this story goes into even more detail, specifically about the Ojibwe and the seasonal cycle of their travel and their hunting, some things about, like, childhood in their communities, and it has a couple paragraphs about their naming practices, which, well, this isn't said, would seem to imply that it's a little weird and insensitive and presumptuous of Kirsten to be like, I'm gonna name you, strange man I've just met, with your own culture's naming convention. But, you know, one lesson at a time for Kirsten. This is Welcome to Kirsten's World. It's kind of hard to film this cover because it's a library book, so the plastic cover is very reflective. 1854, Growing Up in Pioneer America. This book is from 1999, and they made books like this about that time for, I believe, all 8 of the original Pleasant Company developed girls. And this hits on a lot of my favorite things about American Girl, that it's focused on material history, that it's detail-oriented, trying to draw you in, get that relatability, that immersion, and provide that bridge for modern readers to understand lives that may have been very different from theirs, but, you know, there are all these similarities, things that are the same. The book references Kirsten's story, but it's totally nonfiction, so it will use references to Kirsten as a jumping off point. So it's a little bit like a long-form version of the Peek into the Past chapters, except that it's much more focused on the pictures. The Peek into the Past chapters do have pictures, but they're sort of secondary to the text, and this is really a huge book of photographs, with then some paragraphs giving some context, giving some more information. There are some illustrations that are really beautiful. They're in a little bit of a different style than the book illustrations. So this is a big, beautiful drawing of a riverboat, like the one that Kirsten would have been on in Meet Kirsten, you know, the one Marta died on. And it has all these individual points labeled with a little explanation. So over here, you have a corpse being taken off the riverboat. All the sights and sounds of the Mississippi. And there are some contemporary photographs, which is always really cool to see because they did exist, but they're not super common in the 1850s, especially of just ordinary people going about their days, not at a special event. I love this one of these 2 little girls that look about Kirsten and Marta's age, and their clothes are so close to Kirsten's doll clothes. And then they also have a ton of photographs of existing artifacts from the period. Something that bothers me, but I guess is understandable in a children's book, is they don't make a distinction between what photographs are existing artifacts from the 1850s and what are reproductions, because there's a lot of both and they're both just kind of mixed together. But they're really cool items, and they've really taken a lot of care to have these high quality images that they can blow up really big on the page so that you see a lot of detail, which you can't do in the smaller storybooks, obviously, but makes such a huge difference because when you see that level of detail and you can feel like you understand the texture of it, it's a totally different relation. They've also given us a couple of maps that really excite me. I feel like they should have had whole pages of maps, but I will settle for what we get. There are a couple that show the travel in Meet Kirsten. So there's one showing the trip across the Atlantic, and then there's one showing the routes from New York to Chicago. So there's a line for Kirsten's route because her family went by train, and then there's a separate line for the route that Marta's family took because they rode on, this says, a Hudson River steamboat, a canal boat, and then a Great Lakes steamer. Now, I referenced this book before in a discussion of the way that portrayal of Indigenous people changed in the Kirsten's books. Like I said, this book was published in 1999, so it's a good while after Kirsten's main series, but about the same time as the short stories. The portrayal of Indigenous people in this book is really interesting to look at in the context of the rest of Kirsten's books. The Peek into the Past chapters for Kirsten's main series could not be less interested in talking about the Indigenous people of Minnesota, even when it comes up in the stories. And I was pleasantly surprised that even though this book is called Kirsten's World, it doesn't consider Kirsten's World to just be the white settler society. It talks almost as much about the Dakota and the Ojibwe in the area, and it will refer to them with that level of specificity. Sometimes the book will reference Native communities as a whole, but usually if it's talking about a particular artifact or a particular practice, it will name who it's talking about. And that is very different than the approach that Kirsten's nonfiction materials were taking even like 10 years earlier. For example, in the craft book, I have not talked about this yet, but the last chapter of Kirsten's craft book is Arts from the Indians. I did not do any of these crafts. mostly because I find the chapter really cringy. And it's talking about arts and crafts from this monolith, the Indian. It talks about these different practices, about how a teepee was made or how years would be measured. And it does say some Indian families or many Indian people at different points, but overall there is kind of the implication that the native people of the plains have the same culture, they're working with the same set of practices, and the crafts in here are also kind of non-specific. Like there's a generic clay bead necklace that you just make the beads out of clay and paint this sort of non-specific, like indigenous inspired design on them. This has you make up symbols to paint on a calendar stick. This has you make an owner stick with feathers. Place your owner stick near something that belongs to you, a bookshelf, a box of toys, or even the door to your room. So for the first 10 or more years of the American Girl collection, that is how the indigenous people are being discussed. And like I said, that's the nonfiction. That is what's giving context to what the characters say in books like Kirsten Learns a Lesson. And the way that this book includes, we will generously say, indigenous inspired crafts, is it has the 4 chapters about crafts that Kirsten would have done that pull from the Swedish immigrant pioneer communities. And then it has 1 chapter at the end that's specifically devoted to Native American arts. That's what I kind of expected from this book, that it would be mostly like Little House on the Prairie stuff, with then a few pages at the end that talk about what Singing Bird's community might be like. But that is not the approach that this book takes, and I'm actually struggling to think of other media for children that does it this way. So the first chapter is all about the trip over. It's about immigrating from Europe to America. But once you kind of reach Minnesota, and once the book becomes about daily life in Minnesota in the 1850s, it goes topic by topic and talks about the settler communities and the native communities all together. So for example, this spread is about prairie homes. It's just about physically where are people living. And it talks about a cabin versus a frame house. It talks about the covered wagon as a home, which I never really think of it that way, but it was. And then over here we have Dakota teepees and we have Ojibwe wigwams, which are not only talked about as distinct ideas, but they are presented just all together with all of these other types of housing. This one is about the cycle of the seasons and how daily life and chores would change a lot depending on the weather and depending on the part of the year. And it has all of these little vignettes, some of which portray and discuss things that the settlers would do on their farms, and some of which are specific to the native communities, and they tend to specify either Dakota or Ojibwe or both if they're talking in general. And I was really struck by the lack of separation, like physical, structural separation within the book, which is not in line with how things tend to be presented in educational material looking back on this period, but potentially is more in line with how a lot of these people would have seen themselves and would have seen Minnesota. There are parts where they are separated by pages, like here are 2 spreads that are about childhood. There's one specifically Native American childhood, and there's one that's specifically settler childhood. These 2 sections I think are really presented with the same level of validity, the same level of importance. And not only is the book often specific when it's talking about particular groups and tribes, but it specifies when it is specifically talking about settlers. It doesn't present Kirsten's community as normal, as Minnesotan. A section about dress, you have the whole spread about settler fashion, and then a whole spread with just as much detail, just as much interest about Native American dress. That shouldn't be huge, but that's really huge. Like, I'm really into historical fashion, and you would be amazed how many people who talk about dress history will talk about 1850s fashion. But what they're actually talking about is Western European and American upper class fashion, but they feel like they don't need to specify that because obviously that's just what fashion is. But then if you're talking about working class fashion or East Asian fashion or whatever, you have to have a modifier. Drives me nuts, and it is so common, and it is pleasantly surprising to me that this book largely avoids that. And then there is a chapter, an entire chapter, that is about what would have been Singing Bird's community, the Dakota, and the Dakota conflict in the 1860s. If you are wondering what's going on with Singing Bird and what happens to Singing Bird after the events of the series, here it is. It's pretty bleak. The book devotes a handful of big pages to the Dakota conflict, which is an event that usually is not going to be touched on by history classes because you're too busy talking about the Civil War, and also because nobody likes to talk about it. It's uncomfortable to talk about. I want to recommend the book I read that's all about the Dakota War and helped me understand what was going on in Minnesota during Kirsten's time a lot better. But I think it's very possible I'm not allowed to say the name of this book on YouTube, so I'm just going to put it on the screen for you, and I will link it down below. This is not me saying this is the best book on the topic, because it's the only book I've read on the topic, but I did think the book was good. I'm not in a position to judge the historical accuracy of this chapter, and I don't want to be giving it a grade for how good the representation is, but I can tell you that when I compare this chapter to the Berg book, it hits on most of the same major events and ideas, and is like a pretty decent summary of the event as presented in the book. They both have a similar assessment of why the conflict started and how things went down. There are some parts of this chapter that I feel are kind of trivializing, but when it comes to the hard facts of how this all turned out, it is very frank and direct. Even for an American Girl book, I was a little caught off guard. The book ties things together by looking to the future. So the book talks about the immediate aftermath of the Dakota conflict, and then has a few paragraphs about the Dakota today, and then directly ties that in with the westward expansion that's going to increase in the next few decades. The book ends with a peek into the future for Kirsten that is a little more optimistic than the one at the end of Happy Birthday, Kirsten, but not by much. When Kirsten crossed the Atlantic Ocean to come to America, she was 9 years old. By the end of the Dakota conflict, she would have been a young woman of 17. What was her life like during those years? She might have seen loved ones go off to fight in the Civil War. She and Singing Bird had to say goodbye, but they might have written letters to each other all their lives. By the time Kirsten turned 17, she probably would have been married. She and her husband might have decided to homestead in the Wild West. They might have picked up all their precious belongings and headed west for places like the Nebraska Territory, Oregon, or California, names that sounded as strange to Kirsten as Minnesota once had. Kirsten would have been very sad to leave her home and family for the second time in her life. When Mama said goodbye, she could comfort Kirsten with the same words Mormor used when the Larsons left Sweden. When you're lonely, look at the sun. Remember that we all see the same sun. We have one more book to talk about in the Kirsten literary canon, and that is The Runaway Friend, a Kirsten mystery. In the OOs, American Girl published a bunch of these, and there's at least one for all of the original historical girls, but you can really see who the favorites are, because there's one for Kirsten, and there's like 9 for Samantha. Anyway, this was published like a year or two before Kirsten was fully retired, so this is by far the latest entry into Kirsten's literary canon. This feels really different than her other stories for a lot of reasons. Number one, just because it is so much later. This is almost 10 years after the short stories, and over 20 years since the original series. So that is a significant difference in time. And then this is the only one of the fictional Kirsten stories to be written by a different author. This one was written by Kathleen Ernst, who wrote Josefina's main series and also wrote a few of the other mysteries for different characters. And then, of course, it's just a different genre. It's a mystery, and it is aimed at slightly older kids. Like, the reading level is just a little bit higher, and obviously it is much, much longer. So it's a totally different reading experience that honestly makes it not feel like a Kirsten book very much, even though I think it is very true to character for Kirsten. One thing that makes it feel very Kirsten is that in the course of this book, Kirsten gains and loses a best friend. This book takes place between the first and second books in Kirsten's main series, so this is after they have moved to Minnesota, got moved in and settled in their little log cabin, and kind of gotten into a routine, but before Kirsten starts going to school and before she meets Singing Bird. So she is still in pretty recent, pretty acute mourning for Marta, but this is before she has her like secret friend, and she gets to know and gets pretty close to this girl Joanna, who lives very close nearby and is about her age. I'm sorry if you don't pronounce it Joanna, but I'm gonna have to call her Joanna. And at the end of the book, Joanna's family moves away and they go back to Sweden. So that's a bummer and very, very Kirsten. The mystery in this book is not very interesting. I mean, not to be too harsh on a mystery that's geared towards 10-year-olds, but I was not engrossed. The friend in the title is Kirsten's friend Eric, who is older than her, but Kirsten thinks of him as a friend, and he's like a single dude that lives nearby in a little shanty, and he's a good friend of the family. You know, people know him and like him. He's part of the community in their little enclave. They help each other out. You know, Uncle Olaf has co-signed on a loan for Eric so that he can get his own land, and Eric has been helping out with the harvest. It's a huge amount of work because they planted a bunch of extra wheat on the farm to prepare prepare for the arrival of Kirsten's family because they know they wanted to have as much food as possible and have some extra money. So that's a ton of work. It's kind of been all hands on deck, but they're getting through it because now Uncle Olaf has oxen, which is like a huge deal for the farm. Anyway, one day Eric just like vanishes. He left and went somewhere and nobody really knows why. And then the next day the oxen get repossessed. They come and repo the oxen because Eric hasn't paid his debt. He's like defaulted on his loan and Olaf co-signed it, so he's now on the hook and they're taking his oxen. And it really like, it makes you sick in the stomach to read because the feelings in this household are so bad. Everybody is really upset, but nobody really wants to say anything about it. And they all think that what Eric has done is like left and skipped out on his responsibilities and he's not helping with the harvest. He's not paying back his loan. And there's like a bunch of clues and stuff and like other parts of the mystery unravel. And like I said, I don't care. What we get in this book that we don't get in literally any of the other stories really is a sense of the larger immediate community around Larson Farm. Most of this mystery is unraveled kind of like a mystery video game where Kirsten has to go to a new location to ask these people if they saw anything and then go to that location to ask like those people if they saw anything. And so you get 3 or 4 different groups of people, different families that are in the area that aren't close neighbors because obviously they're farms, but they do visit now and then. They'll come and stay overnight at each other's places. There is a little bit of a sense that they have a community, that they know each other, that there's a group dynamic, and that they are all united by the fact that they are all Swedish. They're all recent immigrants. They have the same language, and they have this like base level of trust with each other as fellow Swedes that they don't have with anybody else. So that's an interesting like addition to Kirsten's world, you know, something that you might have assumed was part of her world, but we never got to see in her books. One of these families is the Greens. That's Joanna and her parents, and they're very unsettling. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with Joanna's mother, and as it went on and you gather all these little bits of information, it felt like what was happening, like I would think was happening if I saw this in any other context, is that like Mr. Green is abusing his wife. It really seemed like that was what was going on, but I kept thinking like this is an American Girl book. I mean, they talk about a lot of dark stuff, but I just don't see them including that. What is actually happening is Joanna's mother has some serious like mental illness. She has bad nerves, is I believe what Joanna calls it, that were brought on by the death of one of Joanna's siblings and the just like trauma of the immigration to Minnesota. And that's the reason for the weird behaviors, for the fear and paranoia that you see from Joanna's mother, is that she's had some kind of serious mental break actually. And at the end of the story, the family decides, you know what, they're calling it quits. They're getting out of Minnesota because it's just been bad for their family. But it turns out even without that, this book does have reference to abuse within a marriage because Eric left to go help his sister and help her escape an abusive marriage. She met some guy in New England and married him, and that caused a rift between Eric and his sister, but she sent him like a coded message essentially that she needed help, and he went to go help her. I was surprised by a lot of the serious topics that are in this book, and not necessarily because they're serious, because I'm used to that from American Girl. I mean, Kirsten's main series has got death and disease and racism and freezing and fire and bears and stuff, but the serious topics in this story are very adult. Like they're very grown up concerns about like marriage troubles and like mental health when you're a parent and like debt and family finances, which are the kind of things I would expect an American Girl character to be like peripherally aware of, or maybe you as the reader are picking up on, but she isn't really picking up on. But in this one, like that's really what the story is about. And it left me a little confused about who this book is for. It's not fun. I have a hard time imagining that you're 10 and you find this book fun because it doesn't have any like fun kid things, but the serious things are not things I imagine would be interesting to a kid either, like death and fire and disease. Like the darkness of those will draw a kid in, but I don't know that a kid cares about having your oxen be repossessed. Feel free to tell me if I'm wrong about that. So that's the note we left on. 2008, The Runaway Friend, about Kirsten and this guy Eric that we never see again. Now there are just a couple Kirsten outfits that we haven't talked about yet, and I thought the best way to tie up all those loose ends would be in an internet-friendly Tier list. I consider the Kirsten doll to have had 15 distinct outfits. This can sometimes get a little messy because there are different sets of accessories that change the look, but it's hard to say if they're different outfits. In my expert opinion, there are 15 distinct looks. We are going to go from the S tier, which I am calling the Singing Bird tier, all the way down to the D tier because Kirsten has no F tier outfits. She has some that are a little questionable and will be on the D tier, but she just doesn't have anything that's bad enough to justify an F tier. She is a well-dressed young lady and her outfits are cute. I'm sorry. So starting with the outfits we've already talked about, the ones that are connected to the books in her main series. We have her very first outfit in Meet Kirsten, the Swedish dirndl and the blouse and the kerchief is pictured in the catalog with the carpet bag. It's a cute little look. It's nice, it's solid, but the colors are drab and it does make me think of that very sad moment where she is lost in New York. I'm just not excited by this one. It's not sparking joy, and for that reason, it is C tier. Then we have the meat outfit complete with all the accessories. Now this definitely has to be in a high tier because it is just so iconic. It is her most recognizable outfit, and I have talked about how much I love that spoon bag, and I really love her bonnet, and there's not a lot of bonnet representation in her collection. I'm actually going to put this one all the way up at Singing Bird tier. I really like this look. Next we move into Kirsten Learns a Lesson with her school outfit. We've got the dress and the shawl, the matching ribbons. It's all pretty basic, but it is pretty. I'm going to put this above the traveling outfit because it isn't drab. Like, I do think it's nice looking, but it doesn't excite me beyond that, so this is going to be B tier. Then we have her recess kit. It is arguable if this counts as a separate outfit, but I think when you look at the picture, it does seem like a distinct look. This is a later addition to the collection, and as a general rule, I don't like the later editions. They tend to make them in these really bright colors that are both less historically accurate and kind of make the outfit look cheap. And I don't think this outfit is ugly. Like, it looks pretty nice, but it just looks so cheap to me. It looks like it's made of felt. So this is actually going to be D tier, even though I really like the accessories. I like her little recess game. Next up is Kirsten's surprise, and obviously the St. Lucia outfit is going to be Singing Bird tier. I don't think I need to even explain. She's a vision, she's an angel, she's iconic. Her birthday outfit is very pretty. I like it a lot, and I almost put it in the S tier, but I think for an outfit to be truly S tier, it has to be iconically Kirsten. It has to be something that only Kirsten could wear. And because in the birthday outfit she has her hair down, and because of the style and the colors of the dress, it doesn't feel quintessentially Kirsten. It doesn't have as many of those little historical details. It honestly doesn't feel like it fits in the setting as well as most of these other outfits. And looking ahead a little bit, it looks very much like Samantha's birthday outfit, so it's definitely not something that only Kirsten could wear, but I still think it's lovely, and it's going in the A tier. Going into Kirsten Saves the Day, I think I mentioned that this dress isn't that exciting. I think it's really pretty. I like the striped fabric, but it's not that different than most of her other dresses. The dress alone would probably be B tier at best, but I am actually going to put this in the S tier because I am so obsessed with the way that it's styled. It's pictured here with the red boots and with the straw hat with the little black ribbon, and I think it's so ridiculously cute and very iconically Kirsten. This is one of the few outfits that is showing Kirsten's personal style because she doesn't really get a lot of say in her outfits, but I think pairing the dress with the red boots and the fact that she chose the straw hat for herself makes it feel like this is really a Kirsten outfit. So I'm gonna put this one on top along with the Lucia outfit and the Mead outfit. Our last book outfit then is the winter outfit from Changes for Kirsten. I'm making this all one outfit, so the blouse and skirt set plus the knit woolens, which are the sweater and the hat and the mittens. I'm gonna put that right in the middle at B tier because I think it's very cute, but it doesn't excite me and I don't feel like we get much of a connection to it from the books. The bedtime outfit is gonna be C tier, so that is the nightgown and the house coat. They look nice and they seem to be well made, but there's nothing exciting about them, and I am a little annoyed that that nightgown presents some continuity errors. So next up we have two outfits that were made to match the short stories. This first one is Kirsten's checked dress and apron, and I love this one. It's a little bit of a later edition, so you can see that they're trying to bring in some more colors, but in a way that feels very historically accurate, especially that mustard color. It's very reminiscent of the color that I got dyeing the yarn with onion skin. The apron has this absolutely beautiful embroidery all the way around, and there's even embellishment on the shawl, and I love the way they stack together. You know, I love a little bit of chaotic pattern stacking, and the checked with the embroidery with the shawl, the textures are so layered. It is lovely. It's delicious. So I'm actually going to put this one in the S tier as well because it just feels so real, so lived in. There's so many different elements to it, and it is something that of all the American Girls, only Kirsten would wear. I'm looking at the wiki and it says you could only get this for a few years. It was introduced in 1999 with the short story and retired in 2002. I wonder if that makes it really expensive secondhand. I see a sold listing on eBay from just earlier this month for $127.50. And if you compare that to her school outfit, which also comes up in this search because it has a shawl too, that is selling secondhand with the whole outfit for like $30 tops. And I bet I'm not the only one that finds this outfit extremely cute, but I'm sure that price has to be a question of rarity since it was only available for a few years. The next outfit kind of has a similar deal. It was meant to go with one of the short stories and it was only available for a couple of years. This is Kirsten's plaid dress and shawl, and it's supposed to match the outfit in Kirsten's Promise, which is a really bleak and weird short story to make an outfit based off of. And this was introduced with the story in 2003 and then retired in 2005, which always makes me sad when they do it, when they yank things off so quickly. It feeds into the collector frenzy at the expense of like the supposedly target audience of these items, which are girls who are trying to form this like long-term relationship with this girl. This one just sold a few weeks ago in great condition for $235. I really like this outfit as well. The plaid is really cute and I love the little ruffled yoke at the front. That's such a fun detail that none of her other dresses have. But the color scheme is not exciting. It's probably realistic, but it's a little sad to look at, so we're gonna put this at B tier. Not bad by any means, but if I'm gonna drop $200 on a Kirsten outfit, it's not gonna be that one. Now we have 4 more outfits, and these are special outfits. Usually they're categorized as extra outfits, and they are just made up. They are not based on any of the stories or in any of the illustrations. They are just created to be doll clothes. So first we've got this thing, which is Kirsten's midsummer outfit. This, you can probably tell, was one of those late editions. It was introduced in 2004. This outfit has everything I don't like about those late editions, that it feels less historically grounded, it doesn't suit the character and her setting as much, and it goes for these bright colors that are supposed to be pretty, but they just don't feel right. Everything about it is ridiculous. That shade of purple and the tiny polka dots, you're trying to sell this to me as 1850s. I'm especially annoyed by the skirt, which instead of having the gross stripes that I really love to see on Kirsten's outfits, they have ruffles, which are so ridiculously impractical. Like, I love a good ruffle, but part of what's fun about a ruffle is that it is extremely frivolous because it uses a huge quantity of fabric. I do not see Mama Larson making her daughter an outfit with 3 tiers of ruffles. Like, it's one thing to have ruffles around the cuff of the sleeve where it's kind of built into the sleeve pattern anyway, but that is so much extra fabric. And the silhouette is just all wrong. I want to give a little bit of allowance for that high waistline because that is a little bit more Scandinavian. Like, the dirndl has that really high waistline, and that makes sense even in that period. So maybe if this was a midsummer outfit from Sweden, I can see that the silhouette is a little bit different than the Minnesota styles. But if that's the case, then I'm just not buying the sleeves and I'm not buying the neckline. Like, I'm not sold on this dress as a historical item. And the purple is just ridiculous. The more I'm talking about this outfit and how annoyed I am by it, the more it feels like it should be in an F tier. But the thing is, the dress is cute. Everything that annoys me about it is this dress as a Kirsten outfit, but if you totally removed it from that context and like just showed me this dress for any 18-inch doll, I would think it's pretty cute. It's not my favorite ever, but it's nice, and I really like the hair. I like the little flower in her hair with the braids down, and I really like her little basket for flower collecting. So this one is gonna go in D tier, and be grateful for it. Another outfit that kind of barely counts as an outfit is this skating outfit. You can see the hem of the winter skirt there, so she's wearing it over the winter clothes, but it's such a different look because she has the hood up and she's got the scarf that I consider it its own outfit. This was considered a limited edition outfit, and it's kind of in the middle of the timeline of Kirsten history. It was introduced in 1997 and then only stuck around for a couple years. I think this outfit is cute. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't really excite me, except for the note that I found on the wiki. Apparently apparently in the ad copy, they said that Mama Larson made the coat out of a Hudson Bay point blanket, which is a very yummy historical detail, so that bumps it up a little bit in my opinion. So it's gonna land in C tier, you know, middle of the road. Also in C tier, I'm gonna put Kirsten's baking outfit. As you can probably tell from the bright colors, this is another late edition, and I believe it's the last outfit to be introduced into Kirsten's collection because it was released in 2008. This one is very cute, and there are a few individual elements I really love, especially the sleeves. There's this gathering in the sleeves that Kirsten doesn't have in any of her other dresses, but I think would have been really common in the period. And the apron is really cute as well. The embellishments are obviously very Scandinavian inspired, but again, it annoys me because of that overly bright color. It's not that Kirsten wouldn't have had access to strong or bright colors. I mean, this is actually a very similar color to her meat dress, but the meat dress is just a little softer, a little more natural looking. It looks like a color that would stand up to being laundered with really strong lye soap, whereas the baking outfit is just, it's candy bright. It looks so artificial, it sticks out. And the shoes are plastic, and they look really cheap, and they annoy me. And last but certainly not least, we have Kirsten's work dress. Even though this one isn't connected to any of her stories, it was around for a really long time. It was released in 1990 and stuck around almost until Kirsten's retirement. And I just love this one. I love the sweet little Peter Pan collar, and I love the sleeves, which aren't like a full puff sleeve. They're just a little bit of puff. That's such an 1830s, 1840s feeling thing where they have a bunch of volume and then a tight sleeve all the way to the wrist. It is an objectively ridiculous sleeve, but it looks so cute on the dress. The color is really lovely. I think it fits the period and it fits Kirsten. The dress itself is really good, but what puts this one in the A tier for me is the styling. It comes with cream hair ribbons, very cute. And then some of the catalog pictures for this outfit have her braids pinned up on top of her head like milkmaid braids, which is so cute. I wonder why they don't do that more. And then they pair it with the two-tone boots, which I really love and go perfectly with the dress, so this is going to be A tier for the styling. And that's all the outfits. So overall, extremely strong showing from Kirsten in the fashion department, as you would expect, because she is, you know, a doll with a full wardrobe, so you would expect her outfits to be awesome. Something that American Girl, that Pleasant Company, was really good at was making a doll wardrobe that felt exciting and looked beautiful, even for girls that would not necessarily have had like glamorous clothes. It's easy to come up with a beautiful collection for like Samantha, who has all this money and resources and would have had a huge wardrobe of really fancy stuff, but Kirsten would have been really limited in her resources for her wardrobe, so not only would she not have had expensive fabric or a lot of embellishments, but she also just would have had a really limited quantity of garments. And to be fair, I think we are pushing it on the sheer number of dresses that she has once they start adding on those extra outfits. But even once they add on all those ridiculous later editions, she still just has a few printed cotton dresses and a couple heavy winter items and a nightgown, a couple shawls, one heavy sweater. It's a pretty small number of outfits, and with the exception, I think, of the birthday outfit, they're all basics. They're all outfits that you can tell she would get a lot of wear out of, that she can go to school in, do chores in, and they're just so lovingly designed in a way that feels historically grounded and brings out the beauty in those historical fashions. Especially when you take them all together, there's such richness to the colors. They're just lovely to look at. Those little details like the winter flannel shift or the grow stripes, they really force you to think about these garments in the context of Kirsten's life. They're not just aesthetic objects for the doll, they're part of the storytelling, part of the historical immersion, and part of the character of this fictional girl. Kirsten is one of the American Girls that has less of a say in her outfits. Almost all of her clothing is handmade by Mama, and Mama's gonna make what she makes, and Kirsten is gonna get what she gets and not get upset. So mostly her outfits reflect what's available and what Mama wants her to wear, but I think we do see hints of Kirsten's sense of style start to poke through. And that's such a beautiful snapshot in time of a 9 or 10 or 11-year-old girl who's still being dressed by her mom, still essentially following a path day to day that is set before her by her family and her community, but there are little bits of her true self shining through, little moments of individualism and of her specific personality that are starting to come to the forefront, and it makes you think there's a future for this character. You know, she has her straw hat now, and she has grow stripes that can be let out, and in a few years it'll be hoop skirts and crinolines, and who knows what she's gonna want to wear.
Rankings are fun. Let's do some more rankings to wrap things up.
It is very hard to rank these books because they are all excruciating in their own way, but I think my favorite is going to be Happy Birthday, Kirsten, because it really gives me the full experience of the tension building and then a relief, a catharsis at the end, whereas some of the books give you one or the other. It consistently makes sense to me, and most of the other books have at least one major breakdown in the internal logic of the world. Kirsten Learns a Lesson is so hard to talk about because it's all intertwined with the weird racial politics of Kirsten's world as a whole, but I think it's a beautiful story, at least the parts that are Kirsten and Singing Bird. I don't really care for the Miss Winston half of it, so I'd maybe go that one next, and then maybe Kirsten Saves the Day, and then Kirsten's Surprise. Like, Kirsten aggravates me in her Save the Day book, but it's funny. It's a fun book. It feels weird to rank Meet Kirsten so low because it is in many ways so beautiful. Like, it is a deeply true and meaningful story, but it's just such a bummer. It's just such a slog, and you do not get that relief at the end that I think you really need to make it worth it. That book only works because you're reading it in the context of these other stories, and you get to say the end of Kirsten's Surprise, and you have some joy and some relief and some victory. So Meet Kirsten's probably next, and then Changes for Kirsten on the very bottom, because honestly, when you look at that book as a whole, it is structurally incoherent. I do not understand why this book is put together the way it is. There's so much going on, and none of it is ever properly connected, and then it just kind of ends, and I don't understand what was supposed to be learned. It's fun to talk about. I enjoyed giving the recap, and I have twice now in my life cornered somebody in real life to explain the plot of this book to them, but that book doesn't make any sense. Looking at the craft book as a whole, I didn't love it. I was kind of expecting it to be cooler, like a Pioneer Frontier household is going to be so crafty, Kirsten is going to do so much hands-on stuff, but I guess mostly what she's doing is like boring chores and not fun crafts. My favorite was definitely the yarn. It would be dyeing the yarn with onion skin. It was really easy. It's totally accessible for a kid. There is boiling water involved, and it does tell you to have an adult help you do that, but it's a lot of like easy measuring that a kid can do, and it is so rewarding. You get to watch the yarn change colors. It really feels like you did something. You did it out of onion skin. So I would definitely do this one with a kid, and then you get to make the yarn doll, which is pretty fun. It's kind of fussy to do, so you gotta do it with a kid that has real good motor skills, but by the time you're in this age bracket, it should be no problem. The sewing crafts were kind of fun. I really like sewing, but the one I enjoyed most is the one that's not in the book. I really liked making the spoon bag, and I like doing the hand applique and embroidery. Sewing straight lines on a pillow is not as fun, but this is a really good first project for a kid. It's going to be practical and something they can really use, and they see that they have made something out of fabric. You do a little bit of piecing together, and then you get to learn to sew on a button, so it's actually like a really good foundation of skills. I just sewed the button straight down, but you could definitely use it as an opportunity to learn the right way to sew a button so that it would be functional. I did not enjoy the quilted pot holder, but it turns out I just hate hand quilting. I didn't like the braided mat because they had separate steps for making the long braided rope and then coiling it up, and you had to sew it. I feel like the point of a braided mat, like the value in that, is that it should be a no-sew project. It should be something where a kid invests the effort into learning the pattern, learning the algorithm for how to loop these strands together. But then once you know that, they can do it over and over and over again and watch as they develop this mat and again create something from nothing. So not wild about this, even though it was really charming, but it is, I think, pretty realistic, pretty historically grounded, so I give it points for that. Maybe Kirsten just doesn't have enough free time for recreation, and some of the other books will be a little more entertaining. I overall think I like the cookbook, but I'm not wild about the recipes. I love the food items that they chose, like A+ for curation. I like that they have a couple basics in here, like they have hard-boiled eggs, and if a kid learns that, well then they will know forever how to hard-boil an egg, and that's a great like foundational cooking skill. So if you look at it that way as a tool for helping children learn to cook, there are a few recipes in here that will be really good, like applesauce is an awesome first recipe. The ginger cookies, the porridge, a lot of things that involve a couple different techniques that are going to be really like foundational techniques that you'll use in a lot of different recipes. But most of these recipes honestly aren't great for that. A lot of them require an adult to do like big parts of the recipe. Like the Swedish meatballs, a kid can basically make the meatball mixture, but as soon as they have combined all the ingredients, an adult has to do all of the rest of that. Okay, speaking of the Swedish meatballs, I feel that I need to redeem myself at least partially after that. I'm not the world's greatest cook, okay? I'm not great at cooking things that are new to me. I'm really only good once I've gotten some practice. But I am a better cook than that. So I did go back and make Swedish meatballs again a couple weeks later, and I based them on the recipe in this book, so the same basic mixture, but I did change a couple things. I fixed the things that were my problem. I do take responsibility for my horrible meatball technique. I'd never made meatballs before. I didn't understand that it was like hard. I know what a sphere is. So I just used a little more care and better technique, but then I also made changes to the recipe. Like I chilled the meatballs between every step, which helped a ton. And then I looked up a separate recipe for the sauce because this recipe just has you make a little gravy by putting flour in the drippings. That's it. And I bet if there are Swedish people watching that were horribly offended by what they saw on the screen, that was probably what did it more than my terrible technique. So I did like a proper gravy that had cream and broth and everything, and that was truly delicious. Like the first round was good, but it was good because it was like well-seasoned meat on potatoes, and like hard to go wrong with that. It was much better than I was expecting, okay? But the second round was actually delicious. I think if I made them one more time and really brought together everything I learned, they would be company worthy. Like they would be impressive. So I just want it on the record that I can do better. But yeah, the cookbook is overall really nice. Like it's fun and cute. I like the chapter openings where they talk a little bit about how these different items would have been made and eaten. I love the photographs with the girl wearing the Kirsten outfits. Ugh. But there's a lot in here that a kid can't do. Honestly, this only makes sense as a book that an adult and a child would go through together. It kind of presents it like the kid is doing the recipe, and then they'll tap in an adult sometimes to help them with a particular step. And I'm just thinking, no, the adult's just gonna end up being there the whole time and doing the recipe together, which is great. Like, which is fine if you know that's what you're getting. The ginger cookies are legitimately great. They are delicious. This is the only recipe I think I'm ever going to use after this. Like I will make Swedish meatballs again, but not from this recipe. But the ginger cookies I definitely will make. They are what I wish gingerbread was. Like when I look at a piece of gingerbread, I want it to be all soft and sweet and delicious, and it's just not what I want. But I will be making these at Christmas time. They make the whole room smell so yummy, and I'm sure you could easily cut them out in different shapes. Like lots of possibilities there. So I think of all of these, yeah, I just have the two recommendations. I think everyone should make the ginger cookies, and I think everybody should dye some wool yarn with onion skins. And I will put instructions, or where to find the instructions for both of those, in the description, because I would love to see people try those, and tag me if you do. I am so tired. I truly did not think this video was going to be this long, because it's all these tiny pieces, and all the tiny pieces are so tiny. Honestly, I don't even feel like this was exhaustive. I am exhausted, but I don't think this was exhaustive. I think there was so much more we could have talked about. I didn't even do all the crafts. I didn't even do all the recipes. You know, there's one more short story. There's one more Kirsten short story that was published in American Girl magazine, but never republished in book form. So I guess I could try to find a copy of that American Girl magazine. I mean, there are scans online, but I only found out that exists like today. I'm gonna go back and recap that now. Guys, I'm so tired. Don't do this, okay? Don't do what I've just done. Oh, the lights are so bright. They never blind me. That's how long I've been working on this project. That's how late in the year it is. 1989 Taylor's version is out. Kirsten Larson, if you were wondering, isn't ever more girly. I know you weren't wondering that because it is so incredibly obvious. I mean, there's a braid on the album cover, for heaven's sakes, the aesthetics alone. But honestly, listen to that album again after watching this video. That whole album's about Kirsten. I love Kirsten and I care about her so much. And 2 months ago, I didn't care about her at all. I mean, I had affection for her, but only insofar as she was an American Girl. I didn't really think much about her personally. The Kirsten books are one of those series that I read maybe once, but never really reread because they didn't grab grab onto me. I don't remember her story really resonating with me as a child, which is nuts because I am such a Kirsten. I'm not exactly like Kirsten, but when I think especially about myself at 9 years old, I've got a lot in common with this girl. These books are such a good portrait of how somebody can be adventurous, can be an explorer by nature, and be easily bored, but at the same time be deeply resistant to change and terrified of the unknown. But you can be both those things, and 9-year-old Kate was both those things. Kate now is both those things. I think I probably just wrote her off as one of the boring ones, which I guess is understandable from a 9-year-old perspective. I care about her so much, and now I need a break from her. I think Kirsten and I need a little bit of distance, because she is amazing, she's a girl of my heart, and I need to not think about her for at least 3 years. My life for the past 8 weeks has been round-the-clock Kirsten. I film Kirsten content, I edit Kirsten content. When I need to take a break from the computer screen, I work on a Kirsten craft project. It's dinner time, let's cook a Kirsten recipe. You're at your friend's house, supposed to be taking a break, and you watch some TV, use that time to cut out some Kirsten paper dolls. In addition to all the Kirsten books, I have read, I think, 4 books about this period in American history. I started a new save file in Stardew Valley. My girlie has blonde braids and a blue dress, and she's named Kirsten. I rewatched the entirety of the Ken Burns The West documentary. I can't wait to watch his new one about the buffalo and be emotionally wrecked for a week. I watched this other documentary that was not very good, but did introduce me for the first time to my new favorite artifact in all of American history. We're gonna wait. I'm not gonna show it yet. It's gonna be like, name that Pokemon. This is an item that belonged to Patty Reed, who lived to a wonderfully old age, especially for the time. She lived well into her 80s, which is especially amazing considering that she almost died when she was 8 years old, because she is one of the youngest survivors of the Donner Reed Party. You may hear them just called the Donner Party, and they were some of these guys. The Donner Party's trip to California went about as bad as that trip could go. They were stranded in the mountains in winter for months, and most of the adults died. And the reason their story became so famous is because the survivors survived by availing themselves of a food source that I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to say the name of on YouTube. But I bet if by chance you haven't heard of these people, you can do the math. By the end of the trip, by the time she was back to safety, she had lost almost her entire family. They had long ago lost all of the possessions and the wagon and the animals that had come with them. Even the rescue itself was hellish because they had to be led on foot through the snow. By the time the few survivors reached civilization, their clothes were rags, they had no possessions, they were near starved. These were people who had nothing and who many felt had been stripped of their humanity. They had nothing. They had to leave all their stuff and their scruples behind if they were going to make it to their destination. But Patty Reed, little 8-year-old Patty Reed, who grew up to be an old woman, had in her possession until the day she died this. This is Dolly, and she is Patty Reed's doll. Kirsten could have taken sorry, that's all I'm saying. Thank you so much for watching. Any sources, notes, attribution you're looking for should all be in the description. And I beg of the kind, gentle folks, for a click, for an engagement, please, to make it all worth it.